Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Hazbin May Cry 2, Dante's Return. Chapter 1, Mission 1. Author note. Hello, sinners. I kept you waiting long enough, but here it is, Hazbin May Cry 2, Dante's Return. In this story, it has been 7 years since the first story, and it takes place after Devil May Cry 5, and both Dante and Vergil are in hell, right sparring, after cutting down the tree. Well, without further ado, let's dive into hell. Mission 1, welcome back. On the outskirts of the Ring of Pride, two men were fighting among themselves. One was wearing a red long coat with a black Henley shirt, black driving gloves, white bandages, black leather pants, and brown boots. He had messy, silver-white hair with his bangs brushed down and a 5 o'clock shadow of the silver hair on his chin, as he was fighting a man who looked just like him, but with his silver-white hair swept back and slightly spiked. He wore a long black coat with light neon blue serpentine patterns and 3 separated coattails with slightly tattered edges, a black sleeveless turtleneck beneath a midnight blue formal vest. He also had charcoal gray, fingerless gloves, black pants, and dark boots covered by teal gaiters. The dark-clad man was also wielding a white katana, in contrast to the enormous broadsword the red-clad fighter carried. These two were none other than the sons of Sparta, Dante and Vergil. Both men were clashing with one another as they wanted to see who was better. If asked about how many times they've done this, they'd admit to losing count by this point. Give up yet? Dante asked his older twin, smirking as both of their swords sparked from the impact. Not even close, Vergil said dryly as he kicked at his younger brother. After he did, he tried to slash at him with Yamato, but Dante simply dodged the oncoming attack with ease. Come on, Vergil. You can do better than that, the younger Sparta mocked. Don't tempt me, Dante. I might take your head next, Vergil said bitterly as they clashed swords once more. Just like old times when Dad used to train us, Dante laughed. I doubt that since I always listened to Father while you were slacking off, Vergil said as he swung his katana at Dante, only to be blocked by his red-coated twin. You want to go and be some rock star. You shouldn't indulge in pointless hobbies. Don't be pointing fingers. You kept going to the library and studying like the nerd you were, Dante said, swinging his sword toward his older twin, who missed by a hair. You're wide open, Vergil stated before he strikes at his younger twin, only for the demon hunter to block the attack. Nice try, but I did that on purpose, Dante mocked his older brother. Clever, Vergil scoffed as he positioned his blade and charged demonic energy into it. Dante got in a similar stance to his brother and charged his own energy into his sword. When both energy slashes were launched, a dust cloud kicked up and the brothers rushed in to attack once more. When the dust settled, the sons of Sparta stopped to see that their weapons were caught by a third figure in white. The white-clad man halted their attacks by simply holding onto the tips of their blades like they were nothing but toothpicks. I think you two have had enough sparring for one day, the figure said as he pushed them both back in opposing directions. The man revealed himself to be the king of hell, Lucifer Morningstar. Good to see you again, Dante. Is that a new sword? Getting up, Dante faces the devil. Same. I wish it was from different circumstances. And yeah, my old one got an upgrade, the demon hunter said. Dante, who is this clown? Vergil asked his younger brother, looking at the man's pale face and red cheeks. Clown? My dear boy, you are looking at the king of hell himself, Lucifer said as he glared at Vergil, using some of his magic to pull the son of Sparta close to him. When Vergil was within reach, Lucifer dug his hand right into his body and made very aggressive eye contact with the elder twin. And you did something unforgivable. You unleashed the Qliphoth and brought so many sinners that you overpopulated hell, he said, clenching Vergil's beating heart. Do you know that your actions almost caused a conflict between me and heaven? I knew there were consequences when I got the full story. You really didn't think this through, did you, Vergil? Dante said as he approached his brother at the mercy of the devil. What about me, your highness? Am I in trouble? Dante, you get a pass for cutting down the tree. This one, on the other hand, is getting severely punished for his actions, Lucifer said in a dark tone as his eyes glowed red, squeezing Vergil's heart even tighter, actually causing the older son of Sparta to grunt out in pain. He saw the error he committed, and his human self did help out. He shouldn't be punished too much. Dante told the king of hell to let his brother off easy. I'll take responsibility for his actions. Lucifer took his hands out of Vergil's chest, which began to rapidly heal while the fallen angel was looking right at the younger Sparta. So, you'll make sure that he doesn't cause any more trouble than he needs to? You bet, Dante told the devil. Lucifer thought about it for a moment. Then he had a sly grin on his face. Very well. Then I'll hire him just like the last time I hired you. You two will be disposing of any demons and sinners that you wish to get rid of. Do we get paid? Dante asked. That depends, Lucifer told him before he looked at Vergil, whose chest was fully healed now. Your brother was nice enough, so I'll let you off easy. So this is it, Dante? You plan to sell us off to the devil, Vergil said to his brother as he stood up and is ready to cut him down. As Vergil ran forward and drew his katana, Lucifer caught the blade with 2 fingers and kept the man still while Dante spoke. Come on, you're gonna get all hissy because you won't do some community service, he asked his older twin. The older Sparta glared at his younger twin for a moment before Lucifer released his hold on the blade. Vergil then stepped away and sheathed Yamato before he replied. Fine. Only because the terms are agreeable. Since that's settled, you'll need lodging. I'm sure that my daughter's business will suffice as your brother counts as part of the clientele, Lucifer told them. You want us to stay at the Hazbin Hotel? Dante asked as his calm demeanor was slipping and his face drained of all color. Is that going to be a problem, Dante? Lucifer asked the demon hunter with his eyes narrowed. No problem at all. It's just been a while, Dante admitted as Vergil looked curious. Since they were under contract, so to speak, it was better to be in a place he's known other than an infested motel. So, are we going to get a lift? You can start walking that way. Lucifer pointed to both of the twins that lead to Pentagram City. Sighing, Dante and Vergil started to walk in the direction that was heading toward their destination. Once the two were out of range from the King of Hell, Lucifer took out his phone and started to dial his wife. After a few rings, Lilith picked up her phone. Lily, guess who's back in hell? Yep, you guessed it. He's with his brother. Turns out he caused this mess. Yes, they're going to take care of the overpopulation. I sent them to Charlie's hotel. No, I didn't tell him, because I wanted to be a surprise. I love you too, bye, he said before he hung up the phone and looked in the direction of the city. Dante, you have no idea how much Charlie misses you, he said as he vanishes into thin air, heading to his castle. Mind telling me what was all that back there, brother? Vergil asked as they walked the streets of Pentagram City. You want the long version or the short one? Dante asked with his hands behind his head. I don't give a damn, Vergil told him, still gripping Yamato as they walked. Short version, it is. The King of Hell hired me 7 years ago because of the overpopulation that happened here in Hell. I needed the money and I got to kill demons, Dante told him before continuing. Anyway, his wife, Lilith, asked me to go to their daughter's hotel to crash and help at the place. I helped her out and the place got fixed up. After some time, we started a date. Wait, you and Lucifer's daughter dated? Vergil asked, flabbergasted. That's hard to believe. It's true, Dante said. Fine, let's say I believe you. How did you break it off? Vergil asked him. I didn't break it off. I said goodbye and tried to call. But I forgot and I had new debts to pay. Dante admitted, embarrassed at what happened. You're an idiot, the older twin said. Like you're any better. Never told me who Nero's mother was. Dante jabbed a finger into his brother's chest. That is between me and myself, Vergil said coldly. I bet it was a hooker, Dante snarked, earning himself a cold glare from his older brother. The kid was in a cult when I first met him. Pretty sure his mom wasn't the best at making her life choices. As if you're any better, Vergil retorted. At least I tried to call her, Dante shot back before the twins reached their destination. Huh, it looks better than I remember it, he remarked as he looked at the hotel. In contrast to Dante's fond smile, Vergil has a look of confusion on his face as he gazed up at the hotel structure. Is that a ship attached to the building? Vergil asked. It looked a lot worse the first time I got here, Dante said to him before approaching the door and knocking. After a few seconds, the door opened to reveal a one-eyed moth demon that was familiar to Dante, but a surprise to Vergil. Welcome to THU. Hey, Vaggie, Dante greeted. Long time no see. The demon hunter's friendly greeting took a sudden turn when Vaggie's first reaction was to throw a knife into the half-demon's face immediately before the last word was uttered. ¿Por qué estás aquí? Why are you here? The moth demon shouted before reaching for another knife. You think you can just show up after all these years with what you did? Vaggie, I try to call back, Dante said as he pulled the knife out of his skull, only for a second to dig into his shoulder. Okay, I deserve that. Lame excuse. Is this the devil's daughter? Vergil questioned, looking at the blood that splattered on his coat. No, this is Vaggie. She's Charlie's girlfriend, Dante explained. Wife now, Vaggie replied, showing the ring on her finger before bitch slapping Dante with the same hand. Her loan, I then looked at the other son of Sparta. And who is he? Vaggie, this is my twin brother, Vergil. Vergil, this is Vagatha, Dante said while the imprint of a jeweled wedding ring was on his cheek. He's here because he fucked up with the Qliphoth tree and your father-in-law was pissed about it. I bet he was, Vaggie snarked as she looked at the twins. That also means you're here to fix the overpopulation problem? Might as well come in, she said as she allowed them inside the lobby. As Dante and Vergil stepped inside, they saw a multitude of various sinners and demons in the area. Business has been booming since I left, Dante said as he looked around to see the hotel with many sinners and demons either working or talking among themselves. The thing he ended up eyeing the most was a wall full of pictures of demons going into heaven known as the graduation wall. Ever since you killed Mundus and left, many demons started looking for redemption, and we had so many coming to the hotel after its grand reopening, Vaggie stated. But Alastair still likes to see the ones that fail. Calls it the best entertainment he's had since the Roaring Twenties. As much as I hate the guy, he's at least a good cook for the hotel. You sure it wasn't the shows I gave him? Dante asked smugly, prompting Vaggie to roll her eye. Anyone I know still around? The demon hunter asked. Yeah, Angel is still here, unfortunately. As well as Nifty and Husk, Vaggie told the red-clad Sparta. Velvet moved out a few years ago. She wanted to keep her overlord title, but she supports the hotel now. I don't care for who all these demons and sinners are. Where are we going anyway? Vergil asked the one-eyed moth demon impatiently. You're new, so you have to meet with Charlie. She's the owner of the hotel and head of rehabilitation, Vaggie said through gritted teeth. She could tell why Dante didn't get along with his twin. Soon, they headed upstairs and reached the third floor where Charlie's office was. When the three got there, Vaggie knocked on the door. Hun, do you have a minute? Of course. Come on in, Charlie said from the other side of the door. The moth demon opened the door slightly to walk in while keeping the white-haired twins in the hall. When Vaggie entered, Charlie was looking over some paperwork before locking eyes with her wife. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. But it's a surprise, Vaggie said, forcing an awkward smile onto her face. The Princess of Hell gasped excitedly as her eyes shined brightly. You got me a surprise. What is it? She smiled, rushing out of her chair and bouncing on the balls of her feet while hugging her wife. Just brace yourself, Vaggie told her as she got out of Charlie's bear hug and walked to the door. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door fully to let both sons of Sparta in. Charlie's smile dropped to one of shock as she walked up to the man in red. Dante? Is that really you? Hey, Charlie, Dante said cautiously. As he expected, the Princess of Hell slapped him across the face, leaving a red mark that matched Vaggie's previous hand mark, complete with an imprint of the jewel from her wedding ring. Yeah, I definitely deserve that one, he admitted before facing her. Yes, you did, Charlie nodded. 7 years, and you don't even call me. No message, no handwritten letter, nothing. Okay, I don't have a good excuse, but I did try calling, Dante told her. After venting her anger with a slap, the Princess of Hell then hugged the demon hunter. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Charlie. Dante hugged her back and they enjoyed the embrace. After separating, Dante spoke again. You look good. Thanks. You look decent, Charlie told him, trying to put a smile on for him. You don't have to lie to make me feel better. I look like a mess. But that's only because I was in a coma for an entire month, Dante told her. You were in a coma for an entire month, Charlie asked him as she and Vaggie were shocked at the news. How did that happen? Mostly because of him, Dante said, pointing his thumb at Vergil behind him. Charlie now noticed the man that looks like Dante, but with different features. Wait, is that your brother? She asked, looking back and forth between the brothers. Definitely twins, but you have a more handsome and rugged look when you cleaned up, Dante. So this is the Princess of Hell, Vergil said, walking to Charlie as he eyed her judgingly. The one who persuaded my brother into a relationship. That comment made Charlie's face go tomato red as she twirled her hair. Well, it was special, she said, but focused on Vergil. Why did you send your brother to a 1-month coma? It's quite simple. To gain power, Vergil stated. Power? Charlie asked as she tilted her head to the side in confusion. He planted the Qliphoth and made a mess on Earth, Dante told her. He did what? Charlie shouted in both anger and surprise. That's forbidden even in hell. How did you know how to use that sickening ritual? He was Mundus' puppet for a time, so the ritual must have been in one of those books on Mallet Island, Dante said, since that would make the most sense. But it's a long story. We have time. It's the least you can do since you couldn't get in touch with me, Charlie stated. Good point, Dante said as he started to explain the events that happened in Redgrave City. He elaborated on how Vergil cut his own son's arm off to gain his Yamato, to use it to separate his human half from his demon half. The demon half of him, Urizen, unleashed many minions and lieutenants before knocking Dante out for a month until he was founded by Vergil's human self. He also made sure to tell how Nero helped out when he could. Charlie was especially captivated by the explanation of how Dante used the remains of the rebellion and Sparta by fusing them with his own power to create his new abilities and sword. With the story of his new sword explained, he then told her about how he beat Urizen and how V and Urizen became Vergil again. Then after we fought each other again, Nero woke up his own devil trigger and used it to kick his dad's ass. After he got some sense beaten into us, Vergil and I started to cut down the Qliphoth, and here we are, hired by your dad to help with the new overpopulation problem. Charlie listened to him and was stunned by the story as she looked at Dante. So you're here because your brother basically fucked with something out of his control, and You have to clean up his mess? Story of my life. Really, Dante said to her. Charlie then stood up and walked up to Vergil, slapping him across the face with a loud smack. That one was for harming humans, she said before slapping him across the other cheek. And that one was for hurting your own son. I mean, I would never hurt my kids. Did she say her kids? Dante thought to himself as his eyes went wide. Charlie, what did you mean by dash? Mommy. A little girl's voice interrupted the demon hunter's thoughts. The two men turned to see the voice belonged to a miniature version of Charlie, complete with pale white skin, red cheeks, and red eyes. The only difference was that her hair was a platinum blonde that went down her back freely and wore a small salmon pink dress and dark shoes. She ran up to Charlie, and the Princess of Hell lifted her up. Mikey is being mean to me. Suddenly, a boy with silver white hair that went down to his shoulders, fair skin, and red eyes barged into the room. He was wearing a black pentagram shirt, long pants, and black and red sneakers. Mom, don't listen to her. I told her so many times not to play with Kiki too much. I was not. Was too. Enough, Charlie said as she looks at them both and told them both in a calm manner. Eva, Michael is right. I know you love Kiki, but she's not a toy. And Michelle, stop arguing with your sister. I don't want you two growing up hating each other. Yes, Mom, they both said in unison. After they apologized to each other, Eva noticed Dante first. Mommy, who's that? And why does he look like Mikey? Dante was shocked as he looked at them. As he looked at the girl, he saw that there wasn't only Charlie in the appearance of her, but some traits that made him think of his own mother. When he turned to look at Michael, the boy looked at the red-coated man as well. No way are they? Sighing to herself, Charlie nodded her head. Yes, Dante. I want you to meet Michael and Eva. They're our kids. Upon hearing that, Vergil could only stare in silence before Dante muttered one thing as he rubbed the back of his head. I've got a lot of birthdays to catch up on. Author note. And that is where we will leave this off. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Dante and Charlie had twins. Now I know what most of you are thinking. It's a 1 out of 125 chance a twin can have twins. But it's still something that can happen in real life, and it's my story. As for Vaggie and Charlie being married, 7 years had passed, so it's kind of normal. Plus, it's a canon relationship, and they're adorable. And yes, the second ring will be put on Charlie's finger by Dante later in the story. Dante needs to catch up with his kids first and stitch up some wounds. Plus it's hell, so polygamy is legal down there. And I want to thank Water Dragon Maverick for the help in editing. Also on a side note, I'm making my own enemies because in the prequel you wanted Devil May Cry enemies. You got Devil May Cry enemies and were disappointed. So I'm making my own enemies, but there is one foe from the series, but he will not have a major fight. Most of the fights will be from my creation or Hazbin Hotel, but mainly my own. Anyway, please follow, favorite, and leave a review. And like always, I'll see all of you in hell. Chapter 2. Mission 2. Children of Dante. After being told the news of the twins, Dante and Vergil joined everyone downstairs in the lobby to discuss everything. As they sat on one of the large couches, the twins looked at the two half-demons resembling one of them. So let me get this straight. This old, smelly hobo is my dad, Michael asked, looking at Dante. Hey, respect your old man, Dante told his son before looking at Charlie. How old are they? 6. They're going to be 7 next week, Charlie answered. With our earlier discussion in mind, you're the pot calling the kettle black, brother, Vergil said with a smug grin. And you happen to get a Father of the Year award, Dante asked sarcastically. So when did you find out? Not going to even ask how, Vaggie questioned, glaring at Dante with her arms crossed. I know about the birds and the bees. We can skip that question, Dante said, shrugging his shoulders. What's the birds and the bees? Eva asked curiously as she tilted her head. Adult talk, honey, Charlie told her daughter. She then looked at Dante and told him about how her life with the twins was. I found out a week after you left. Flashback 7 years ago. I hope everyone is hungry. I made some jambalaya like Mother used to make, Alastair said as he brought dishes to the dining hall. It looks great, El. Charlie smiled as the infamous radio demon served a plate for her and passed dishes all around to the staff and hotel guests. Immediately, Charlie stuffed a fork full of the stuff in her mouth, but she suddenly felt nauseous and started throwing it back up. Whoa, hey, we're all eating over here. Angel says he felt disgusted that Charlie did that. What did you put in there? Vaggie asked angrily as she eyed Alastair. Nothing out of the ordinary. Shrimp, rice, onions, chicken, and everything else I put in when I first made it before, Alastair said with his smile never leaving his face. I'm fine, Vaggie. I don't know what's going on with me. I'll go and see a doctor tomorrow. You don't need to worry about me, the Princess of Hell told her girlfriend and the guests. The following day, Charlie was accompanied by Razzle and Dazzle to the Sloth Ring, where a doctor in a plague mask arrived with test results after asking Charlie standard information. Okay, I know why you've been feeling sick, Princess. Is it serious? Charlie asked the doctor. That depends. When was the last time you had sex with a man? The doctor asked back. A week ago, I guess. Charlie said as she didn't know why he would ask that. That would explain it, the doctor said. Explain what? It's quite simple, Your Highness. You may be with child. The doctor told her as Charlie's eyes went wide with surprise and shock. I'm pregnant. It seems so, but just to be sure, we're going to have a few different tests done, the doctor told her as he handed her different types of pregnancy tests. After 15 minutes, all of the tests turned out positive. It seems you are with child. Princess, congratulations. The news shook Charlie, but she was happy to hear the news. She's going to be a mother. Tears of joy went down her cheek. Dante, you gave me something to remember you by. After her trip to the hospital, Charlie gathered all the hotel guests in the lobby. What's the news, my dear? Alastor asked the Princess of Hell. Is it serious? He asked. No, that's the thing. I'm not sick, Charlie told them all. The few that were gathered around her looked on in confusion. You're not sick? Then what is it? Terry asked. Well, I'm pregnant, Charlie told the others, prompting an immediate spit take from not only Husk and Angel, but also Vaggie as well. Pregnant, Vaggie shouted in shock. You're having a baby? How? It's not rocket science, Husk told the one-eyed moth demon. She and Dante fucked each other's brains out a week ago. Oh my gosh, I have to start knitting, Nifty said as she ran out of the hotel. 10 minutes later, she was back with mountains of yarn and started making clothes for the kid inside Charlie. Congratulations, Summer, Dia, Candy, and AJ said in unison. I'm going to post this on Voxtagram, Velvet said as she was ready to share the news, but Vaggie snatched the phone away from her and easily crushed it in her grip. What the fuck? No one is sharing this news right now, Vaggie told them all. The hotel is still in need of repairs, and we just found out Charlie is pregnant. Hell is still recovering from Mundus attacking, and his minions or supporters are still out there. She has a point. If we say that Charlie's been knocked up with Dante's crotch spawn, she'd be hunted down like a deer, Angel Dust said, agreeing with Vaggie. No offense, he told Alastor. None taken, the radio demon replied with his usual smile. So, it's agreed that we stay quiet about this, he asked the others, emphasized by the sound of radio static coming from his voice. Until signs start to show, Bullet said. But that's not for months. I do have to tell Mom and Dad, Charlie told everyone. This is their grandchild. They do have some right to know. Let's wait a little bit, hon. I agree we should tell them, but let's wait for a little bit. Until Hell is somewhat back to normal, Vaggie advised. All right, the Princess of Hell said, as she did need to focus on the hotel. A few weeks later, after Terry, AJ, Dia, and Summer got into heaven, the damage done by Mundus and his forces was looking back to normal. Or at least, close to it. Charlie didn't show any physical signs of her pregnancy, but she was nervous on the car ride to visit her parents. Charlie, what's wrong? Vaggie asked her girlfriend. It's just, what will they think when they hear the news? How will they react? What if they disown me? Charlie asked as negative thoughts filled her mind. Charlie, don't say that. Sure, your dad was disappointed at the idea of the hotel, but he started to respect it since there have been successful cases, Vaggie told her, putting her hand over Charlie's. Not to mention it's with someone they actually like. Thanks, Vaggie. I needed that, Charlie said before she kissed her girlfriend on the lips. After a few moments, one of the imp butlers answered the door. Welcome, Princess. Your parents prepared dinner for you and Miss Vagatha. Thank you, Klaus. We'll be right in. Charlie thanked the butler before she and Vaggie followed behind him. As they arrived at the dining room, Lucifer was sitting at the head of the table, wearing his signature white suit with his hat set aside to his right. To his left was Lilith, who was wearing a violet dress that showed her midriff and a gold necklace with a charm in the shape of an apple with a snake coiled around it. Mom. Hi, Dad. Charlie greeted her parents as she walked to the opposite side of the table and took a seat. So, how are things at home? Everything is okay, Charlie. We got rid of what remained of Mundus followers, Lucifer said as he cut his steak. How's your hotel? It's doing great. I got 4 more clients into heaven. The Princess of Hell told her father as the servants gave her and Vaggie their meals. The imp offered her some wine, but she declined right away. And I have a tour around hell now that the mess has been cleaned up, Lilith told her daughter. That's great, Mom. I can't wait to see you sing again, Charlie said as she smiled at her mother, but was only prodding at her food with a fork. Is something wrong, Charlie? Lilith asked her daughter as she noticed the young demon hardly ate. I'm Fina, Mom. Thanks for asking, Charlie said to her and set the fork down. But there is something I need to tell you both. Just promise me you won't get upset. Upset? Honey, you can tell us anything. We're not going to get mad at you, Lilith assured her. Well, it depends on what it is, Lucifer said as this earned him an elbow to his arm by his wife. But whatever the news is, we'll understand. You're not planning to go to heaven yourself, are you? No, nothing like that, Charlie said while she shook her head. I'm having a baby. Both the king and queen of hell dropped their silverware at the news. I am sorry, dear. What did you say? Lucifer asked. Charlie was looking nervous as she blurted out her announcement. Taking a deep breath, she repeated her message. Mom, Dad, I'm pregnant. After a few minutes of silence, Lilith was the first to get out of her chair and walk towards her daughter. Charlie's face looked paler than her usual as her mother's face was hidden. Oh no, she's pissed, Charlie thought to herself as she was ready to be slapped across the face. But the slap never came. Instead, her mother simply hugged her. Darling, that's wonderful news, Lilith said as she had a smile on her face. So how long did you find out you were pregnant? Are you have a boy or a girl? Charlie was nervous about what her mom said as she took a minute to answer those questions. I found out a few weeks ago, and I'm not sure what the gender is yet. When you're a few months in, we'll see the baby. After that, we'll have a baby shower. Doesn't that sound good, honey? Lilith asked her husband, who she just noticed was in a trance. Dad, are you okay? Charlie asked her father as he was staring into space. My baby's having a baby, Lucifer said to no one in particular. He's so happy that he's in shock, Lilith said to her daughter. He had that same look when I told him I was pregnant with you. Shaking out of his trance, Lucifer looked at his wife and daughter. I hope it won't go the same way, the king of hell said as he remembered Lilith's mood swings. It wasn't that bad, Lilith said, laughing it off. Tell that to Pompeii. Lucifer mumbled as he remembered the time she didn't get her cravings right, and her anger got so bad it caused Mt. Vesuvius to erupt. So did you tell Dante? No, I did. Wait, how did you know I'm pregnant with Dante's child? Charlie asked as she didn't tell them who she was pregnant with. Charlie, we both know it's obvious who slept with you, Lucifer said in a deadpan tone. Even if most of your companions weren't sinners, Alastor is asexual and Vaggie's a woman. Plus, you said you found out a few weeks ago, soon after Dante left. I think the answer is very obvious. Okay, you got me there, Charlie told her father. But I don't know his phone number. Back to the present. Wait, you didn't know my phone number, Dante asked the princess of hell as she shook her head. I knew I forgot something. Make you look real stupid, doesn't it? Vaggie chuckled at the demon hunter. I feel less guilty, since I didn't know I had kids with her. But I forgive you, Dante told Charlie, who smiled back at her. But I'm wondering if it's as bad as what your parents said when you were going through mood swings. And when did you find out that you were having twins? Immediately, Alastor's eye twitched and the sounds of a great battle filled the room as he remembered the terrors of a pregnant Charlie Morningstar. The things we've witnessed are worse than you'd ever imagine. I wasn't that bad, Charlie argued. I think my hands beg to differ, Princess, Angel Dust remarked. I think I'm going to need context, Dante stated. Let's talk about when Charlie's symptoms really started to show up, Vaggie said as she began to explain the months of when Charlie was expecting. Flashback to 4 months into Charlie's pregnancy. It had been 3 months since the hotel's reopening as Angel Dust was shooting pool with an alligator-like sinner. 8-ball in the corner pocket. Handsome, the former porn star declared as he made a shot and the ball was rolling down to the corner, but the ground suddenly shook and made the 8-ball fly off the table. Sanuvovich. The ground then shook again and woke Husk up from the lounge. What the fuck is going on? A hell shake. Seems like somebody's stomping. Hard, Nifty pointed out as it shook the ground once again. Suddenly, Alastor came running out of the dining hall. His suit was torn and breathing heavily. But what got everyone's attention was he wasn't smiling at all. He was frowning and looked scared out of his wits. Run. That one word was all he could muster before flying with the door. Smoke erupted to where the door once was, and a silhouette of Charlie was seen. As the smoke cleared, she was in her demon form with her horns sticking out. Her scara was yellow, her pupils red, her teeth razor sharp. Her fingernails became long red claws, and her belly was showing the results of her pregnancy. Where's my peanut butter gumbo? Oh fuck, she's having an angry craving. Everyone run for your afterlives. She's the worst kind of hangry there is, Angel Dust shouted, scared out of his mind. Many sinners ran out or hide from the hangry princess as some were knocked to the side and had their limbs broken or torn. Give me an ice cream hoagie with pineapples and ketchup, she demanded as she stomped into the city as neither Hellborn nor Sinner ever stood a chance. The terrifying demands of the pregnant demon princess were the only thing people heard before there were casualties. News flash on Channel 666. Good afternoon, I'm Tom Trench. And I'm Caroline Clamper. We interrupt this program to bring you an emergency announcement. Princess Charlie Morningstar is on a pregnancy-induced, craving-fueled rampage, Tom announced. The princess was seen in the city destroying buildings and harming civilians because they wouldn't give her the food she wanted. Such cravings include a 20-foot-long hot dog covered in 6 layers of different sauces, a beer-battered turkey covered in pretzels and topped with whipped cream, a meat salad with crawfish and shrimp topped with chocolate sauce, the mother of all steaks, and a drink called the Mississippi Queen. Oh man, can you imagine the faces of anybody who has to make those for her, Caroline said. So if you happen to see her, we here at Channel 666 have some advice for you, Tom said before grabbing the camera and shaking it. Run for your fucking lives. Suddenly, The door to the studio was broken down, and there stood Charlie with the head of Jeffrey Dahmer. Charlie rushed in before the screen showed a Technicolor display that read, "Technical difficulties, please stand by." Back to the present time. Both Dante and Vergil were surprised and stunned that Charlie's hunger caused panic throughout hell. Charlie was looking sheepish as the story was told. "I don't know how I would have handled that. On one hand, I dodged a bullet. On the other, I should be responsible," Dante said to her. "And you should," Vaggie rolled her eyes. Even if it was funny seeing Alastair and Angel piss themselves. "I can still hear her cries for strawberry and sardine po' boys," Alastair said as he shook in fear at the memory. "I could use a strawberry sundae myself," Dante remarked. "I don't know why you indulge in sugar like that, Dante. I've never known another demon who would willing to enjoy it." Vergil scoffed before he suddenly fell to the floor from Eva climbing onto his head. "I want a strawberry sundae." "Can I, Mom?" "Can I have one?" the girl asked, giving her mom the biggest puppy dog eye she could. "Can I have one too, Mom?" Michael asked as well, pulling off the same look as his sister. "Looks like my kids take after me." Dante smirked as he took his daughter off Vergil's head and looks at her. "You like pizza?" "I love pizza, with everything on it. Except for olives, they're yucky," Eva said before she stuck out her tongue. "The bane of all pizza toppings," Michael said grimly. "You are definitely my kids," Dante chuckles as he puts his daughter on his lap. "You have no idea," Vaggie said with a roll of her eye. "Tell you what, you two can go get ice cream with your father tomorrow, if you behave," Charlie told her children. "Yes, Mom," they both said in unison. "Good. Now go to bed," the Princess of Hell told them both. "But Mom," Michael tries to argue. "Hey, listen to your mother. She's looking out for you and your sister. She has for nearly 7 years," Dante said to him. "Fine," the boy said as he marched upstairs with his sister beside him. "Don't mind Michael. He's a good kid. It's just that seeing his father for the first time is dash. A lot to take in. I figure," Dante said as his own dad was away sometimes on missions, but made time for him and Vergil when possible. "I get why you named the girl Eva, but where did Michael come from?" "I named him after my uncle Michael," Charlie told him. "That's when I found out I was having twins." Flashback to 6 months into Charlie's pregnancy. Charlie was in the doctor's office with Vaggie, Lucifer, and Lilith as the Princess of Hell was laying on an adjustable bed looking at a sonogram. "There they are, Your Highness," Vaggie asked the doctor. "She's having twins. And by the looks of it, it seems to be a boy and a girl," the doctor told the moth woman. "I'm having twins," Charlie asked as she had tears of joy in her eyes as she looked at the sonogram while rubbing her stomach. "Just a few more months. It would probably be best to be here within a few days of arrival if they don't come early," the doctor said. "Do you have any ideas for names?" "I've always been fond of Beatrice," Lilith suggested. "Beatrice. I like that name, but I'll use it for a middle name. I want to name her Eva, after Dante's mother," Charlie said to her. "Eva Beatrice Morningstar." "Not Sparta?" Lucifer asked as wondered why she didn't take Dante's surname. "I'm not married to Dante," Charlie explained. "Now for the boy. Are you going to name him after me?" Lucifer asked as if pleading. "I don't know, Dad. Your name is unique on its own. Only you should have it," Charlie stated, getting her dad to tear up slightly. "I think for the boy. What about naming him after one of your brothers?" "Really? You want to name your own son after one of those holier-than-thou, pompous featherbrains?" Lucifer asked in outrage. "I'm down here because of them." "One good thing to come out of it, honey. We got together," Lilith told her husband. "Yes, that's true, apple pie. But I won't forgive them," he said, pouting. "Who were you closest to before your fall, Dad?" Charlie asked. "Before my fall?" Lucifer repeated her question. "I hate to admit it, but it was Michael." "You and Uncle Michael were close," Charlie asked her father. Key word was, "But he does talk to me from time to time," Lucifer told his daughter. "After all, he did name you." "He named me Charlotte," Charlie asked as she now knew an interesting fact. "In that case, I'll call him Michael. Maybe you'll get along with this one more." "Maybe," Lucifer said after a moment of silent judging. "And for his middle name, how about Azazel?" Charlie asked her father. "That'll be wonderful," Lucifer said. "From how they're growing, I'd say that they'll be born around June. Probably in time for the start of summer," the doctor noted as the ultrasound finished up. "Good to know," the Queen of Hell stated before kissing her daughter on the cheek. "Don't go into a rage, turning hell upside down. I know I did when I had to give birth to you," Lilith told Charlie. "Took me 6 days to get the feeling in my hand again," Lucifer remarked as he remembered the day Charlie was born. "In any case, we'll be seeing 2 important things in hell in 3 months," the devil said as Charlie rubbed her baby bump with a smile on her face. June 21st, 20XX. Early that morning, Charlie's water broke and the doctors took her in immediately. Because of Angel Dust being the first to notice, he joined Charlie and Vaggie to the hospital. "Okay, Charlie, just keep breathing," Angel Dust told her as he held her hand. "Easier said than done. You're not the one giving birth," Charlie growled as she was crushing his hand. The spider sinner yelped out in pain, but he couldn't complain because of what she was going through. "Come on, hun. It'll all be over soon," Vaggie said to her, trying to calm her down. Doctors rushed back and forth, treating the princess of hell with the care she needed. Fuck, this hurts so bad. Charlie yelled at the top of her lungs, which made all the windows shatter. Are we too late? Lucifer asked as he entered the room with Lilith following right behind him. No, it didn't even start yet, Angel Dust said with a whimper as another pair of his hands were crushed. The Queen of Hell got next to her daughter, and she started to instruct her. Charlie, I know it's painful, but you have to listen. Take deep breaths, dear. Oh, calm, Charlie said, crying as the pain didn't leave her, but started to take deep breaths to steady herself. Okay, that's good. Keep breathing now, push. Charlie pushed with all of her might as some doctors patted her head with a sponge. She pushed again as she felt her first baby coming. Again, she pushed as hard as she could and screamed until she heard crying. It's the boy, one of the doctors announced as the firstborn was cleaned up and the umbilical cord was cut by Lucifer. You're doing good, Charlie. Just one more to go. Vaggie encouraged her to continue. Ah! Charlie screamed as she pushed very hard. After another 11 minutes, her daughter was born and Vaggie cut the other umbilical cord. After the twins were cleaned up, they were wrapped into individual blankets and handed to Charlie. Holding them in both arms, Charlie couldn't help but tear up. My beautiful children, the bursts of sunshine of my life, she said, smiling weakly. Michael Azazel and Eva Beatrice Morningstar. You did good, hun. Vaggie smiles, kissing her girlfriend's forehead. They're beautiful, Lilith said as she looked at her grandchildren. Yeah, the Spartacrot spawn are cute, Angel Dust said as all his hands were bandaged up by a nurse. Don't call my babies that or you won't get to hold them, Charlie scolded with a weak but serious expression on her face. I can't today anyways, Angel Dust told her, showing all 6 of his bandaged hands. But I can, Lucifer said, wanting to hold one of his grandkids. Charlie allowed her father to take Eva while her mother took Michael. Eva definitely has Charlie's features as well as mine, the King of Hell said with a grin on his face. Michael gets his looks from Dante and Sparta. I'm sure he'll be quite the looker when he grows up, Lilith said as she held her grandson. And Eva will be as beautiful as both her mother and me. Nothing can't match your beauty, Mom, Charlie said to her mother as she was given back both twins. But I'll be sure to raise them and take care of them to the best of my abilities. End of flashback. 1 year later, Vaggie and I got married, and we were raising both Michael and Eva with some help from Angel, Alastair, Nifty, and Husk. Charlie finished her story of the twins. Dante was leaning forward on the couch as he takes a deep, heavy sigh. Charlie, I know I'm not going to be easily forgiven for not being with you or the kids for a long time. I also know I'm in the doghouse with you, but at least let me be with the kids. And since when are you ever good with children? Vergil asked with a raised eyebrow. I had a few bumps, but I did babysit from time to time. Besides, I looked after your brat for 8+ years. Dante countered back his brother's comment. This made both brothers glare at one another as Vergil had his thumb under Yamato while Dante summoned his devil sword in his hands. Suddenly, a powerful aura was surrounding Charlie as her eyes became slit. If you both want to stay here, then you're not allowed to fight with each other, she warned them both. Both brothers looked at the Princess of Hell, then back to one another, then back to her, and back off. He started it, both sons of Sparta said in unison, whining like they were 8 years old. I don't care, I'm ending it, Charlie said in a strict manner, thanks to her 7 years of being a mother. Now, you both are going to share a room with one another for the night. If you can manage that without killing each other, I'll give you separate rooms. Wait, I can't sleep in the same bed as you, Dante asked. You have to earn that back. You're going to be with your kids tomorrow, and I'll see how you do, Charlie told the demon hunter with crossed arms as her eyes locked on the other Sparta. As for you, you'll be helping clean the hotel with Nifty and do chores. I'm no one's servant, Vergil said with a cold tone. You're going to have to be if you don't want to be in Lucifer's own torture chamber, Vaggie told him with gritted teeth. Listen to them, Vergil. You don't want to hit rock bottom, Dante told his older twin. Vergil narrowed his eyes at the Princess of Hell and her wife. Phoenix. Good. Now, Husk will give you your keys, and you'll be on the 3rd floor in the middle of the hallway, Charlie told them. And for fuck's sake, shower and shave. I personally don't mind stubble, but at least take care of yourself while you're going to try and be a dad. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, Dante said as he got off the couch and the winged cat center tossed the twins their room keys. Once both Sparta twins were upstairs, Charlie let out a huge sigh of relief. That was intense, she said as Vaggie massaged her shoulders. No kidding, that Vergil guy's an arrogant dick, Angel Dust remarked as he got a refill on his drink. If I did flirt with him, I feel like he was going to chop me up into cubes of meat. Nobody wants to see that. Especially since you've probably still got all those STDs, Vaggie shot back. Hey, I'm clean now, Angel yelled. Do I have to separate you too? Charlie scolded yet again. No, both bug-like sinners said with their heads lowered. Good, I'm going to bed, Charlie told the group as she headed upstairs. Never seen Charlie with fire in her eyes since the battle against Mundus. Alastair said as he watched the Princess of Hell ascend the stairs. She met her baby daddy for the first time in 7 years. His fucking brother too. You can tell she's tense, Husk said, wiping a glass off. I wouldn't be surprised if she took him back. No offense, Bugs. None taken. Luckily, polygamy is legal in hell. And she's the princess anyway. The Moth Center said as she did wonder what Charlie was feeling right now. I can't believe you and Lucifer's daughter were a thing, Vergil said as he lay on his side of the room with a twin bed while Dante got out of the shower. What can I say? I'm good with the ladies, Dante said as he sat on his bed, feeling freshly shaven face. I can't believe I've been a dad for the past 7 years. So what will you do? Train them like father used to do with us, the older Sparta asked. Dad trained us like soldiers because he knew we will be attacked and how to defend ourselves. If anything, I'll at least give them a small lesson. But I'm going to be a father first and an instructor second, Dante said as he lay back on his bed looking at the ceiling. Since we're on the topic of knocking up one's spouse, who did you do it with to make Nero? I don't feel like talking about it, Vergil said, turning to his side, back to Dante. It was a hooker, wasn't it? Dante said with a grin. Go to hell, Vergil spat back. Already here, Dante said with a mockingly cheerful voice. Come on, give me something. A name at least. Her name was Angela. That's all I'm giving you, Vergil replied. Ironic that you got with her because of the name. Then again, Charlie's parents are a sexy demon and a fallen angel, the younger brother remarked. And how did you two make it official? Vergil asked, head slightly turned to his brother. It was funny since I helped her mother at a concert being her guitarist at a show and pushed us since she saw something. Dante remarked about the battle of the bands against Verosca Mayday. I never expected that, Vergil said as he let loose a small yawn. Best to rest up. We both have a long day. Night, dumbass. Good night, bastard, Dante said, turning off the lights. Author note. And that is all for this chapter. I had to get Charlie's mood swings added, as well as her weird cravings. Made poor Alastair frown for the first time. As for Michael and Eva's middle names, Eva's middle name Beatrice derives from Beatrice Portinari, the lover of Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy, while Michael's is from the demon Azazel, who is also a fallen angel. Not to be confused with Azrael, the angel of death. Also, I want to thank Water Dragon Maverick for editing, beta reading, and suggestions. Before we get into the action, Dante is going to spend time with his kids, but I will promise one action scene. So please follow, favorite, and review. And as always, I'll see you in hell. Chapter 3. Author note. Hello sinners. I'm back with another chapter for all of you. Now, this is the chapter where Dante starts to be a dad. So the following chapters after this will be Dante and Vergil going to do their jobs. Let's answer some reviews. Lightblade 1121. I agree with you. He is more calm-mannered and gentlemanly. So I'll put that in more when he is not around Dante. And everybody curses once in a while. Charlie is sweet, but even she drops the F-bomb once in a while. Brolic 445. It's more sparring than actual fighting. Or else they will both be in the doghouse for sure. 54 Gatamora. Yeah, she literally tore up all of hell. Maybe even worse than the exterminators. Spudhead 1. They will surely be double dead, or Charlie will be tearing up hell again. Nitrode 816. Michael and Eva will have a weapon. I won't say what they will get, but the weapons will be their birthday present. For Vergil, finding love. I have some candidates, so he's hell's new bachelor. Clown 2107. Yes, he still has his devil arms from the events of Devil May Cry 5. And they will be trained, but not this chapter. And I may include some of the devil arms he got in the prequel. Anyway, as always, let's dive into hell. Mission 3, Day Out with Dad. The following day, Dante and Vergil woke up and descended the stairs to get their day started. The older brother had a fresh cup of Earl Grey tea, while the younger brother had a cup of coffee with some milk. Did the two of you sleep well last night? Alastair asked as he had a grin on his face. I hope you two didn't try to murder one another in each other's sleep. Sorry to disappoint you, Smiles. We haven't tried stabbing each other once since we got up in the room, Dante told the radio demon as he sipped his coffee. Not like it will do us any good, Vergil muttered as he sipped his tea. Soon enough, guests and clients of the hotel started to grab breakfast and found their seats. After another minute, Charlie arrived with Eva and Michael. Eat your breakfast, kids. I need to speak with your father for a few minutes, she told her children. The twins replied, yes, to their mom as they ran to get their food. The Princess of Hell then walked towards the demon hunter with a small book in her hands. The kids are all yours for the day. I've written down some information you'll need about them here, in case you need it. I'll let you guys go where you want, but don't take them to greed or lust at all. Come on, babe. You make it sound like I caused trouble. Even I know where kids should and can't be, Dante told her with a smirk. I know you're not a troublemaker, Dante. I just want to make it clear we're not to take them, Charlie said to him. Also, I'm giving you some cash and a hell phone. She handed him $1,000 and a hellish-looking cell phone. Don't spend it all in one place, and don't spoil them. Dad did that, and they thought they could get away with anything. They couldn't, she added with a stern glare in the direction of the young twins, fighting over who got better berries with their waffles. Aye, aye, Captain Mom, Dante said with a finger salute, having a slice of bacon and an egg as his breakfast. After finishing his food, he looked at his kids and saw the differences between them just from their choice of meals alone. The demon hunter could tell that his daughter had more of a sweet tooth, as she had a plate of waffles covered in strawberries, blueberries, and bananas that were covered in syrup and whipped cream. On the other hand, his was more daring as he had sausages and eggs on top of his waffle covered in hot sauce. Half an hour later, they finished their breakfast, and the devil hunter approached them both. All right, kids, today you're going to be hanging out with your old man for the day. Yay, we're going to spend time with Daddy, Eva cheered. All right, Michael said dully. Something tells me he holds something against me. Don't blame him, though. At least Dad was with me and Vergil at times, Dante mentally thought to himself as he shrugged. Soon, he led the kids out of the hotel and to the front of the building. Vergil watched as Dante brought his thumb and index finger to the lips and whistled into them. A second or so passed until Zephyrus came out through a flaming pentagram that came from nowhere. Seeing the demonic stallion, Vergil couldn't help silently gawking with wide eyes being the only sign of his shock. Been a while, Zephyrus, the demon hunter, smiled as he patted the horse's side. I would take my other ride, but I think you want to see me. Wait, is that? Vergil asked, as he couldn't believe that it was the horse his father rode into battle. Eva was in awe as she stared at the demonic horse with big, sparkling eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it, Dante said smugly to his older brother as he lifted his son up onto the hellish horse's back first, then helped his daughter up. After he got on, he gripped the reins and urged Zephyrus forward, galloping off toward the city. Let's go, kids. Faster, faster, Eva exclaimed as she was happily enjoying the ride of Zephyrus. Dante took his kids around Pentagram City on horseback as he decided on their first destination. This should be a good place to start, Dante said, looking at the book Charlie gave him for inspiration. Both of them were into the same type of music he was into, so the demon hunter took them to a music store to pick out CDs or vinyl records. You're taking us to a record store? Michael asked with a raised brow. I know, it's not the most exciting thing to hang around in, but it's something that you won't be embarrassed by, Dante said to his son as he jumped off the horse and got his kids off next. I guess so, Michael said as they walked into the store together. I wonder if they have Grandma's new album out, Eva asked in wonder. Not likely. She would have a big event about it, Michael said with his arms crossed. Not surprised you would listen to her from time to time. I came to appreciate her talent as a musician after I played with her for one night, Dante said. Wait, you played with Grandma on stage? Michael asked as he was flabbergasted. Your mom didn't tell you? It was the night me and her got together, Dante told his kids. Really? Eva asked as her eyes sparkled, wondering how the event went by. To make a long story short, your grandmother's guitarist wasn't feeling so well. I filled in his spot, the demon hunter told them both. You play the guitar, Michael asked as he sounded intrigued, but was trying hard to hide it. And drums, Dante added as he picked up a vinyl record of Bon Jovi. Oh, AC/DC, Eva said as she picked up another record. And it's the Back in Black album. Can we get it, Daddy? Pretty pleased with strawberries. Got me at the strawberries, Dante chuckled as he picked up the record. So, champ, see something you like? Yeah, Michael said as he picked up two CDs. One was Disturbed and the other was Metallica. Not bad, Dante said looking over his choice of music. Whatever, Michael said in a flat tone. The demon hunter mentally sighed to himself as he knew that compared to his cheerful daughter, it was not going to be easy to bond with his son. But he did get somewhere when he told him that he played guitar. The demon hunter soon paid for the records and CDs before stashing them in the saddlebags of Zephyrus until they returned to the hotel. So, where would you kids like to go next? Can we go to the toy store? Eva asked. You already got a new toy last week, dummy, Michael told his sister. No, I didn't. And I'm not a dummy. You're the dummy, Eva shouted at her older twin brother as her scara turned red and her pupils became silver slits. Hey, Dante raised his voice at them both. You fight, we'll go straight home, Dante told the twins in a strict tone, making Eva's eyes return to normal. We'll go to the toy store, but it'll just be window shopping. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir, the twins said with their heads lowered. Good. Now apologize to one another, Dante told them both. Both Eva and Michael looked at one another, forcing eye contact. I'm sorry. Like you mean it, Dante told them with other arms crossed, giving them both the look his father gave to him and Vergil when they were younger. I'm sorry, the twins said to each other. That's better. Now, let's get going to the toy store, Dante said as he helped up his kids. The demon hunter and the kids rode off to the closest toy store, which was only a few minutes away on Zephyrus. Immediately after getting off the horse, Eva went straight in and looked at the different stuffed animals and dolls. While Eva was looking at various dolls and plushies with demon features like horns and tails, Dante's eyes lingered on Michael. The son of Sparta noticed his son staring at some figurines of devilish knights in different colors before he saw a large toy sword that was bigger than his body, as well as a demonic shield. This made the demon hunter smirk as he remembered something in his past when he was his age. Flashback. Mommy, those guys on TV look awesome. A 7-year-old Dante pointed out to the 5 figures who were fighting a monster. You think I'll be like them someday when I grow up? I'm sure you will, Eva said as she giggled into her hand. You might even be better. When Dad comes home, I want to train with a big sword. Just like how the red guy does it, Dante said, imagining swinging a big invisible sword in his hands. End of flashback. Dante walked up to Michael as he stood a few feet behind him. See something you like, he asked him. That's a nice-looking sword. I guess, Michael said in a quiet voice while still looking at the sword. Not like I'm going to use it for anything. What makes you say that, Dante asked. Before Michael could answer, Eva approached Dante, holding a hell horse plushie. Look, Daddy, this one looks like Zephy, she said, holding out the stuffed horse. Can I have it, Daddy? Pretty please. Wait until your birthday, Pumpkin, Dante told his daughter. Right now, let's go get lunch. I'm thinking pizza. Pizza! Eva cheered, ready to run out of the store after dropping the horse toy. Michael immediately ran after his sister to keep an eye on her, while Dante picked up the horse plushie. After he did, he took it and the figures the boy was looking at to an employee. Hey, can you hold on to these for me for a bit? Want to surprise my kids later? Dante told the imp that was heading toward register. Oh, sure thing. We can reserve them, sir, the imp said with a customer service smile. I'll pick them up later this week, the demon hunter said as he ran after his kids. After catching up with his kids, Dante took both of his children to one of the pizza places that Sir Pentious mentioned to him 8 years ago. When the twins got into one of the booths, the demon hunter took a seat across from them just as their waiter arrived. May I take your order? A goat demon with red fur asked the 3 of them. Can I start you off with drinks? Beer for me, Dante answered. Can I have a Shirley Temple? Coke. And I mean the drink, Michael told the waiter, giving him a deadpan glare. Right away, the waiter said as he went to get the drink for the family. As the family said in the relatively quiet booth, they looked at the menu to decide on their toppings. Anything you kids want on your pizza? You know, except olives, Dante asked as he pondered getting something else while the pizza was being made. Can we have pineapples? Eva asked. I tried it once. It was okay. It's not a topping I would order all the time. Just for an occasion, Dante told them. Yeah, it Mikhail stuff it. Mikey, what is wrong? You've been moody since this morning. Why are you acting weird? Eva asked her older twin brother. Why? Why? Maybe it's because our so-called father shows up out of nowhere and thinks that we are going to accept him into our lives easily, Michael yelled at his sister. His eyes met with Dante as he continued to speak. I don't care if you're my father. I will never accept you in my life. Mom and Mama Vaggie took care of me and my sister. You're nothing but a jackass. You can't make up 7 years of our lives in a single day. I hate you, Michael shouted, getting out of his seat and walking out the door as he started to leave the pizzeria. Dante watched as his son walked out on him and his daughter. Never said I was trying to make it up all at once, Dante muttered, just as the waiter returned with their drinks. I'll take my order to go, he said to the demon before he and Eva went after Michael. After running out of the pizzeria, Michael trailed off into the streets of Pentagram City, where many citizens of hell passed by him or pushed him around. He just wanted to go back to the hotel, but he didn't know this part of the city that well. Of course, I had to storm off in the one place I'm not familiar with, he thought to himself. Walking around, Michael saw some demons doing heroin in the streets or hookers on the sidewalk, waiting to be anyone to pick them up. After turning around a corner, the air of hell was surrounded by a group of demons who looked like thugs. Where do you think you're going, little man? A rhinoceros-like sinner asked with a black sleeveless shirt that showed his muscles and tan cargo shorts while holding a makeshift hammer that was a steel bar with cement on the end. I'm just going back home. If you'll excuse me, Michael said as he tried to get past the thugs, but they didn't even move for him. All right, asshats. What do you want? Look at the cojones on this one, a roach sinner laughed. An incubus approached and stepped in front of them all as he was the leader of this small group of demons. He was shirtless with short white hair, an eye patch over his left eye, shirtless only wearing latex pants with a broken heart tattoo on his arm. Well, what do we have here? A snot-nosed brat wandering into my territory. Your territory? Michael asked with a raised brow. I hate to break this to you, but you don't look like much, he said, not impressed with the incubus. I mean, I've seen so much better like overlords and kingpins. You're just a punk trying to make a name for himself. The incubus walked up to the air of hell and lifted him by his shirt and sucker punched him in the gut, making the boy cough violently. You need to learn some manners, kid. I bet your mother tossed you in an orphanage because of the shit you pulled. Don't you fucking talk about my mom, you son of a bitch. Michael spat as he gave the incubus an upper kick to the jaw. The incubus dropped him and clutched his jaw. While he did that, the son of Dante tried to make a run for it. However, a shark demon grabbed him and pulled him close as he gave a wicked grin showing his teeth. Now you've done it, you brat. The incubus said as he straightened his jaw. I'm going to cut you up until you are unrecognizable, he said, taking out a knife and ready to cut Michael up. The incubus positioned the blade to the boy's face, but a bullet flew and knocked the knife out of the demon's hand along with 2 fingers. Shit, who the fuck shot me? That would be me, Dante said as he had a smoking ivory in his hand. Now, get your filthy hands off my son. This is your son? Well, maybe you should teach him some manners, the incubus said as he snapped his fingers. At the command, the shark demon dropped Michael and approached the demon hunter. The shark demon lunged its jaws at Dante only for the demon hunter to sidestep and aimed ivory at his head and blow the fish's brains out. The gang members and Michael were stunned that Dante easily killed the demon. He killed Burst like it was nothing. The roach demon said as he was the first one to speak up. Don't just stand there. Kill him, the one-eyed incubus told his gang members as they approached the demon hunter. A few imps surrounded Dante, but the demon hunter easily dodged their attacks with knives and pipes. Dante then took out Ebony and shot at the gangsters, easily decimating the imps first. A hellhound tried to bite off his face, but the demon hunter shot him in the jaw and sent brain matter flying on the walls. The roach demon tried to fire his gun at the demon hunter, only for Dante to summon his sword from thin air and cut down the giant bug in half as guts splattered all over the place. And I thought New York had a roach problem, Dante joked to himself as the rhino demon swung his makeshift hammer, only to be sliced in half as the white-haired hunter decapitated the large beast. The one-eyed incubus held Michael in place as he put a gun to his head. Come on, put the gun away. Drop the sword, dipshit. If you don't, I'll kill your son right before you, the incubus said as he clicked the gun. Don't listen to him, Michael shouted. Shut up, the demon shouted as he hit the white-haired boy with the butt of his gun. Okay, Dante said calmly as he unsummoned his sword. Now let my son go. Too bad he's going to be an orphan. The incubus smirked as he shot Dante in the chest. No, Michael shouted as he saw his father get shot in front of him. But to his surprise, Dante was still standing. The only damage visible to him was a bullet hole in his shirt. Damn it, this was a new shirt, too, Dante muttered as he complained about his outfit being ruined. What? How are you still alive? The incubus exclaimed. Rapid healing, Dante said as he dashed forward while summoning his sword, deflected a bullet from the incubus, took a shot, and cut off the hand holding onto Michael. The one-eyed incubus screamed as he clenched his arm, which was squirting black blood. You messed with the wrong demon hunter, Dante said before stabbing him in the chest. The incubus fell dead before his feet as Dante walked over to Michael. Hey, you okay? He asked before looking him over. I'm fine, Michael said as he was putting on a brave face, but he was a little shaken up. Where's Eva? Here I am, Eva said as she popped out of the corner and walked up to both her father and brother. Daddy told me to stay back while he rescued you. You came to rescue me? After all that I said to you, Michael asked as he was on the verge of tears. You know it, champ. You're my son. And even if I wasn't there since the start, I'll always be there for you now, Dante told him as he looked him in the eyes. I saved you a slice of pizza. Of course, they put the olives on it, so I scrapped them right off. Michael chuckled as he laughed and took the slice. Thanks, Dad. That's the first time you call me Dad. Dante smirked as patted his son on the shoulder. Mommy. Eva ran up to Charlie, hugging her as they arrived back at the hotel. Charlie embraced her daughter as she spun her around and nuzzled her. How's my little candy apple? Charlie asked her daughter. Did you have a good time with your father? MMHM, Daddy is the best. He's also very strong, Eva told Charlie. Is he now? Charlie asked as she gave Dante a look that said, what happened? And what did you get yourself into? Mom, it was my fault. Michael stepped up to her. I got mad at Dad and ran off on my own. I got captured by some thugs. If Dad didn't save me, I don't know what would have happened to me. I would have grounded you for doing something that's stupid. But I'm glad you learned a lesson, Charlie told him. Did you apologize to your father? No, not yet. Michael said as he looked guilty and faced Dante. Dad, I'm sorry I said those things to you. No problem, champ. Go and get some rest. I'll talk with you before bed, Dante said, patting his son on the shoulder. Michael and Eva soon ran upstairs to bed, while Dante and Charlie were face to face with one another. So he got captured. The Princess of Hell asked as the demon hunter sensed a hint of anger in her voice. He ran off and tried to get away from me. I caught up to him, Dante told her. You have a right to be mad at me. You are mad, right? A little, but I'm actually relieved. I thought for sure one of the twins would reject you, but I'm glad they're both called you Dad, Charlie told him. Thanks, babe, Dante said as he was going to put his arms around her, but the Princess of Hell stepped back and put a hand up in front of him. Easy there, cowboy. It's going to take more than being with the kids for one day to get me back, Charlie told him. Think of this as a stepping stone to gain my trust in you again, just like how your brother is learning to be more human. Speaking of Vergil, where is he? Dante asked as he looked around for his twin brother. He's back in the room, possibly sulking, Charlie remarked. He sounds like a moody teenager like that, Dante remarked with a laugh. Was he always like this when you two were growing up? Charlie asked him. Sometimes, but that's mostly when we were with Dad, Dante told her. He idolized him, yet he thought he could do better as a ruler. But I've kicked his ass more than once now. He won't be that much of a problem here, Dante remarked before he walked up the stairs and went to see his kids. He first went to Eva's room and saw it was what a normal girl her age would be like. It was mainly pink with a big collection of stuffed animals on the bed where Eva was tucked in. Hey, Pumpkin, you had a good time with me today? I sure did, Daddy. You're the best, Eva said as she got cozy in bed. Dante smiled at her before he reached into his coat and gave her that stuffed horse she saw earlier. The girl's eyes lit up before she hugged her new toy. Thank you, Daddy. I love you. Love you too, Eva, Dante said as tucked her in bed, kissed her goodnight, and walked off to see Michael. Michael's room was a bit different as the walls were painted black. He had some action figures, and there were a few posters of singers and bands on the walls. The demon hunter saw him sitting on his bed as he approached him. Hey, Sean, how are you feeling? I'm okay, Michael said as he felt guilty for what happened. Again, I want to say that I'm sorry. I don't hate you. It's fine. I'm just glad you were okay, Dante told his son as he sat next to him. You know, I was closer to my mom too. Wait, you were? Michael asked, surprised to hear that from the demon hunter. Yep. Don't get me wrong, I looked up to your grandfather, but your grandmother was very special to me. She was there for me and your uncle Vergil, made sure we were safe, and knew how to make the best food you could taste. She sounds amazing, Michael said as he sat on the bed. What about Grandpa Sparta? Was he anything like in the stories? Hey, yeah. Your grandfather loved humanity and taught me and your uncle to protect the ones we hold dear. Well, at least I listened, Dante told them. After listening, the 6-year-old boy suddenly asked, Hey, Dad, can you teach me how to fight? You were very awesome with how you were shooting and slashing those guys. You were like an anime character. I want to wait until you were older. But after today, I think it best to teach you. After all, you are a Sparta and the man of this house. Well, Hotel, Dante said as he gave him the figurine he wanted. Get some sleep, and I'll teach you the basics tomorrow. We'll work our way up from there at your pace, he said, patting him on the back and letting him get some sleep. Afterward, Dante went back to his room and saw Vergil on one of the beds reading a book. Did you enjoy spending time with your children? The older Sparta asked as he didn't look away from his book. I did, besides the whole kidnapping, Dante said as Vergil looked away from his book with a raised brow. Michael didn't like me at first and ran off, but after that, he said sorry and wants me to train him. So, you'll train him? Well, it's about time that boy learned to fight, Vergil said, looking back at his book. I'm going to teach both, Dante told his brother. I can't teach one without teaching the other. They'll both encounter danger in their lives, and I want them to know how to fight. And what does your woman think? Vergil asked, still reading. Her name is Charlie, and I'll talk with her in the morning, Dante told him. How was your day? Don't even get me started. She asked me to clean the dishes and sweep the floors. Why would I degrade myself by doing menial tasks such as that? Vergil scoffs. What? Scared of doing chores for once? Dante laughed. No, I just think it's beneath me to be doing such small things, Vergil said to his younger brother. And that is why you need to get off your high horse. I had to clean up a bit here and there. I didn't care much, but it's better than leaving pizza boxes all over the place, Dante pointed out. Starting tomorrow, we start our jobs. And what of your kids? Vergil asked. I'll still train them, but I first have to get them their birthday present. The demon hunter smirked as the brother knew what was going on in his twin's mind. Very well, I'll help, Vergil told his younger brother before the duo got some rest and got ready for what tomorrow may come. Chapter 4. Mission 4. House of 1,000 Demons. In an empty lot, the family of Sparta was getting some combat practice and to help make sure the younger twins could protect themselves. All right, now block, Dante shouted as he swung a fist at Michael. The boy blocked the attack, but was pushed back a few inches and nearly lost his footing because of the size difference between the two of them. If you think the force of the impact will be too much, then it's best to dodge the attack, the demon hunter said as he threw another punch at his son, only for Michael to dodge the attack and counter it, hitting his father in the stomach. Dante smirked as he felt the punch. Not bad. Not bad at all. So you think we can move on to sword fighting? Michael asked, hoping they could get some weapon practice in. Hold your horses. We're just starting. I didn't start swinging a sword when I started, Dante told his son as they started to spar again. Michael pouted as they trained until he tripped from a sweep kick his dad gave him and landed on his back. Getting frustrated, he quickly got up and charged at his father and tried to land a punch like he did before, but Dante grabbed his fist and twisted it behind his back. Rule number 1 in fighting: don't let anger cloud your mind. Otherwise, you'll just lose the fight like those thugs, he told his son before letting his arm go free. Now, we're going to do this again, but don't get angry this time. Yes, Dad, he said as he got himself ready in a fighting position and blocked his dad's punches and kicks. Wow, Daddy is making Mikey sweat, Eva said as she and Vergil watched from the sideline. This is mere child's play compared to the real training we did when we were kids, Vergil said as he watched his brother and nephew train. Uncle Vergil, what do you mean by that? Eva asked. I meant that when we were training, our father, your grandfather, let us have it and fought with only half of his strength, Vergil told his niece as they watched Michael hit Dante across the face. Your father is only using a small portion of his true power. Maybe it's because Daddy is stronger than Grandpa Sparta was. That's why he's only using a small portion of his strength, Eva told her uncle. Daddy told us how he kicked your ass a lot. Did he? Vergil asked with narrow eyes towards Dante as he gave a sly smirk. Did he tell you how I defeated him? He may have mentioned it once or twice, she said. Typical, Vergil said as he stood up and cleared his throat to get both father and son's attention. I think Michael's sparring match is going quite well. Don't you think you should let your daughter have a turn? The demon hunter smirked as he did have to let his daughter have a turn. All right, Mike, that'll be all for today. It's time your sister had a turn. Yes, Dad, Michael said as he switched places with his sister. Eva faced her father while Michael stood at the side with Vergil. Are you ready, Eva? Yes, Daddy. I'm ready, Eva said as she got into a fighting stance. All right, let's begin, Dante said as he attacked his daughter, throwing a punch. Eva quickly dodged the attack and kicked her father in the shin before punching him in the groin. The demon hunter felt the attack as he doubled over and got on his knees, covering his nuts. Michael cringed at the attack Eva gave to their dad, while Vergil smirked at his brother's pain. Did I do good, Daddy? Eva asked, smiling as Dante got up from the pain. Yeah, you did good, pumpkin, Dante said. He pulled himself together. Let's try that again. But this time, don't go for Daddy's family jewels. Okay, Daddy, Eva smiled as they sparred. After an hour, Dante stopped. Okay, I think this will be a good stopping point. You two already know the basics, so the next lesson is going to be swordplay. Yes, Michael cheered as he was ready to learn how to swing a sword properly. It will be a good idea to know what style suits you both, Vergil told both of his niece and nephew. What do you mean by that, Uncle Vergil? The twins asked in unison. I believe what your uncle is talking about is the different sword styles that are more suited towards you. Dante explains to his kids as he summons his devil sword. I use something more like a claymore or greatsword. Vergil uses katanas and a fighting style based on them. I get it now. You want to see what we might be good with? Like a one-handed or two-handed sword, Michael said as the thought of him using a sword in different forms came to his mind. Exactly, Vergil said, gripping Yamato. I could use a claymore if I wanted to, but the Yamato suits me better. But for now, let's get you home before your mother and Vaggie start having a panic attack, Dante told the kids, leading them back to the hotel. So, how was the training? Charlie asked both her children and Dante. I think they're going to do well, Dante said, messing up both of their hairs with a grin on his face. Daddy's going to teach us how to sword fight next, Eva grinned. He's doing what? Not if I have anything to say about it, Vaggie screeched as she pulled out her spear at the demon hunter. They're too young to use weapons, she declared as I turned into a skull shape with the expression of wanting to murder the son of Sparta. Will you calm down, Vags? You're making a scene, and poor Eva's about to cry, Dante told the moth center as she looked down and saw Eva was pouting and giving her sad puppy eyes. Wait, Eva, don't cry. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm just worried that you might get hurt, Vaggie told her daughter. But you use weapons too, Eva sniffed, giving her stepmama moth big teary eyes. Well, that's because I had years of practice from being down here, the moth demon said. That seems like a lame excuse for someone who ended down here, Vergil exclaimed. Calate, Pendejo, shut up, asshole, Vaggie muttered to the blue-coated Sparta. No low hair. No, I will not, Vergil told her in Spanish, which dumbfounded Vaggie. How would you dash? I traveled the world looking for my father's power. So learning other languages helped, Vergil told Vaggie. The female moth sinner was stunned as she lowered her weapon. I think you broke her, Vergil, Dante told his older twin. That is Her Highness's problem, Vergil told his younger brother. Well, Her Highness demands you to be much nicer to her loved ones, Charlie told the blue-coated Sparta as she placed a hand on her wife's shoulder. It's fine, Vaggie. After yesterday, I think the kids need to learn self-defense. Vaggie got out of her stupor, then sighed and smiled at her loving wife. All right, Charlie, she said before she faced the kids. But don't let me catch you two starting any fights in school. Yes, Mama Vaggie, the two younger Sparta twins said in unison. I agree with both of your moms. I don't want you starting a fight unless they attack first or hurt someone you're close to, Dante advised his kids. Who knew you would be a fatherly figure? Dante, Angel Dust said, never knowing what the demon hunter is capable of being a dad. Practice taking care of a kid a little older than. Hello, Dante. Did you like my surprise? Lucifer asked on the other end. I actually did. What can I do for you, Your Highness? Dante asked the devil. First off, you can call me Dad from now on since you did give me grandchildren, Lucifer told the demon hunter. The second thing is that there is a family that has been killing off too many natives in the Pride Ring, and I need you and your brother to take care of these pests. Well, that does seem like a problem. So what kind of killer family are we dealing with? A family of cannibals that like to kill their victims and then eat them? Or is it along the lines of a family that kills their victims and then uses them for their own Halloween decor? The latter, the king of hell, said to his daughter's baby daddy. So think of it as a small warm-up for you and your brother. Well, I did have a small warm-up yesterday. I'm sure me and Vergil can handle a family of psycho serial killers. How much are we getting paid? The same payment 7 years ago, depending on who you kill, Lucifer told him on the other end of the line. From what information I gathered, they're a family of 9, but 6 of them are the bigger problem. So if you can take them down, I'll be grateful. We'll take the job, Dante told the devil. So who are we going after? The family is called the lightning bugs. And no, they did not turn into insects when they died. Lucifer told him on the other end of the call. As for where they're located, it's somewhere in the outskirts of the city, which is why they're a problem for us. Makes sense why demons get killed there. We'll find them, Dante said before hanging up and looking at Vergil. Come on, we have a job. Very well. Where to? Vergil asked his younger brother. Outskirts of the city, the red-clad Sparta son replied. Ah, so you were dealing with those folks along the way, Alastair said with his signature smile. A shame they wasted all that good meat for some halfway performance that would gather a low-class crowd. And how do you know this, Smiles? Dante asked the radio demon with a raised brow. Let's just say one of their family members tried to make me into one of their decorations. Long story short, he was delicious, Alastair said as his grin grew bigger. Very believable, Dante said as he stepped out of the hotel with everyone following them. He got on a summoned cavalier and revved up the demonic motorcycle. While both his kids were amazed, Dante could see that Michael liked the motorcycle just as much as Eva loved Zephyrus. Hop on, Verg, or do you plan on walking to the target? I'll meet you there, Dante, Vergil said to his younger brother. Suit yourself, Dante shrugged as he drove off into the roads of Pride. You need us to drive you there? Razzle and Dazzle can escort you, Charlie told the blue-coated Sparta. No, thank you, Charlotte. I got this, Vergil told the Princess of Hell as he drew Yamato and slashed the air before a portal opened. With a dimensional gate opened, he stepped into the gapping clouds of darkness before they closed behind him. That's something you don't see every day, Husk said as he took a sip of his booze. Mommy, do you think Daddy and Uncle Vergil will be okay? Eva asked. I'm sure they will be fine, honey. Knowing your father, he'll shrug this off like it was nothing, and he might bring a new weapon to the hotel, Charlie told her daughter. Now, let's get you and your brother back inside, she said as she got everyone back into the building. An hour had passed since Dante was on the road to where he was leaving Pentagram City. Luckily, his ride didn't need gas, since it was also a devil arm. His luck changed when he saw some sort of house on a hill in the distance. He skidded to a halt on the road and looked up at it. Creepy, he said as he looked at the vibes the building gave off. Definitely where to start looking first. Behind the demon hunter, a portal opened behind him as Vergil stepped out of it, looking at his younger twin. What took you so long? Dante teased him as he laid a smirk on him. I could have been here earlier if I wanted to, but I knew you wanted to deal with these savages, so I took my time, Vergil told him. And what have you been doing for the last hour anyway? Dante questioned. I found a small cafe I enjoyed and had a nice drink, Vergil stated. Fair enough. You're not wrong. It feels good to be back in the business, Dante smirked as he looked on at the house. Race you to the top, he said, revving up Cavalier and driving up where the house was sitting on top of the hill. Everything is always a race with him. Vergil sighed as he ran after his brother on foot and teleporting with his demonic powers. After 10 minutes, they both reached the house's main gate. Looks like a tie. No way. I beat you by 5 seconds, Dante told him as he looked at the gate that had the faces of imps, succubi, incubi, hellhounds, dinosaur-like demons, and so many others. You think we should knock? Rolling his eyes on his brother's half-assed joke, Vergil sliced up the gate and kicked it down. Not saying a word, the blue-coated half-demon stepped over the gate, crushing many of the faces under his feet as he walked up to the house. The house was a gray-looking house with paint peeling off and dry blood splattered all over the exterior. The brother saw that one wall had different body parts hanging on the walls of the house, such as fingers, legs, horns, and tails. Out at the front of the house were an assortment of scarecrows that were potentially the family's victims. The crude stitching of the work made it clear that the bodies were reminiscent of something. This seems oddly familiar to me, Dante said as he scratched his chin. I think you've been watching too many horror movies, Vergil told his brother as they walked towards the door. Our life has been an action horror flick, Dante told him. Suddenly, the demon hunter was thrown back by one of the scarecrows that stood 9 feet tall with a disfigured face. The giant of a man had purple skin with some burn marks, yellow fangs for a mouth as part of his face was covered in bandages, and was wearing a red and black plaid shirt with overalls. Someone's been drinking their milk, Dante dusted himself off as he looked up at the towering sinner. Sorry to break this for you, big guy, but the big man of hell sent me and my brother to deal with your family for causing a mess, he told the giant as he looked behind him, looking at his brother. You go on ahead of me. I'll catch up in 5 minutes. Suit yourself, Vergil said, kicking down the door to enter the house. Dante looks at the giant of a sinner as he pulls out Coyote A and fires it at the demon, but the shotgun's blast seems to do little to no harm to the sinner. This made Dante change his tactics as he dodged a punch from the giant. Come on, is that all you got? He taunted the giant through another punch at the demon hunter. Once more, Dante quickly dodged them and pulled out his twin pistols, but the bullets he fired seemed to do little damage against him. All right, I can see you have very thick skin. That means I can use this. He summoned Cavalier and transformed the demonic motorcycle into its twin buzzsaw formation. The giant demon tilted his head at the weapon curiously, thinking that the demon hunter would now be a much easier target since Cavalier looked to be a heavy weapon. But as he tried to attack the demon hunter, the saws tore at his flesh when the blood splattered everywhere with his bones being ground and organs turned to mincemeat. As the sinner screamed in pain, Dante finished off the giant by decapitating him with both spinning saw blades. Seeing as he killed one of the murderous family members, he dismissed his demonic bike and headed inside the house. Into the house of what I assume is 1,000 bodies, Dante remarked as he marched onto the property. While Dante was taking down the giant, Vergil entered the house of the crazy killers and took a look at his surroundings. The more composed brother saw that the place was a slaughterhouse with all sorts of messed up decorations, such as taxidermies of their victims plastered all around the house, some of whom were stitched together from different creatures of hell. There was an incubus that was stitched up with a demonic fish to make some sort of demented fishman, 2 different imps that were cut in half vertically and stitched together by their opposite halves, and even some demons that had fake rabbit ears sewn into their scalps. Disgusting, Vergil commented as he walked past the many corpses and went into the dining room with many lit candles on the table. The son of Sparta was grabbed from behind by a grisly, bear-looking sinner who stood a good 6'5" covered in grayish-brown fur, yellow eyes, and large teeth. I don't have time to be bothered by a walking rug, Vergil said unfazed as he slammed the sheathed Yamato on the bear's foot. It howled in pain before Vergil unsheathed Yamato and cut the sinner in half with lightning-like speed, and then he slowly sheathed his sword again. At the click of the blade being fully returned to the scabbard, the bear sinner dropped dead as his body fell into 2 halves. As Vergil walks further inside the house, he is surprised by an older gray-colored imp with longer mutton chops screaming towards Vergil with a kitchen knife. Before Vergil could even act, the demon's head exploded thanks to Dante's shotgun blast. Starting the party without me, Dante asked playfully as he stepped over the bear sinner towards his older twin. What took you so long? Vergil asked. Big guy had some tough skin, so I used Cavalier to turn him into ground beef, the younger Sparta told his older twin. We killed 3 of these bastards. I think Lucy said there was 9 total. I got the big guy outside, and this one while you took down the walking rug. How about we split up? I'll take upstairs, and you take downstairs in the basement. No, I shall take upstairs while you take the basement, Vergil told his younger brother as he had already proceeded to go upstairs. Suit yourself, Dante shrugged as he went to the basement level of the house. The older Sparta walked up the stairs, passing the various victims that this family had butchered and decorated the walls with. Vergil entered the rooms of the family one by one, finding only dead bodies and rooms that were extremely filthy. As he inspected one room, a blast of buckshot sent him flying back and off a balcony down to the first floor of the house again. Thanks to his rapid healing, the shotgun blast was more of a scratch. You're one tough son of a bitch, a male voice said from the broken balcony as Vergil looked up to a male demon that had red skin, stringy, and unkempt long blonde hair, horns sticking out his forehead, red devilish wings coming out his back, a bushy beard and mustache that covered his lips, and a long red tail that had a black tip on the end. He wore tight blue jeans with a dirty white sleeveless shirt with the words, "Run Rabbit Run" in big black letters. Now, who the fuck are you? I'm here to eliminate you and your entire kin, Vergil told the sinner. Eliminate me and my kin? Huh, don't make me laugh. Do you know who I am? I am the devil's recognition. I do his work while others never did shit, the sinner said to the son of Sparta. You are not the devil. I met the devil. He told me and my brother to have you killed like that bear, the old imp over there, and the giant outside, Vergil said to him. The demon jumped down with his wings spread as he descended gently down to meet with Vergil. He looked around and saw the bodies of both the grayish imp and the bear sinner behind the dark-coated man. Grandpa, JJ, he walked to the window cautiously as he looked outside and saw the giant torn to pieces. Shorty, this enraged the sinner. You son of a bitch. You killed my brothers and my grandfather. I admit I killed the bear, but the giant and the old man were for my brother, Vergil admitted. When I'm done with you, I'm gonna get your brother and make a toilet cozy out of both of you for when I shit. The sinner shouted at the white-haired half-demon. He raised a shotgun at Vergil and fired at him. Vergil just countered and deflected the pellets with ease by spinning his blade, just like whenever Dante shot at him in their fights. Seeing this, the devil wannabe abandoned the shotgun as it seemed worthless, then took out a pistol and fired at Vergil. The swordsman caught the bullets with another twirl of Yamato, laid in a line before him, and sent them right back at him like he was swinging a golf club. The sinner felt his own attack get sent back at him and pepper his body with wounds. None of them were fatal, but the counterattack did hit him in the chest, and he had one bullet stuck in his arm. Vergil was ready to kill this devil wannabe as he held his hand to Yamato, ready to cut him to pieces. But before he could draw his sword, something sharp pierced him in the back. He reached behind himself and pulled whatever was in him out, then saw that it was a Bowie knife. He then heard a gunshot to his left and pulled Yamato out and cut the bullet in half. "Ah, you're no fun," a feminine voice said as she let out a high-pitched giggle. The voice showed herself as a sinner who looked like a human doll with pale white skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair. She wore blue jeans and a white tank top as she had another Bowie knife in her hand, spinning it around. "Otto, is this bastard giving you a hard time?" "Dolly, don't underestimate this guy. He killed JJ with ease," the demon named Otto told the doll-looking sinner. "He did what?" She screamed as she looked at her dead family members. "What about Dad, Papa Tall Man, and the doctor? I think they're safe, but he mentioned having a brother. That guy might be running into them," Otto said to his sister. He then shot at Vergil once more, but the attack failed as Vergil teleported out of the way. Otto lost track of the son of Sparta. Then he drew his Bowie knife just in case. He saw the son of Sparta appear right in front of him before Yamato entered his gut, and black blood spilled all over the floor with his intestines hanging out. "It's a shame. I thought you would be a better opponent," Vergil told the devil wannabe as he slashed Yamato with lightning speed that once he sheathed it, Otto was in 1,000 pieces. Dolly gasped as she witnessed her brother turn to sushi before her eyes. Seeing this was a losing battle, Dolly retreated deeper into the house. "I can't beat him in a fair fight or a showdown, so I must lure him into a trap. Maybe Dad and the doctor can help," she thought to herself as she ran down to the basement with Vergil following after her at a casual pace like a horror movie slasher villain. While Vergil fought against the siblings upstairs, Dante took the basement where he saw an assortment of various cages. "Isn't this creepy?" Dante said to himself as he went deeper into the basement, then smelled how putrid the place was becoming. "Ugh, this place reeks worse than that toad demon's breath." He continued further into the basement until he heard a noise that sounded like a scream. Finding a locked door in the direction the scream came from, the demon hunter believed that it was an obvious area that his targets were. "Knock, knock," Dante quipped before kicking the door down, revealing somebody inside the room. "Who the fuck are you?" a demonic clown asked. He was bald with white makeup smeared all over his face with some blue surrounding his eyes. The sinner also had a gray Matan Shop mustache with a small beard, horns growing out of his head, sharp yellow teeth, and was wearing a white and red clown outfit as he held a bloody knife. Between the clown and Dante was an imp that had the chest of his skin peeled off him, showing the blood and muscles exposed. The poor victim of the family of monsters was also shown to still be alive and looked at the newcomer in recognition. One look at the desperate face of the demon told Dante all he needed to know. Then he pulled out Ivory and shot the imp, giving him a mercy kill. The quick death was embraced immediately as before the bullet hit. The imp closed his eyes with a face of acceptance. With black blood splattered all over his face, the other demon in the room was livid at his spoiled fun. "You fucking son of a bitch. I was going to make him into my next project." The clown yelled at Dante before the demon hunter fired Ivory again as a warning shot. The clown's eyes went wide as he realized he might die soon, then decided to stall. "On second thought, how about we forget this whole thing and talk this over with some of my famous fried chicken," he said as he reached over to a bucket of the food that was behind him, then held one of the wings out to the intruder. Dante's only response was to shoot the chicken out of the clown's fingers, surprisingly without taking any of the guy's hand with it. "Or not. I prefer pizza," Dante said to the demonic clown as he kept firing, making the demonic clown avoid his shots and reminding the son of Sparta of when he fired at Arkham as Jester. While dodging the bullets, the clown sinner threw his cutting knife at the demon hunter's shoulder and smiled as if he made a clean hit. However, Dante simply pulled out the knife like it was nothing and dropped it to the floor, surprising the clown when he noticed the wound close up quickly. "What the hell kind of demon are you?" "Half of one," Dante said, taking out his other pistol and firing at the clown. The clown took cover behind a fallen table and loaded a revolver before firing. "Eat lead, you son of a bitch." The clown fired his revolver at Dante, but the demon hunter only smirked as he summoned the most fun devil arm he had, Dr. Faust. Dante dodged the bullet as he moved just like Michael Jackson, easily and literally dancing around the attacks his opponent attempted. The clown looked flabbergasted as the demon hunter dodged the bullets by just dancing. Dante pointed his finger at the demonic clown, making a ray of light shoot out of his hand and hit the clown square in the chest. The foo dash. The demon couldn't even finish his sentence as Dante's attack made his head blow right off his shoulders, making the clown's body fall with the head right next to it. I fucking hate clowns, Dante told himself, unsummoning his hat and stepping over the dead body. After killing the clown, the demon hunter saw a manhole under the basement that looked out of place and big enough to fit through. He took off the lid to the manhole and jumped right in. After he landed, Dante saw that the second basement was pretty damp and dark before seeing some light further down the way. He believed that this was where the rest of the family was hiding and made his way to what he thought were secret chambers. As he marched through the tunnel, he noticed a multitude of decayed corpses were used for the walls, with most of them stripped down to just skeletons. Regular hellish spiders spun webs over the bones or gnawed on what little flesh remained on them. "Isn't this cozy?" he muttered sarcastically to himself as he soon found a lit room with a skeletal chandelier of the past victims and skulls on the walls surrounding a large wooden door. Why is it always a large wooden door that leads to boss fights? Dante asked himself before he opened the door to what was on the other side. As he entered the next room, he saw that it was full of very red lighting, and in the middle of it was another of the family of killers. The newest encounter was an elderly, balding demon with white albino hair, a pale sunken face, and wore a unique oxygen mask of sorts that resembled a set of human jaws that were fused together by the teeth. On his back, there were straps that held drills, scissors, knives, and other sorts of tools. The old sinner also wore dark trousers that were stained with black blood. He was finishing work on a patient of his by examining the removed skull of a rabbit demon that had her ears chopped off. "I hope your insurance covers death," Dante said, pointing his twin pistols at the doctor. The doctor moaned and gurgled as he looked at the demon hunter, dropping the head of the rabbit demon into the open cavity he pulled her organs from. The doctor let out a long moan that echoed through the halls. After the echo ended, Dante heard loud noises like something big was stomping toward the room. The half-demon looked above the demon doctor and saw another door behind him on an upper level of the room. Suddenly, the door he was looking at got kicked down to reveal what was likely the doctor's guard. Standing on the upper level was an 8-foot-tall red demon that had steel plates connected to his head, a steampunk outfit with spiked goggles, an oxygen tank strapped to his back and hooked to a mask on his face, and a large axe. "This is going to be real fun," Dante smirked as he summoned his demon sword to fight the newcomer. He saw that the red demon blindly charged him with his battle axe, prompting Dante to avoid him and counterattack by cutting into the demon's back. The red demon cried in pain as a deep gash was carved into his flesh next to his tank. However, the wound then started to patch itself back together, and Dante was moderately surprised by it. "So you heal fast too? I guess I have no choice but to chop off your head." He grinned as the devil sword Dante opened its maw, summoning an assortment of floating red swords by his side. The extra blades then flew forward and stabbed the red demon in the limbs as Dante tried to cut off his head, but the demonic doctor intervened and attacked the demon hunter from behind. Several surgical tools pierced into Dante's arm and pinned him to the floor just before a knife stabbed him in the back. Wondering where the extra blade came from, Dante saw the doll demon entered the room and laughed as she stabbed Dante. The son of Sparta tossed the girl off of himself by pulling his arm through the tools, pinning him down, then throwing her over his shoulder. Just as he did this, he saw the red demon approaching him fast and about to swing his axe into the half-demon's head. Luckily, an invisible slash managed to cut across the masked behemoth to split the oxygen mask in half. The red demon roared and stumbling backward as his lipless mouth splat black phlegm. Looking over, Dante saw his brother at the entrance of the doorway, sheathing Yamato. "I thought you would do better taking these clowns out, Dante." "Are you kidding me? I wasn't even breaking a sweat." Dante sassed his brother, letting his body heal. "You still want to take that doll-looking demon, or are you here to steal my target instead? Or do you want to take Dr. Frankenstein?" "Let's see who can kill them first," Vergil said, pushing his thumb up on Yamato's crossguard to prepare the blade again as he approached the demonic doctor. In the blink of an eye, Vergil passed the doctor with lightning-fast speed as he held Yamato's hilt with a quarter of the blade drawn before sheathing it. With only a casual stroll away from his opponent, Vergil listened as Doctor was cut into dozens of pieces that fell to the floor. As his brother ended his fight quickly, Dante drew out his battle as he dodged the red demon's axe swings and blocked them with his demon sword. The maw on his sword opened up one more, and smaller red swords appeared before they struck the red demon once more. This time, Dante beheaded the red demon as his head flew right off his body. And with that, the score is tied. "All that is left is dash," Vergil stated before hearing Dolly charge at them both with a scream of rage. It took her 1 second to realize this was a terrible mistake, and both brothers sliced her into pieces. Vergil looked down at the diced demon girl before he faced his brother. I win. Bullshit. I hit her first, Dante argued as the two made their way back upstairs, finding any remaining victims of the murderous family and making sure they were set free as they did. You're mistaken. I was much faster, Vergil told his younger twin. No, I was. They both had an argument that continued from the destruction of the house all the way back to the hotel. The twins were insistent that they were the one to break the tie of their body count competition as they entered the lobby. I take it the job went well? Charlie asked both of the brothers to break their argument. Yep, it went smoothly, babe, Dante told the Princess of Hell. Even though that last kill was mine, Vergil stated. In your dreams. That one was mine, Dante fired back. Does it really matter who got the last kill? Charlie asked both Sparta twins. Yes, they both said in unison like it was the most important thing in their lives. I figured, Charlie sighed as she felt like she was dealing with her kids again. Thinking of a way to get them to stop fighting, she immediately thought of something. Dante, if you stop fighting with Vergil, I'll let you stay in the same bedroom with me and Vaggie for the night. Okay, you had that last kill, Vergil, Dante said as he allowed his brother to win that battle. You're willing to let me have that win, so you can be with Her Highness, Vergil asked his younger brother. Does it matter? Dante asked as he agreed to have a night with the mother of his children and be away from his brother for a night. I guess not. I did win that competition, Vergil said, walking upstairs to his room. Yeah, but I get a reward, Dante muttered looking at the Princess of Hell. So, when do we get to go to sleep? Easy there, Casanova. I said you can sleep in the same bedroom with me and Vaggie, Charlie told the demon hunter. You're still being punished. I knew it would be too good to be true. Dante sighed as he was expecting to be in the same bed as the girl he loved. So, where am I going to sleep in your room? The couch, Charlie told him. But if you help out with the twins' birthday in less than a week, I'll let you have better rewards. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Dante said to the Princess of Hell, as he did miss Charlie and wanted to be a good father to his kids. Speaking of, where are the kids? Michael is in his room playing, and Eva's having a tea party with Lady Pinchus in her room last time I saw her, Charlie told him. You mean that snake I fought who was controlling that 150-foot robot and had eggs for henchmen, the white-haired hunter asked. Yep. For some reason, he wanted to be redeemed a year ago, and I welcomed him to the hotel, Charlie told him. Plus, it gives Eva plenty of playmates. To prove her point, Charlie showed Dante the strange side of their daughter having a tea party with Sir Pinchus in a frilly dress that Alastair must have put him in while several Egbois were wearing large and fashionable hats. More tea, Lady Pinchus, Eva asked in a posh and polite tone. That would be exquisite, Princess, Sir Pinchus said as he held out his cup. After getting a refill, he then turned to see Dante staring at him with a smirk. What are you doing here? Seeing how you're treating my daughter, Dante told the snake demon, making him coil up in fear as he realized upsetting Eva would be worse for him than Charlie disciplining him. Daddy, Eva got out of her seat and hugged her father. Did you kill the bad guys with Uncle Vergil? I sure did, Pumpkin. Did Lady Pinchus enjoy her tea? The demon hunter asked, eyeing the snake sinner who swallowed a large lump down his throat. Pinchus loves tea time with me. Eva nodded her head, looking at her dad. Would you like to play? I would love to, honey. But it seems your table is full, and I had a long day with your uncle, the demon hunter told his daughter. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to spend an extra hour with you and Michael tomorrow morning. We can play then. Okay, Daddy. Eva grinned, showing her gap-toothed smile before returning to her tea party. Sir Pinchus took one look into Dante's eyes and could tell that even if the demon hunter had only recently learned he had kids, there was an unspoken warning. The snake demon didn't need to have Dante speak to understand that the message was, make my kids cry. You're dead. Can I have another cup of tea, Princess? Sir Pinchus asked Eva nervously, since his frantic shuddering under Dante's gaze made him spill his drink. As Eva poured the snake demon a new cup, Dante headed out to check on Michael. He knocked on the door before entering and saw his son playing with his new action figure fighting off a dragon. Having fun, Dante asked. Yeah, I'm enjoying the toy you got me. It's really cool, Michael said as he showed the red fighter with the sword and shield. He then pressed on a button to make it light up. That's your favorite? Dante asked his son. Yeah, he's called the Red Wolf. He's part of a series that came out recently, Michael explained. He fights with a bastard sword and a shield and kicks ass. That does sound cool, Dante said as he possibly got an idea of his son's preferred weapon. Well, maybe you could be like the Red Wolf and swing a sword like him. And a shield too, Michael asked. And a shield too. Dante chuckled as he patted his son's head. Keep doing what you were doing. I'm going to spend an extra hour with you and your sister tomorrow. Love you, son. Love you too, Dad, Michael said, hugging his dad before the demon hunter left the room. Dante walked towards Charlie's room. I better get some shut-eye before I start. After training, I'm planning their birthday and getting their presents, he said before entering the room. Chapter 5. Mission 5, Wrath of the Dragon. The following day after Dante and Vergil fought the lightning bug family, Dante tested the waters with his children when it came to teaching them how to fight. He gave the twins various wooden weapons to practice with, and while the long swords and katanas were good, they needed to have their own fighting styles. After testing several different weapon choices, Michael and Eva found the type of blades they were comfortable with. Eva was quick and elegant like a dancer, which made it easy for her to choose a weapon focused on finesse like a rapier. After seeing it was natural for her, Eva began to spar with her father and uncle, who advised her on how to use her speed to her advantage. Whenever she dodged successfully, she countered with a swift thrust that was able to push the sons of Sparta back. In contrast, Michael was more used to fighting like a knight by using a combination of strength and defense. He used a broadsword along with a shield as he blocked both attacks from his father and uncle, then countered with a few strikes of his own. "Good. You two are naturals," Dante told his kids. "Thanks, Daddy," Eva said as she smiled with her fangs pointed out of her upper lip. "Thanks, Dad," Michael told his father. "We still have some time left before we return to the hotel and see your mother. Would you two like to go someplace?" The demon hunter asked his children. "Can we get ice cream? I want a giant strawberry sundae that is as big as a mountain," Eva said with her arms raised. "I like how you think, kiddo." Dante laughs as he picks up his daughter and puts her on his shoulder. "A strawberry sundae that is so big it'll take all the three of us to finish it," he said before he held his hand out for Michael to hold. The 6-year-old sighed, but took his father's hand to walk by his side safely. Vergil scoffed at how Dante was acting compared to all the years he knew his brother, but followed behind so he could possibly get some coffee or tea close by. Dante took the kids to get ice cream at a parlor. The three of them each had a scoop of strawberry ice cream. While they got their frozen treats, Vergil went to a nearby coffee shop to have a new blend he wanted to try out. As Eva was carrying her cone, some random demon bumped into her and made her drop it onto his feet. "My ice cream," Eva said with a pout and tears in her eyes as the demon scoffed in annoyance. He kicked the dessert off his leg, leaving pink stains on his clothes before he started walking away. "Hey, jackass, stop right there," Michael shouted to the demon that bumped into his twin sister. "You made my sister drop her ice cream. Apologize." The demon turned around and looked at the boy. "Why should I? She bumped into me. She should be apologizing to me for ruining my pants and shoes," he said as he stepped on the dropped ice cream, smashing it and laughing. He was ready to turn around and walk off, but was now face to face with the demon hunter. "That was my daughter's cone you stepped on, you bastard. Say you're sorry," Dante told the demonic punk. "Oh yeah, what are you gonna do, old man?" the demon asked mockingly as if he was not fazed by the demon hunter. "I'm gonna make you apologize," Dante said coldly to the demon. "Whatever," the demon said, ready to walk off, but the demon hunter grabbed him by the shoulder and held him in place. "Let me go, fucker," he cursed, but Dante did no such thing. "All right, don't say I didn't warn you." He threw a punch, but the red-coated man easily caught the demon's fist. "Wait, what the fuck?" In one swift motion, Dante twisted the demon's arm and threw him at a wall. After he did, he followed up with a punch to the demon's jaw, knocking out a few teeth. The demon spat out some blood and teeth before standing up with a glare in his eye. He tried throwing another punch, but Dante dodged it and thrust his knee into the demon before he elbowed him in the back. The strike ended up making him lay flat on the concrete ground. "Had enough?" "Yes," the demon said as he was picked up by his shirt, then tossed up slightly so that he was grabbed by his horns. "Now what do you say?" Dante said as he held the demon's head, making him look at his son and daughter. "I am sorry I bumped into you," the demon apologized to Eva. "And I'm sorry I ruined your ice cream and called you both brats," the demon added before Dante threw him to the other side of the street. "Now, get out of here," Dante told the demon. After he picked himself up, the demon ran away as fast as he could. The demon hunter looked at his daughter and walked up to her. "Come on, let's get you a double scoop." The heiress of hell was happy that her father offered her another ice cream because of what happened. As Eva beamed, Dante went up to his son and ruffled his hair. "You did good, son. You defended your sister well." "Thanks, Dad," Michael said before he was allowed to get another scoop too. "Mommy, we're back," Eva said as she ran into the hotel and right into Charlie's arm. "Did you have fun with Daddy on his training?" Charlie asked her daughter. "I sure did. Samini made me drop my ice cream and Daddy made him apologize," Eva said, smiling at her mother. "Did he now?" Charlie said as she eyed Dante. "I admit I had to be rough, but no one insults our kids in front of me," Dante told the Princess of Hell. "Did you kill him?" Charlie asked, hoping he didn't. "Nope, just beat him up a little and broke some teeth," Dante said on the couch as Kiki jumped on his lap and purred while brushing against him. The demon hunter responded by scratching the demonic cat's ears and under her chin afterward. "Good kitty." The children did well on their training today. "They're getting the hang of defending themselves if danger comes," Vergil told the Princess of Hell. With a little more effort, They will learn to take on any demon that faces them. Let's hope so, Charlie said sheepishly. I have some good news. 5 more sinners went into heaven this morning. That's great, Charlie, Dante said to the Princess of Hell, getting up as Kiki jumped off his lap. I've been meaning to ask you, were you able to halt the exterminations before Vergil overpopulated hell once again? I was able to halt it for a few years, but then I met Adam. She said the name as if the guy kicked puppies into the sea. Who's Adam? Some jerk you met, Dante asked. Not just any jerk. Literally, the first jerk of humanity and first human soul to get into heaven, Charlie stated, throwing her arms around in angry gestures. He talks about putting people down, talks about his dick, and that the exorcists are needed. I can see why Mom dumped his ass and hooked up with Dad. Yeah, that does sound like a jerk, Dante said as he could see the anger in Charlie's eyes. He had never seen her pissed at a person when they dated. He could tell that this Adam seemed to be the breaking point. I'm guessing both of your folks didn't want to see him either because he was a complete asshole? You'd be right. But then he ended up being the representative I had to talk to during a meeting, Charlie said as her sclera turned red and her pupils turned yellow. I told him how I made progress with my hotel and that it brought several former sinners into heaven and how your dad was the first demon to be accepted into heaven. But he just insisted it was a fluke, even though I had hard evidence to prove it. I wish Sparta was the representative instead of that. Grr. Charlie couldn't find the words to describe her anger toward Adam, and her hair began to move like an updraft was kicking up underneath her. Okay, I understand. Don't let him get under your skin, Char, Dante told her as he held one of her hands and patted it. Who cares what that jackass thinks of your cause? I believed in you when you didn't have a lot of support. This made Charlie smile as Dante was the one who didn't laugh at her and enforced her dream of redeeming sinners. Yeah, you're right. Who gives a shit about a jerk who is just mad at what I accomplished, she said, bringing her forehead to his, calming herself down. So are you two going to kiss, or are you just going to give each other lovey-dovey eyes? Michael asked his parents in disgust while Eva had stars in her eyes. Dante and Charlie looked at their son and quickly separated. Soon after, Dante's hell phone started to ring and he immediately answered. Devil May Cry. Dante, hey, great job killing those pesky sinners, Lucifer said on the other end of the line. I'm going to need you to take on a certain demon that's been seen downtown. Okay, me and Vergil will be there, the demon hunter said on the other end. Actually, you can handle this one on your own. Can't let you both go on missions together that are simple, Lucifer told him on the other end. Besides, I've got to put Vergil on another mission in the future. All right, and when do I get paid? Dante asked the king of hell. In a few days. Who's the target? Name's Vulcan. He's a kingpin that looks like a dragon. Lucifer told him the details. Tell Charlie and the kids I said hi. Lucifer hung up. Dante hung up the phone and looked at the Princess of Hell. Your dad got me a hit on someone for downtown. Also, he says hi to you and the kids, he told her as headed out the front door. Vergil was ready to head out, be the younger brother, stopped him. Sorry, Verg. This one's a solo mission. Then what am I supposed to do? The older Sparta asked, crossing his arms. How about you spend time with your niece and nephew? Dante told him, opening the door. And maybe you should bond with Charlie and her friends too. And why would I do that? Vergil asked his younger twin. Because technically, you're in rehab. You also have no friends, Dante told him, then walked out the door. Vergil looked behind him and saw that Husk, Angel, and Serpentius gave him the finger, while Nifty looked at him creepily. Charlie, on the other hand, looked at him with encouragement and gave a thumbs up. I hate my brother sometimes. Dante was walking into downtown Pentagram City as the place reminded him of an Asian community district in a variety of cities, like Chinatown. Many demons had passed the demon hunter as he looked at some of the shops. He saw some ducks hanging by windows of restaurants, lanterns hanging on the ends of several buildings, and even some clothing shops. Some demons were cursing the others and beating each other senselessly. As the demon hunter was walking, he felt something behind him. He looked back and saw some gang members in suits. How can I help you, gentlemen? Why are you here, outsider? One of the members asked. Good grief. Another demon gang. Dante sighed as he knew these guys were some kind of triad group. Okay, I get it. You guys don't like it when some tourist is in your territory. I'm here because I'm looking for somebody. So if you point me to the right way, I'll leave all of you alone. Make him eat lead, the shorter man told his squad. After riddling him with a hailstorm of bullets, the demons smirked before they saw Dante shake off the damage and even had to pick a bullet out from his teeth. This never gets old, Dante smirked, taking out Ebony and Ivory and firing at the triad members. Shots from the twin pistols hit at a few demons, and any of them that fired back watched as the bullets collided with each other in midair. Dante dodged some more of the gang's fire, then shot back at them. After getting to cover, the demon hunter saw an ogre taking up a canabo and swinging right where Dante hid behind a car, crushing it. The demon hunter jumped on the top of the ogre's head and fired away, killing more demons. Dante tucked both of his pistols away as he summoned Balrog and punched the giant demon on the top of his head. The ogre's skull creaked wide open as his head exploded, making brain matter and blood litter the streets. The Triad gang stared in surprise that Dante was able to kill one of their biggest members. Shaking themselves out of shock, 3 members of their gang stepped forward and stood with nothing but their bare hands, ready to fight with martial arts. With the typical poses and kung fu noises, they demonstrated their techniques by chopping the air and doing backflips like they were in a wuxia film. Dante chuckled before he did the same thing and mimicked their moves. The trio attacked the demon hunter with speedy punches, furious palm strikes, and powerful kicks. However, Dante countered by deflecting the attacks with Balrog still on his arms. Then he summoned King Cerberus out and used the triple ice nunchuck form to smack around the gang members. With a flurry of attacks and battle cries similar to Bruce Lee, Dante managed to freeze the 3 enemies he faced into statues. He then followed up by transforming the devil arm into its flaming bow staff form, then shattered the demons to pieces. Looking at the gang members, Dante taunted them before he transformed the bow staff into lightning charged Sansetsuken, electrocuting them all before they got knocked into different walls. Dante looked around at the mess he made and tried to find somebody who was still kicking. Bodies lay on the streets as cars were destroyed, buildings had bullet holes in them, and windows were shattered. The demon hunter then noticed that the supposed leader who called him out was still breathing. He picked up the small demon and got up to his face. "All right, scumbag. You look like a smart enough guy to know this area well enough. I'm sure you know of a dragon named Vulcan." "Sorry, no heard of him," the demon said before Dante pulled out ebony. "I want to try that again, buddy," Dante warned the smaller demon, readying to shoot him. Wait. He stays at Red Dragon Inn, next to the Jade Palace restaurant. He runs some part of Black Market," the demon told him. "It's west of here." Dante looked at him and got close to his face. "Get lost," he said before tossing him into the streets. The demon ran away with his tail literally between his legs as he headed east. "Red Dragon Inn, huh? Sounds like a fun place to go gambling," he thought to himself aloud. After heading west and walking for 20 minutes, Dante found the Jade Palace thanks to the building's green color, like its namesake. The building was a massive, spiraling tower that seemed like more than a restaurant, so the demon hunter walked into the establishment to find out what that other business Vulcan did was. As he got to the front door, a host stopped him and held up a ledger. "Reservation. I'm here on business for the King of Hell. He told me someone here is being a pain in his side," Dante said in a cool and even tone, not even blinking an eye. "If you think I'm going to let you near my boss, why dash?" The host was stopped when the demon hunter grabbed his hand and applied enough pressure to start crushing his fingers. The demon screamed as the bones in his hand started to crack, and then he was thrown aside like he was nothing but a rag doll. "I won't be long. It will most likely take an hour," Dante told the host as he waltzed right through the front entrance. The inside of the restaurant was green and red with plenty of Chinese decor, like statues of dragons and lion dogs. Tables were lined up all over the place, as some demons from a higher class were having dinner with some expensive food. Some of the demons were gambling with some dice and blackjack, while others played Go or Mahjong. Dante pulled up a chair to a table and put his legs up. "How may I help you, sir?" a waitress asked the demon hunter. "I'll have a beer," Dante told her as he leaned his feet up and balanced himself on the hind legs of the chair. "Right away, sir," the waitress said as she went to grab his beverage. The demon hunter looked around from his table and noted that the place had tight security. He counted at least 14 guards on the second floor, 17 on the third, and 11 on the ground floor. He could also make out other guards on higher floors, but couldn't tell how many from his location. Place is pretty uptight for a kingpin. Makes it feel like they're protecting an overlord, Dante thought to himself as his beer arrived. He thanked the waitress before trying to take a sip, only for his beer mug to shatter into pieces. "I didn't even get a sip in," he sighed as he threw the handle over his shoulder, which then bounced on the ground before he got up from his chair. Looking around, he saw that most of the guards he noticed had 40 or more guns pointed at him. "Fellas, this is no way to treat a customer. We know you killed some of our men downtown. You fucking shitty anime cosplayer," a lion sinner growled as he pointed his gun right at the demon hunter. Several other guards made sure their own firearms were pointed at Dante as well. "Oh, so those are your boys? Well, they should learn proper manners when someone is just walking in the street and minding his own business," Dante retorted, hands in his coat pockets. "Hands out of your pocket, asshole," an Oni-like demon shouted while having his kanabo in hand. "Okay, I'm going to put my hands out of my pocket very slowly," Dante said as he took his hand out of his pocket, but then summoned his devil sword out of thin air. The armed demons fired at him, but he used his Quicksilver ability to move at a lightning-like speed and cut down the ones that shot at him. Demon blood splattered everywhere, and after he dealt with every hostile on the ground floor, he snapped his fingers and time resumed back to normal. The initial guards fell to the ground dead, and the demons on the second floor fired at the son of Sparta with rifles. Looks like this party is getting crazy. Dante smirked as he took out ebony and ivory, then fired on the second floor. As he fought, he jumped onto other customers' dinner tables to avoid gunfire. Kicking noodles and wontons over his demons, he cursed him out. Seeing as he had enough firepower with his favorite pistols, he put them away and brought in the bigger guns. Seemingly out of nowhere, he held out 2 large rocket launchers with bayonets attached to the ends of the barrels, the Kalina and Mark I and II. Seeing the demon hunter arming himself with 2 giant bazookas, a large number of demons stopped firing and ran away as fast as they could. The demon hunter fired the 2 heavy weapons that obliterated the parts of the second floor. When he saw the damage done, he swapped out the heavy ballistics for something that wouldn't destroy the place too soon. Dante jumped up to the second floor in a single bound before some demons attacked him. Dante wasn't phased and fought back using martial arts, punching some sinners square in the face or twisting their arms and throwing them off the balcony. The demon hunter reached the next stairway before he faced a pair of tiger-like sinners that extended their claws and pounced. As he dodged them, one was able to scratch his cheek before the demon hunter bashed their skulls into each other's heads. When he ran up the stairs, an eel demon tried to bite his head off, only for Dante to grab it by its neck and chop its head off with his sword. Climbing the stairs, Dante kept fighting an assortment of sinners and demons that were acting as enforcers for the enemy he still hadn't encountered yet. A large panda sinner with glowing red eyes was about ready to attack Dante, but he taunted the sinner by cracking his neck and gesturing. "Come on, wimp," Dante goaded. The panda charged at him, but the son of Sparta simply stepped to the side and he kicked its back, making him tumble down the stairs and crushing some demons below as they tried to come up the stairs. Dante ran up the next set of stairs. He kicked and punched his way through the demons that stood in his path, including a clam-headed demon that he beat by ripping its jaws wide open. He then went to the higher floors and passed by some slot machines as the members of the gang charged at him. The red-coated demon hunter knocked aside several imps and a hellhound, throwing off the balcony before he slammed a cricket sinner into one of the slot machines. "Jackpot," he said as coins flooded out from the machine, making the gamblers grab the coins to cash them in. On the next floor, Dante took out a shotgun when he saw 2 crocodile demons come out from getting high and pull their weapons on him. The demon's high fell as soon as Dante pulled the trigger on his attackers. Just then, a monkey demon stopped him on the next level and demonstrated kung fu knowledge by performing various stances while shadowboxing. Dante just gave a deadpan stare before pulling the trigger of his shotgun, killing the monkey, and pushing it off the balcony. Dante continued to ascend the stairs as he noticed another dining room where some sinners were dining on demonic animals. They looked to be types that Dante hadn't seen in hell before. So this is an illegal cooking spot for all you sick bastards to chow down on. He looked around to see that they had platters of some kind of hellish turtle and the brains of some ape. Pulling out his twin pistols, Dante fired upon the obvious criminals and even on the food itself. Dante then entered the kitchen and some chefs attacked using butcher knives, but the demon hunter disarmed them and used their weapons against them. He chopped an octopus sinner into pieces before tossing those pieces into a deep fryer. He used a frying pan on an imp, hitting him in the face many times before he bled from his nose and passed out. Dante saw the beasts that were in cages as he shot the locks that broke them out and allowed the animals to be set free, running wild in the restaurant. He went to the stoves, turned on the kitchen's propane, and took a lighter from one of the chefs. "Kitchen's closed. You failed the inspection," he remarked before throwing the lighter, making the kitchen explode a few seconds later. The panda sinner from before made his way up to the special dining area, huffing out of breath. "I hate stairs," he muttered before he saw Dante walking out with flames behind him. "You asshole!" The panda charged at the demon hunter only for the son of Sparta to dodge his fists and spin him around before kicking him down the stairs again. Dante smirked to himself as he heard the comical grunts of pain from the rolling panda. Dante went up to the next floor and saw that it was a whorehouse. "Hey, get the fuck out of here and wait your turn," some seal demon shouted before pulling a knife on him. Dante had an unimpressed face before he used a shotgun to send guts and blubber all over the bed. The female demon next to him screamed as she used the covers to hide herself and ran off. "A whorehouse too? No wonder Lucifer wants this guy dead," Dante said to himself as a crow demon, a fat blue ogre, and a raptor jumped on him. However, the group attack was ineffective as they only got sliced up by Dante's devil sword. The demon hunter walked past the bodies he cut down as he noticed some of the women were chained up to the beds. Dante lifted his weapon to his head as one of the girls covered lifted her arms above her face, thinking this was her end before she only heard her chains were broken instead. The son of Sparta did the same with each chain he saw in the room and freed all the captive women. "Go on, get out of here. If you want, go to the Hazbin Hotel for a place to stay," he told them as they all ran down the stairs, passing the burning kitchen as some workers were trying to put out the flames. Dante made it to the top of the floor in a narrow hallway. 2 guards blocked his way. If you value your lives, best to move aside and go home. One of the guards, who was a salamander demon, lit himself aflame and charged at him. But Dante broke his wrist and applied pressure on his leg before snapping it. The salamander screamed in pain as his leg was broken and his flames were extinguished. The demon hunter ended the fight with a bullet in the center skull. The Komodo dragon who witnessed the death of his partner soon gave Dante a harsh glare, and after a few seconds of tense silence, he spoke. "Let me just get that for you," he said as he decided to open the door for Dante. "Finally, someone smart," Dante said as he walked through the door to the personal chamber of the boss. The room was red with many columns designed with Chinese dragon artwork swirling around them. Torches lined the room to provide light as a lone chair was seen behind a huge painting of some battle that took place on Earth in Asia. A lone figure sat in the chair, clapping as he stood up and revealed himself. The demon was a red Chinese dragon with a yellow underbelly, 2 long red whiskers, and a long red tail with golden silky fur at the tip. He wore a black pinstripe suit and had a cigar hanging from his mouth as he approached the demon hunter. "Welcome to my humble estate, son of Sparta." Vulcan greeted the demon hunter. "So you know who I am. I figure it's because of hell talking about me from above or the big splash I made 7 years ago," Dante said as he watched the dragon smoke his cigar and blow smoke out his nostrils. "Mostly the latter," Vulcan said as he continued to smoke. "Now, what can I do for you? You pretty much killed most of my guards in business. So why are you here?" "Who knows, but the big boss of hell himself hired me to deal with you. I would say illegal food or prostitution along with typical violent crimes." "Who knows? Maybe you just didn't do your taxes." Dante shrugged his shoulders. "Something tells me it's more. Well, I did consider expanding my resources and territory. I guess Lucifer didn't like that a lot, so he sent his favorite dog to come after me," the dragon said, finishing his cigar and letting the ashes drop onto the floor. As his cigar fell, he sped forward in the blink of an eye and kicked Dante back into a wall. "Not bad for a walking leather belt," Dante joked as he cracked his neck on both sides and summoned Balrog. After taking up a fighting stance with his gauntlets and greaves, the demon hunter dashed forward and punched Vulcan into the wall. Vulcan pulled himself out of the crater in the wall, spitting out some blood from his mouth before putting his jaw back into place from Dante's punch. "This was a new suit too," he growled as he saw his suit was ripped and covered in ash. With an angry growl coming from his throat, he removed his jacket to show his muscular arms and built body. "Let me warn you, demon hunter, I am a master of many forms of martial arts. I learned a lot of stuff too," Dante told him as he got into his stance. The two stared each other down before they ran toward one another. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the two traded blows while narrowly dodging or deflecting what they could. As Dante attempted to dodge Vulcan using his arm like a powerful whip, the son of Sparta got his hand underneath the demon's chin. Using his free hand, he forced his elbow straight up, dealing a strong palm strike uppercut to the draconic center, making him stumble back. "You're good. I'll give you that," Vulcan said before backward and breathed fire. The dragon demon watched as the son of Sparta defended against the fireballs with a whirlwind of punches and kicks. Growling in frustration, he flew toward the demon hunter and swiped his claws, ripping Dante's shirt and making his chest bleed. Within seconds, Dante's wounds began to heal themselves, and the demon hunter grabbed Vulcan's tail. With a firm grip on the dragon's tail, Dante spun him around before tossing him into a glass window. Dante saw the dragon recover with blood falling down his face, then smirked as he gestured for the dragon to attack him. Vulcan summoned out a pair of Dao swords as he flew towards the demon hunter with the weapons. Dante deflected the sword swings with Balrog, then switched the armor for his devil sword to attack. Vulcan blocked with his swords, and as they both applied pressure, sparks flew off all 3 blades. "Not bad for a big red gecko," Dante taunted as he clashed his sword with Vulcan's. "I'm a dragon, damn it," Vulcan roared as he breathed fire at Dante's face. The son of Sparta jumped back in time, and only a few embers caught his coat. The red dragon charged at the demon hunter with his swords and kept up his attack. "You're the famous Dante that defeated many foes, including Mundus and Argosax?" "Huh, I fought foes that were so much better. If I'm being honest, I'm not even giving it my all. I just wanted to have a little fun." Dante smirked as he used more force and made the dragon's Dao swords drop to the floor. He then swung his sword at the dragon and sliced open his chest as blood sprayed. Vulcan dropped to the floor as he clenched his chest. You've been playing me this whole time." "Not exactly. I just needed to get entertained. But I will admit, you were a pretty decent foe. Better than those henchmen you had," Dante told him as he unsummoned his sword. Vulcan chuckled as he was on his knees, clenching his wound. "You really live up to your expectations. All right, let me make this up to you," he said as his body turned into a ball of light. The spirit of the dragonic foe then went into his Dao swords and the weapons transformed. The blades became a golden bronze color. The guards turned into dragon heads. The handles were wrapped in black leather. It had the Chinese letters for fire and dragon imprinted on the swords. Dante picked up the twin swords, and like the other devil arms he obtained, he tested them out as he swung them in different directions and spun the two around his head as flames came out of them like a fiery tornado. At least these ones don't talk, Dante chuckled to himself. After he placed the twin swords together like they could be placed in the same sheath, he heard the door open again. The panda sinner returned and entered the room, showing he was out of breath and panting in exhaustion. I'm gonna get you, you son of a bitch, he said just before noticing that his boss has turned into a devil arm. Fuck, he muttered before the demon hunter looked his way. No, I know where this is going. Allow me, he said. The panda turned around to roll to the bottom of the stairs for a third and final time, grunting in pain all the way down. Dante walked into the lobby of the hotel to see Michael, Eva, Nifty, Charlie, Serpentious, and Angel watching something on TV. Hey, I'm back. Hey, Dad. How was your job Grandpa gave you? Michael asked. It went pretty well, Dante told his son. So what are you watching? Kung Fu Panda, Michael and Eva said in unison. How fitting that was my day, Dante said, scooting over to see a panda fighting a snow leopard. Not bad. The panda I faced rolled down a flight of stairs. 3 times. Was it head first or sideways like a bowling ball? Angel asked. Bowling ball. But I did face off with a dragon, Dante told the kids. Wait, you fought a dragon? Was he big and breathed fire? The silver hair boy asked. Taller than me, the demon hunter said. He was barely a challenge for me, but he was strong enough to turn into this. He summoned his newest devil arm, which made both his kids' eyes go wide with excitement. Kids, this is a devil arm. I had quite a few in my office on Earth. Yep, the first one he had here was a former boss of mine. He was a jerk and deserved it, Angel Dust told the twins. By the way, we kept them here in the hotel. You have them? Dante asked as he looked at Charlie. Well, yeah, I just had to lock them up because of the kids, the princess of hell told him. I didn't want them to get hurt anyone else, or destroy the building. Can't blame you there, babe. My dad didn't allow me or Vergil to touch his sword until we were ready to train. Speaking of, where is my brother? Dante asked as he didn't see Vergil in the lobby. Uncle Vergil said he went to the study to look through books, Eva told her father. Typical. I just hope there are no books on dangerous items or anything of that matter. I kicked his ass twice for doing both. I really don't want to make it a third time, Dante muttered to himself before he went to the study to find his brother. The red-coated half-demon found his twin reading. Vergil, what are you doing? The blue-coated half-demon looked away from the book and stared at his brother. I was reading the history of hell. It seems that it was different from what humans have been told, Vergil said to his twin. It seems that Lilith was the first female, but refused to be with the first man, Adam. When she left him, she fell in love with Lucifer. Sound a lot like how Mom and Dad fell in love, Dante chuckled. You know, Charlie did say Adam was a dick, so I could see why. And it seems that the fruit that Lucifer gave to Eve seems to have come from the Qliphoth, Vergil explained. Wait, how can that be? That was a demonic tree that feasted on human blood, and there were only 3 humans known back then, Dante asked. It might have been a weak version before it became the tree I planted as Urizen. The tree might have feasted on something different, where the original tree of knowledge had a fruit that was affected by some sort of blight that mutated it and made the tree, Vergil hypothesized. Maybe it changed after the whole evils of free will affected it despite Lucy's good intentions. No wonder he didn't like the fact you messed with the tree, Dante remarked. Anyway, I need your help on something. And what do you need my help with? Vergil asked his younger brother with a raised brow. Michael and Eva's birthday is coming up. I think one of their gifts should be their swords. I have an idea of what they'd look like, but I need your help making them, Dante told his older twin. And why should I do that? Vergil asked. Because if I don't ask you to help, and you give nothing on their birthday, Charlie and Vaggie may as well kick you out, and you'll be in a cell with other tortured souls, Dante pointed out. Plus, the twins would just pout and call you names like Stingy McLoserpants. And we don't want that, do we? He added with a cheeky grin. The elder brother glared at Dante for a moment before he sighed in surrender. Very well, Vergil said as he closed the book. The process may take all night. The best way would be back in our room, he said as he walked with the book in his hand and towards their shared room to begin the creation of new devil swords. Chapter 6. Mission 6. Horseplay. It had been a long night for the sons of Sparta, and they were both exhausted after the work they accomplished last night. Both Dante and Vergil walked down the stairs and went into the dining hall. Many of the guests who were eating looked at the sons of Sparta, with some of them glaring at them for disturbing their sleep, while others looked at them and wondered why they were tired in the first place. So what's for breakfast? Dante asked no one in particular. What the hell is up with you two? It's 10 a.m. and you look like the Walking Dead, Angel Dust remarked. What the fuck were you two doing all night to get yourselves to come down just now? Birthday gifts, Dante yawned. At least 2 of them, Vergil muttered as he went to the kitchen to get himself a mug, some Earl Grey tea leaves, and hot water. What? No mug for me? Dante asked before yawning. Get it yourself, Vergil said, preparing his tea. And I thought I was a grouch when I woke up, Husk said as he took a sip of Irish coffee from his Fuck Mondays cup. Don't worry, I got this. The winged cat took a mug from the kitchen cupboard and offered it to Dante. Here. Thanks, Husk, Dante said, letting loose another yawn before making himself a cup of coffee. The demon hunter took a few gulps before the caffeine hit him. Dante and Vergil took a seat a few feet away from each other. After a minute or two, Charlie, Vaggie, and the kids entered as the 4 saw the tired state of both Vergil and Dante. Have you two been fighting each other all night? Asked the Princess of Hell. No, they said in unison, looking at one another in annoyance. Seriously, are you two always at each other's throats? Or are you just ridiculously competitive? Vaggie asked the twin sons of Sparta, feeling a little irritated by their childish behavior. Only when I'm trying to save the world, and he's trying to destroy it, Dante said with his hands behind his head and his legs pushed back. That's not even remotely true, Vergil stated. Okay, yeah, that's my mistake. He wanted to rule it, and did so with an evil tree that got him sent here. Dante corrected himself. Vergil's immediate reaction to Dante bringing up Lucifer's punishment was to kick the chair the red-clad twin was in, making him fall onto his back. You bastard, he muttered, with a little rage in his voice. Because he didn't want to make a scene, Dante pulled his chair back up and sat back down at the table. Anyway, the noise you heard all night was part of Michael and Eva's birthday gifts. Our birthday gifts? Can we have them, Daddy? Please, please, please. Eva begged her father while giving him the puppy dog eyes. I would love to, sweetheart, but you and Michael have to wait until tomorrow, Dante said, resisting the eyes that Charlie occasionally showed by ruffling his daughter's hair. No fair, Eva pouted, puffing out her cheeks. Can we get a hint at least? Michael asked his dad. No, that would ruin the surprise, Vergil told his nephew as the blue-coated half-demon sipped his tea. It's best that you wait. After all, tomorrow is not a long time. For once, I have to agree with you, a voice said. Everyone turned to see the owner of the voice was none other than the king of hell himself, Lucifer Morningstar. Grandpa, Eva and Michael shouted in unison as they ran out of their chairs and went to the king of hell, hugging him tight. How are my 2 favorite ducklings doing? Lucifer smiled as he hugged them back. Going to be 7 tomorrow. It almost felt like yesterday when you 2 were born. Hey, Dad, what are you doing here? I thought you and Mom weren't going to be here until tomorrow. Charlie greeted her father, confused as to why he was a day early. Well, I came for 3 reasons, Lucifer said as he released his grandchildren, taking a few steps forward. The first one is to give this to Dante, since he did face off against Vulcan, Lucifer said as he gave Dante a giant sack of money. I know I said I was going to pay you in a couple of days, but I thought I'd be a little generous. Also, you're going to need it for today. The second reason is because I have a job for Vergil. You have a job for me? Vergil asked as he got up from his chair. He walked up to the short king, who stood 5 feet 5 inches tall. And what exactly is this job of yours? A disturbance to the south of the city, where some hellborn have been killed, Lucifer explained. Give you something to do before the big event, the king of hell explains. The third reason is because I want to take my grandkids to Lulu World and have a sleepover at my place. Lulu World? Michael and Eva shouted in excitement. Lulu World, Vergil asked with a raised brow. Think of it as Hell's Disney World, Dante explained. Vergil rolled his eyes at his twin brother, took out Yamato, and sliced open a portal that was close to the southern part of Pentagram City. He never changes. That's what I'm worried about, Lucifer muttered before turning to his grandchildren. Okay, Lulu World awaits, he said as he opened a portal to the theme park. Lulu World. Lulu World. Both Michael and Eve chanted repeatedly before they went into the portal. Lucifer walked behind his grandchildren, before turning to face his daughter. I hope this party is just as fun as last year. Anyway, see you tomorrow, Char Char, the devil said, walking through the portal and closing it behind him. Oh boy, this is going to be very exhausting. Charlie sighed as she looked like she just had a full day. Don't worry too much, hun. We got this, Vaggie told her wife, kissing her. The moth demoness looked at all the hotel guests before she spoke. Line up, she said loudly as she got their attention. All right, we are going to make this the best birthday the prince and princess have ever seen, she said as she went into drill sergeant mode. I expect this place to look its best. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, Serpentius shouted as he saluted. On it, Nifty said, zooming out and dusting like crazy. What kind of cake would prince and princess want? Serpentius asked. If I know the kids after the time we had together, make it a strawberry cake. Maybe with chocolate, Dante suggested as he knew the kids did take after his sweet tooth. Angel, you're in charge of the guests. And keep it kid-friendly, Vaggie ordered the former porn star. I know that Vags, geez. Uncle Angel plays it nice when in front of the kids. Angel dust countered. If anything, it will be preteen to teen level. We are in hell after all. You have a point there, Angel, Charlie said. And what shall I do, my dear? Alastair asked with his signature grin plastered on his face. You aren't doing a single thing, you talk show shitlord. Especially what happened on their 3rd birthday. Vaggie got in his face. Oh, you're exaggerating. It wasn't that bad, Alastair played it off. What happened? Dante asked curiously. Well, Charlie was ready to explain to the demon hunter. For years ago. Happy birthday! Everyone cheered as Alastair brought out a silver platter. I hope you enjoy it. I made it very special for the young ones, Alastair said as he lifted the cover to the tray. The smiles quickly turned into frowns as a dead deer head was shown on the platter with 3 candles on its head. Both Michael and Eva cried hysterically as Charlie tried to calm him down. Lucifer, Lilith, and Vaggie stared at the radio demon with anger. Back to the present. Dante looked at the radio demon with a glare in his eyes. You're lucky I wasn't there. Otherwise, you would have been a devil arm in a millisecond. No harm done. I thought it would be good for the kids to try something new, Alastair told the son of Sparta with his grin still plastered on his face. It took an entire year to get the kids to watch anything related to deer, Vaggie argued. Especially Bambi, Charlie added. Since Alastair isn't helping, what should I do, Vaggie? Charlie, I need you and Dante to get stuff for the party and the entertainment, Vaggie told her wife. Don't worry, Vags. We'll make sure this party will rock, Dante assured her as he wrapped his arm around Charlie. Come on, Sha. Let's give our kids a party they will never forget, he said, pulling Charlie out the door and into the city. You set them together on purpose, didn't you, Vagina? Angel dust smirked. Those two need some time together, Vaggie said, not even letting that nickname bother her. After making a portal to the southern part of Pentagram City, Vergil looked around the area and saw that not much of it was filled with sinners and hellborns. Now, why would the king of hell want me here? Vergil muttered to himself as he walked, holding Yamato by the scabbard. He passed by some prostitutes who winked at him or gave him a blowjob gesture. One even flashed him. But much to the disappointment of the ladies, the son of Sparta ignored them and kept walking. Vergil looked around where he could see if there was something out of place, but nothing seemed out of place, even with the burning trash cans and wrecked cars. Looks like I'll have to gather some information like Dante usually would, he thought to himself heading to a bar. It was like any other dive bar in hell with bad lighting and many thugs roughing each other up. The black-coated son of Sparta walked up to the bartender, a bear-like sinner with an eye patch across his left eye. I want to know something going around this part of town. And what you want to know, little man? The bear asked with a Russian accent. Something that has been going around this part of town. Or so I've been told, Vergil said calmly. Sorry, but I'm not talking unless you buy a drink, the bear said, cleaning his glass. Then I'll have some water, Vergil said, making the entire bar laugh. I don't believe I made a joke. You come right in here asking for some information and you just want a glass of water, a gorilla with a leather jacket and dirt bike pants asked, approaching him. Who do you think you are? I have no recollection of talking to you specifically, Vergil said as he stared at the sinner. I make it a policy of mine not to talk to mindless brutes. Why, you little dash, the gorilla shouted, raising his fist to grab the son of Sparta to deliver a punch. But before his fist made contact with the white-haired humanoid, it suddenly fell to the floor, spraying blood all over the counters and some on Vergil. My hand, he screamed as he clenched what remains of his arm. While distracted, Vergil swiftly sheathed and unsheathed Yamato, turning the gorilla into pieces of meat. Anyone else wants to question me? He asked the bar in a calm, yet threatening way. No one answered him and immediately continued with their business. The bartender poured a glass of water and slid it to the son of Sparta. So, comrade, you bounty hunter or something? Something like that. I have orders from the king himself. King, why did Lucifer send you? The bartender asked curiously. If it made the king of hell send someone on his behalf, this job must have been important. Something about hellborns specifically being killed, Vergil said, as he took a sip of his water. You must be talking about the Mongolian, said a cowboy sinner with cactus-like arms and a round white head. He overheard what Vergil was talking about and approached him. The Mongolian? Are you talking about someone like Genghis Khan? Vergil asked. Well, sorta. I don't know much, but when I was in a turf war, I heard someone screaming, the Mongolian is here. I didn't mind it at first, but then I heard something like a horse galloping before I saw arrows flying. The cowboy explained to Vergil. I mean, 100 arrows came flying out of nowhere like it was raining cats and dogs. I didn't want to risk being killed off in case it was made of angelic steel. I took cover and saw so many demons being shot down, littered with arrows head to toe. Of course, those that were sinners didn't die, but they did say it hurt like a bitch. Did you by any chance get a good look at this Mongolian? Vergil asked the cowboy. No, but I did see its silhouette. It was the size of a 2-story building on a horse. Wore a helmet with some sort of plume flowing on top and some padded armor. The sinner described what little he saw. And where was it when you saw it last? Vergil asked the cowboy. Last I saw was on Death Row Lane, the cowboy instructed. Thank you. The black-coated Sparta told the sinner before finishing his water and heading to Death Row Lane. Here we are, kids. Lulu World, Lucifer said to his grandchildren as they stepped out of the portal and saw the hellish theme park. Lulu World. Both Michael and Eva cheered in excitement before running in. When the employees saw that Lucifer was coming to the theme park, they immediately allowed the King of Hell into the park. The King of Hell walked behind his grandkids as they looked around the park. Which ride should we go on? Michael asked as he saw the mini roller coasters and bigger rides. Let's go on the Bismarck, Eva suggested. We always go on the Bismarck. Let's go to the Dead Man's Tower, Michael said as he wanted to ride the large drop tower. Bismarck, Dead Man. Actually, Grandpa wants you to ride his newest attraction. The best part is we're going to be the first ones, Lucifer told the twins so they could stop arguing. Really? The twins' eyes were sparkling as they wanted to know what the ride was. Follow me, my ducklings, the King of Hell said to them as he led them to another part of the park. As they arrived, the twins saw the area was crowded with some workers and guests waiting. One of the park managers spotted the King of Hell and guided him to the stage. Grinning, Lucifer went up on the podium and brought his grandkids to stand beside him. He tested the mic to make sure it was working, and once he was satisfied with the results, he spoke to everyone. Citizens of Hell and guests of Lulu World, I stand before you today to announce Hell's newest attraction. But before I reveal what this is, I want to say why I made it, he told everyone as they moaned in irritation. Oh, don't be like that. It'll only take a minute or two. Now then, this used to be the home of the attraction of It's a Small Hell ride, which sucked major balls, one patron shouted. Ignoring the demon, Lucifer carried on. Anyway, 7 years ago, there was a fight that happened between Dante, the demon hunter, and a military overlord named Dread. They both tore up the park and damaged some of the rides. Luckily, most of them were able to be saved, but unfortunately, It's a Small Hell was not so lucky, he continued, before there was a roaring cheer among the audience. Lucifer held his hands up to silence the crowd. So, I decided to make something new to this park in its place. And it so happens to be ready just before my grandchildren's birthday tomorrow. To celebrate the grand opening of this ride and their birthday, they're going to be the first in line to ride this new attraction. Now, I give to you Dante's Inferno. He ordered the staff to pull the curtain to show a new roller coaster that was red and extremely large, with 3 loops, sidewinders, and a large tower that took a new section of the park up. And now, I declared this ride open. He summoned a pair of scissors and cut the ribbon to the new roller coaster. As the ribbon was cut, he and his grandkids were already the first in line for the new attraction and sat in the front row. Thanks for letting us be the first ones to ride your new ride, Grandpa, Michael told the devil as they were strapped into the ride. Anything for my 2 favorite grandchildren, Lucifer said as he was strapped in. He saw Eva shaking like a leaf. Eva, what's wrong, my little duckling? Grandpa, I'm scared, Eva admitted to him. I know it looks scary, sweetheart, but if you go on this once, it won't seem as scary later, the King of Hell told his granddaughter. Then we'll go on the rides you've never gone on before. Okay, Grandpa, she said and flashed him a smile before they began to move. Oh, we're moving. Eva held onto the handlebars as they ascended on the tower. Once they reached the top, they saw the entire park before they sped downward really fast. They made it around the big twists and turns, passed through the fiery tunnel, and around the 3 loops before they stopped completely and safely. That was awesome, Michael shouted in excitement. Can we go again? Eva begged her grandfather. Maybe another time. We still have to go to the other rides, Lucifer said, leading them out and walking to their next destination. Dante and Charlie were walking around the stores, getting all of the birthday supplies and gifts they needed for the kids. Okay, so we have the chocolate fountain, the bouncy house, and adult stuff for the older guests. Are we missing anything? Charlie said before she asked the demon hunter, who was checking off the list. Let's see. Dante looked through the list of all the stuff they needed for tomorrow. I still need to make sure my presents for them are prepped, but I think the only thing left would be... Dante's thoughts were soon interrupted by a gruff voice nearby. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that Princess Charlotte Morningstar? Standing 3 feet away from Charlie and Dante was an imp with a pale white face, lime mascara, and pink irises. His teeth were neon blue and robotic arms and legs with neon blue lighting on them. His outfit was that of a jester with baggy bright red and blue patterns on him with a matching jester cap. In his hands were leashed to what looked to be 6 demonic-looking chihuahuas, but their snouts looked more like an elephant's trunk or an anteater's mouth. A white one had wheels on its back legs to help him walk. Charlie immediately recognized this demon as Fitzgerald, who was a skilled circus performer who was very famous throughout Hell. The last time she heard of his performances, he made a big final show that doubled as a way to quit working for the sin of greed, Mammon. Considering what she knew of Mammon, she didn't blame Fizz for quitting like he did. After all, There is no better way to say you're leaving the greediest bastard in hell's line of work than repeatedly singing fuck you to his face. Oh great. Another clown. Dante rolled his eyes. You got a problem with clowns, pretty boy? Fizz asked the demon hunter. 2 clowns tried to kill me, but I happened to kill them first, Dante told the imp jester, hands on his twin pistols. Feel like dancing, clown? Whoa, whoa, whoa. No need to get violent. Dante, Charlie told him to prevent him from making an enemy out of someone. Sorry, Fizz. He recently got back into hell. How's Uncle Ozzy? Oh, Ozzy's doing well. Making all sorts of fun toys for couples and still having time to manage his nightclub. But what are you doing with this guy? In fact, who is he? Fitzarali asked the Princess of Hell. Fizz, this is Dante. He's he's my boyfriend and the father of my kids. Charlie introduced him to the son of Sparta. Wait, you're the baby daddy that knocked her up? Fizz asked as he looked at Dante once more. Wait, you look familiar somehow. Kinda rings a bell. I was on the news a lot 7 years ago. Dante told the demon jester, calmed down after he saw Charlie, seemed to know the imp. Oh yeah, now I remember. You're that demon hunter who killed all of the top demons back then. So glad that three-eyed freak is gone. He was stirring up too much trouble in the other rings, Fizz told the white-hair hunter. So, what are you doing here with the princess? We are getting stuff for the twins. Tomorrow's their birthday, Charlie told the clown. Suddenly, she had an idea. Hey, why don't you be some of the entertainment for tomorrow? I mean, Uncle Ozzy and you are invited. Plus, the kids love you and your talent. I would love to. I mean, the kids know me and they love my stuff. I'll bring my best material to their birthday, Fitzarali told her. Hold on. Dante held up his hand in front of the clown. This is the first birthday I have with my kids, and I want it to be something they can remember. Before I can approve, give me something you can do that no other clown can. Well, I can't blame you for judging me, but I think I can give you a taste of what I can do, Fitzarali said before he allowed Charlie to hold the leashes of his KIs. Pulled out a red balloon before he started blowing into it and making into shapes he wanted, lightning fast before blowing others before making a balloon replica of Dante. Tada, looking at his balloon self, the demon hunter nodded in approval. Okay, you're hired. Thanks. I'll be sure to show you more of my talents at the party. Ciao. Fitzarali took his KIs and headed down the streets. Well, we have one entertainer down. Now we just need a few others, Dante said to Charlie, crossing that off the list. I'm sure Mom and Dad have invited more people and celebrities into hell. I just hope Uncle Mammon isn't invited. Charlie let loose a long sigh as the sin of greed was her least favorite honorary uncle. Anyway, let's keep getting everything else, she told the son of Sparta, as they started to get more stuff for their kid's birthday. Vergil made his way to Death Row Lane where the demon known as the Mongolian was last seen. The son of Sparta looked around and saw the streets were littered with dead bodies and buildings had broken windows. The black-coated Sparta looked around to see if there were any traces of the demon that terrorized these parts, not finding anything in the immediate area. Suddenly, a large arrow flew through the air and was heading right for him. The black-coated half-demon quickly drew Yamato and swiftly placed the blade back in its scabbard. The quick-draw slash ended up splitting the log-sized arrow in half, leaving the broken arrow to crash into 2 different buildings behind him. You decided to show yourself, he said, keeping a hold on Yamato and looking where the large arrow was fired from. A snort was heard from the distance as the sound of hooves paced toward Vergil. He saw that there was a reddish horse-like demon that was the size of a 2-story building with 6 green eyes and a skeletal mouth. Upon closer inspection, Vergil saw that the reddish body wasn't from any type of fur, but the fact it had no skin and showed its musculature along with bones emerging from the body. The rider was the same height as the horse, but he lacked legs as his torso was attached to the horse's back, making like the horse and rider were one complete being thanks to what looked like thick thread stitching them together. The rider's torso had long arms which held a massive bow. His body was covered in leather armor, and he wore a helmet with a horsehair plume on top. The demon's piercing yellow eyes glared at Vergil, scanning him like a machine in order to figure out his next move, while his free hand reached for an arrow out of the quiver on his back. So, you're the Mongolian that's been terrorizing this part of the city? Well, it's time you met your end, Vergil said as he held Yamato out and slowly unsheathed the demonic katana. The horse part of the demon screeched as its rider knocked an arrow, firing the pole-sized projectile at the son of Sparta. Vergil immediately countered when drew his sword at speeds faster than the eye, splintering the arrow into toothpicks with a series of slashes before returning it to its sheath. The horse from the rider snorted in anger as he charged at the half-demon. Vergil made little movement as the Mongolian summoned out a Mongol saber and charged right at him. Pathetic, Vergil said with little effort needed as he blocked the attack with a casual lift of his sword's sheath. You're nothing but a nuisance to me. He continued to block the attacks of the Nuklavi, blocking all of the attacks with just the hilt of his sword. You're nothing but a fly compared to me, he said, quickly drawing the Yamato and slashing the enemy's blade, destroying it almost instantly. The Mongolian backed away from the son of Sparta, throwing away his now broken sword, pulling out his bow, and firing an arrow into the sky. Just before it started to fall, the arrow broke apart into hundreds of smaller arrows that blackened the sky just above the battle. Interesting trick, Vergil commented before he used his summoned swords to counter several arrows, then sliced up as many more as possible with Yamato. However, there were so many arrows that Vergil could not deflect all of them. Some arrows pierced his shoulders, his legs, and his chest. Vergil groaned in pain as he took out the arrows that impaled him, letting his enhanced healing ability that he and Dante shared handle his injuries. No more games. This ends now, he declared before he dashed towards the Mongolian, then cut the horse's head off its body. The Mongolian reared back in pain as the horse part of the body kicked and bucked around, making the rider part jerk around, feeling his entire body go numb. Suddenly, Vergil sliced up the torso of the rider, separating the humanoid half from the horse part. "You're nothing but a waste upon this world," he said as he slashed the Mongolian's arms off. After stabbing the Mongolian in the chest, Vergil swung his sword upward to slash the sinner's head in half and kill him. After the demon's corpse fell to the ground, the Mongolian started to glow white as it took on the shape of a sphere. "So you were powerful enough to be a devil arm," Vergil said with a smirk as he held out his hand. The ball of light rushed toward Vergil's hand before it turned into a metallic silver bow with brown leather wrapping around it. The ends of the bow were each decorated with a horsehead design. When Vergil pulled the bowstring back, an arrow made of light appeared. Testing out his new weapon, the elder twin fired dozens of arrows, striking the walls of buildings and the already damaged streets. After they hit their targets, Vergil swung the bow around before slamming the end on the ground, causing the arrows to explode and turn the objects they pierced into rubble. Vergil smirked as he placed the new bow on his back. "This will be very useful in the future," he told himself before unsheathing Yamato and cutting the air, creating a portal back to the hotel. After a long day at Lulu World, Lucifer made a portal back home to Morningstar Manor. Awaiting him by the stone steps was Lilith, who was dressed in her usual and elegant black sleeveless dress. "Grandma!" Eva cheered as she ran to the Queen of Hell. "Eva!" Lilith hugged her granddaughter and kissed her cheek. "How's my little demoness? Did you have fun with Grandpa and your brother at Lulu World?" "I did. Grandpa took us to his new ride that opened today, and we were the first ones on it," Eva told her as she smiled. "I'm glad," the Queen of Hell said as she turned to look at her grandson and walked over to him. "Michael, my handsome boy," she said, hugging him and kissing his cheek. "It's good to see you too, Grandma." Michael blushed as he was getting smothered by his grandmother. "Look at you, all handsome and growing up." Lilith smiled as she pinched his cheek. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah, I did," Michael said as he took on his grandmother's affection. "I'm glad, because tomorrow we're going back to the hotel to celebrate your birthday. I promise it will be the best one you'll have," Lilith told him. The Queen of Hell held both of her grandchildren together. "This will be a day you both will remember." "Thanks, Grandma," the twins said in unison before running inside and heading to bed for their big event. Lucifer walked up to his wife as he watched his grandkids enter Morningstar Manor. "They grow up so fast, Lily. It reminds me of the time Charlie was that little." "I know what you mean, dear. I remember those days too." Lilith nuzzled her husband. "How's Dante, by the way?" "He's all right. Still himself like always. But he is committed to the kids," Lucifer informed her. "And his brother? Moody. It's like he always has a stick up his ass," he said, which made the Queen giggle and grab him by the arm. "Come on, honey. We need our beauty sleep." Lilith continued to pull her husband inside the mansion. "Are we having a little bit more than some beauty sleep?" Lucifer asked with a smirk and an arched brow. "As much as I would love to, I don't want the children to hear us. Or worse, somehow walk in," the Queen of Hell told her husband as he gave a pout. Lilith couldn't help but giggle at the face he was making. "But I promise there will be a lot of kissing." "I'll take it," Lucifer said as he walked into the house with his wife by his side. In an unknown location in the Pride Ring, in a lab, a large gray, locust-like demon was buzzing around a laboratory. He had two sets of horns, as one large pair curved downward while the second curled upward and into each other to form a sort of false halo. He looked over the notes of a project with one red eye as he was speaking to himself with a bit of stutter. "This is bad. My greatest experiment has been destroyed by a son of Sparta," he yelled at himself as he buzzed at the large test tubes that held his experiments. "I was sure my Mongolian would be up to the stage challenge." Suddenly, a ringing was heard and a large caller ID was shown on one of the screens. "Oh no," the locust gulped as he saw who was on the large screen. "If I don't answer, I'm dead. If I do, I'm still dead," he thought to himself. The locust decided to answer the call in order to at least know if he could give an answer without being killed later. "HLO. Agnes," a voice shouted at the end of the call. Explain why your so-called experiment was taken down easily by Sparta. I had no idea they would be TTT this strong. Agnes whimpered as he curled up. You should. After all, one of them killed you, the voice said in an angry tone. Yes, of course. It's just they grew SSSS stronger. Dante did kill Mundus after all, and Vergil's power did increase after a month. Argus told the being on the other line. Just then, he had an idea. What if I get a fragment of their PPPP powers? Then you can use it on anything you would like. But I will need TTTT time and experimentation on how to control it. There was a silence held for a long time before the voice finally spoke. Fine, you have a month, but no more than that. Fail me again, and I'll be sure you die a painful death with some angelic steel. Understood, Argus said as he ended the call and started to make something new. You'll pay Dante. You and your family. Chapter 7. Mission 7, Birthday Bash. It was early in the morning at Morningstar Manor when the twins, Michael and Eva, were sleeping in 2 different beds. The older twin began to stir awake and let out a yawn as he attempted to rub the sleep out of his eyes. When he finished, he looked at the alarm clock to see the date magically displayed along with it. Wait, he said to himself as he realized what day it was. With a big grin on his face, he went to his sister's bed and shook her shoulder. Eva, wake up. MHHM, 5 more minutes, Mikey, she moaned as she wanted to get some more sleep, turning her back to her brother. Eva, wake up, Michael exclaimed as he shook his sister harder. All right, I'm up. Eva shot out of bed, looking annoyed as she had a case of bedhead, making her hair look like bullhorns or a swarm of snakes. What is it? Happy birthday, Michael told his sister. Birthday? She asked sleepily. After processing what her twins said, Eva's eyes shot open and the sleepiness vanished instantly. It's our birthday today, she said excitedly and hugged her brother. Happy birthday, Mikey. Happy birthday, sis, he said as he hugged his sister back. After they finished their hug, a couple of the servants took the twins to 2 different bathrooms to let them bathe, brush their teeth, and change into their clothing for the day. Eva wore a scarlet-red sundress with a Morningstar family crest on it. Michael, on the other hand, wore dark dress pants and a black shirt with a red dragon on it. The twins headed out into the large dining room where they saw Lilith drinking a cup of coffee with a mug, say, "My husband rules hell, but I rule the household." After enjoying her morning brew, she gave a soft smile to the twins. There they are, my 2 precious grandchildren. Happy birthday, kids. Lilith got up from her seat, hugging and kissing them both on the forehead. Thanks, Grandma, the twins said in unison as they returned the gesture. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Eva asked as she looked around for the King of Hell. Oh, he'll be here shortly. He's just making your breakfast is all, Lilith told her granddaughter as she took her seat again, gesturing the twins do the same. As both Eva and Michael took their seats at the dining table, Lucifer came in with a towering pile of pancakes. There they are. Happy birthday, you too. I made pancakes. Lucifer smiled as he walked over to the middle of the table and placed a large stack right in front of the 2. Grandpa's pancakes. Both Michael and Eva cheered as they took as many flapjacks as they could onto their plates. With a snap of a finger, the King of Hell presented a wide assortment of toppings for his grandchildren to choose from. Fresh fruits, chocolate chips, whipped cream, and different types of syrup. The twins took different assortments as they wolfed down their pancakes. You two sure have your mother's appetite when she was young. Lilith laughed as she took a pancake for herself. Lucifer took his seat and had his pancakes decorated with apple slices and caramel syrup. So, what do you two expect for your birthday? Dad said he's planning to give us 3 different gifts each. Said it was from him and Uncle Vergil. Michael told both of his grandparents. I'm a little curious, since this will be the first time I'm meeting Dante's twin brother in person. What is he like? Lilith asked them. Uncle Vergil's very moody. When he's not training us, he usually stays in the bedroom, reading or drinking tea, Eva explained. Angel Dust says he got to stick up his ass most of the time. Language, Lucifer said jokingly as he jabbed the air with his fork. Sorry, Grandpa. Eva apologized to him, but he's still a grump. Worse than Husk is. So, I noticed, Lucifer muttered under his breath. But what do you really want for your birthday? New toys? Some clothing? A pet? Actually, I do want something, but might be hard. Eva spoke up. I'm sure it'll be no problem for us, my little demoness. Now, what is it that you want? Lilith asked her granddaughter. Eva turned silent and twiddled her thumbs. The young Morningstar gestured to her grandmother as the Queen of Hell leaned forward as her granddaughter whispered in her ear. Interesting, but I'm sure I can make that work. What did she tell you, dear? Lucifer asked his wife. I'll tell you when we get to the hotel. In the meantime, Tada. Lilith summoned forth 2 CDs made by her on her newest album. Oh wow, your new album, Michael said as he wanted to play it immediately. Thanks, Grandma. Anything for my grandbabies. Now eat up. Me and your grandfather will spend more time with you before your party. Lilith told them both as the family enjoyed their breakfast. Okay, so we have everything organized, Charlie said as she looked through her list and looked at all the decor and assortment. Everything is set up, the cake is ready, the alcoholic drinks for the adult guests are full, and the entertainment for both parties is set. Am I missing anything? Yeah, you need to calm down, Dante said as he approached the Princess of Hell. Babe, the party's going to be a blast. Michael and Eva are going to love it. He's right, hon. The twins will have fun. Vaggie stepped up and supported Dante. Thanks, you guys. I don't know what I would do without you and everyone's help. Charlie hugged them both as she looked at all the others helping out. After a minute, a knock came on the hotel door, and Charlie answered it. Standing in front of the doorway was Verosika Mayday in a purple mini skirt, with matching stockings that went up to her thighs, and a top that said Pop Queen at the front. Char, how's it going? The pop star asked as she kissed Charlie's cheeks. Oh, getting sinners redeemed and getting ready for my kid's birthday. The Princess of Hell told the pop star. You want a drink? A small one. I'm cutting down. Verosika told her as she was going to the bar for a drink when she spotted the red-coated demon hunter. Dante, is that you? She asked as she approached him. Holy hell, it is. How are you, baby? She hugged him and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. I'm fine. The last time I saw you was 7 years ago when I played guitar for Lilith. The demon hunter told her as he was a little confused. I thought you hated me after your loss. I admit, I was being a brat at the time. But with the whole thing about Mundus being free and surviving against his entire forces, I did some self-reflecting. I went here and apologized to Charlie and the Queen. Got some help with my drinking habits too, she said. Also, I'm helping out others who got crushed by that shithead motherfucker Blitzo. She was calm at first, but lost it at the thought of the imp. Sorry, I lost it for a second. Guess I'm still not over our breakup after all these years. But I should warn you since you did make a business partnership in the past. He's a real piece of shit. I'll keep that in mind, Dante said to the pop star. You mentioned you helped others because of him. Like ex-lovers? How many? Enough to fill a whole house up in the human realm. Verosika answered him as the demon hunter cringed. Yeah, that's how many people he fucked over. Sounds like someone who needs to be sliced up, Vergil said, overhearing the conversation. Whoa, who are you? Verosika said as she eyed the other Sparta. This is my twin brother, Vergil. Dante introduced his elder twin. You have a twin? Verosika was surprised that Dante had a twin brother. She looked back and forth between the two and saw their similarities. I can see the resemblance, she said flirtatiously before remembering something. Oh, my boyfriend is coming later with their gifts, besides the autographs. You have a boyfriend? Dante asked. And he's a real sweetheart. He looks all mean and scary. But he's a nice guy, Verosika said as there was a knock on the door. That must be him, she said as she answered it, and she saw a dragon demon with green scales, dark black hair with matching spikes, and red eyes. He had a Metallica shirt, black jacket, and ripped-up pants, and had some wrapped-up gifts. Blaze. Hey, babe, Blaze said, kissing his girl. Am I late? Nope. You're early, in fact, Verosika said as she carried some of the gifts. Where can we put these? By that table over there, Vaggie told the dragon, pointing to the table with gifts on the table from the empty table. Thanks, Blaze said as he put the gifts on the table. So, where are the birthday twins? With their grandparents. They're going to be coming later, Charlie said to the dragon demon. It's going to be their first birthday with their father. Why don't you meet him? The Princess of Hell dragged him to the demon hunter. Meet Dante, my boyfriend. Wait, Dante? As in Dante, the demon hunter. Blaze asked as Verosika nodded. Oh wow, you're a legend here. And you're the father of the twins. He asked, taking out his phone. Can I get a selfie? Sure, why not? Dante said as he posed as he got the photo taken with the dragon. Thanks, man, Blaze said, joining Verosika. Another knock on the door was heard as Charlie answered it. Uncle Ozzy, she cheered as a large blue demon with a lighter blue mane with the head of a ram and a bull on in the left and right of his mane, red and white feathers on his head, and an additional black near his rear. He wears a blue pinstripe suit with his large chest hair popping out, a black and red top hat, navy pants, and jagged, black thigh-high high-heel boots with red cuffs, toes, and tips of the heels. Hey, baby girl, how's my favorite niece doing? Asmodeus asked as he hugged Charlie. Once I heard Fizz mention you wanting entertainment at their party, I thought I might tag along, he said as Fizz climbed on his shoulder. Now, where are the little ones? With their grandparents, Charlie told the embodiment of lust. They'll be arriving later. Good. That gives me more time to prepare my acts, Fizz says as he brings his suitcase of stuff. I'll be right down, Oz. Just need to prepare. Why don't you talk to the others for a spell or two? He said as he stretched his limbs to the next floor up, landing with an impressive flip before catching his case and entering a spare room. Holy shit. I never thought I would see the big cock himself. Angel dust as he was surprised at Asmodeus himself being in the hotel. Angel, you're not a porn star anymore. And do you have to call him the big cock? Vaggie shouted at the spider demon. Relax, he takes it as a compliment. After all, he is the sin of lust, Angel dust said as he eyed Asmodeus. I actually do take that as a compliment, Asmodeus said as he overheard the two talking. Angel dust, it's been 7 years since you made a film. How are you doing? Yeah, being clean 7 years, sorta. and helping out with the hotel. Angel Dust told the king of lust. But you know what? I don't miss it. Val's dead. The studio burnt to the ground, and my contract is destroyed. So now I'm pretty much living it clean. Well, sort of clean. The doors burst open as a yellow fox-like demon with 4 arms, insect wings, and antennae stepped in. "How's it going, my party peeps?" she shouted out loud. "Aunt Bee," Charlie shouted in excitement, hugging the fox bee hybrid demon. "Good to see you too, Char. How are the kids?" Bee said as she was relieved from her embrace. "They're with Mom and Dad right now, but they will be here later," Charlie said as she walked her aunt figure into the hotel. "Lucy and Lily want to spend time with their grandkids. I bet they spoil them like crazy." Bee laughed as she could taste 2 new flavors in the air. One was very bitter, yet had this herbal taste to it like tea. The other one tasted sweet, yet it also tasted like pizza. What kind of flavor am I tasting that has pizza in the air? "Oh, that must be Dante, Eva, and Michael's father," Charlie said as she pointed out the red-coated demon hunter. "Oh wow, that's your baby daddy? Damn, Char, you got yourself a DILF." Bee looked up and down at the demon hunter. "And that must be his twin next to him." "Yep, that's Vergil. He's a bit of a sourpuss mainly," Charlie whispered to the queen of gluttony. "Yeah, I can taste it," Bee agreed. A minute later, a loud kaboom was heard from the outside as Cherry Bomb made her explosive entrance. "All right, time to partay," the Cyclops shouted. "Cherry," Dante said in confusion. "Why are you here? I thought you were banned from the hotel." "Yeah, well, I got myself unbanned after you were gone for the last 7 years. Now I'm the overlord of explosives, and I help this hotel. You know, give some of my funds to this place," the Cyclops said to the demon hunter. "Where the fuck have you been, you?" "Fought my twin, got into a coma for a month, cut down a demon tree, and now I'm back here. Trying to be a good dad to the kids, and helping Charlie with the hotel while hunting down scumbags," he said to her. "So, that's your twin, right behind you? I gotta say, you two look alike, that's for sure. Expect the hair. What does he do? Gel his hair back." "If you must know, I just push it back to give it its shape." Vergil overheard the conversation and decided to tell the Cyclops in person. "So, do you know my brother on a personal level?" "Not really, just a bit. Saved me from a giant robot that was made by that guy right there," Cherry said as she pointed to Pinchus. "I said I was sorry." Pinchus told the bombshell of Sinner. "And I made you a drink, Miss Cherry," he said as he handed her a shot glass. "Why?" Cherry asked as she took the glass. "Well, it's because I made drinks for everyone," Pinchus announced as everyone cheered. The Snake Man started to go behind the bar and mix drinks for everyone present in the hotel, giving Husk a break that he appreciated. After some time passed, many more guests arrived at the hotel. Lucifer and Lilith were the last ones approaching the building to bring the birthday boy and girl. Once the royals entered the hotel, everyone faced the door. "Surprise! Happy birthday, Eva and Michael," everyone shouted as some confetti shot out of some poppers. "Whoa, there are so many people here," Eva said as she was surprised to see adults and schoolmates from their elementary school. "Whoa, everyone that we know now is here," Michael said as he saw his great aunts and uncles as well as some honorary members of their youth whom they hadn't seen in a long time. "Happy birthday, you two," Charlie wanted up to her kids, hugging them. "Congrats on turning 7. Kids," Dante approaches them, ruffling their hair. "Thanks, Mom and Dad," the twins said in unison as they walked more into the hotel. They were greeted by many as they approached their friends. Dante, Lilith approaches the demon hunter and embraces him. "Hi, Mom," Dante said as he remembered to call her that. "How is my favorite half-demon doing these days?" she asked. "Well, I'm getting paid by your husband again, have a roof over my head, and I get food. Really can't complain. Oh, and I'm trying to be a good father to the kids and keeping my brother out of more demonic crap he's already in," Dante told the Queen of Hell. "Are you treating my daughter well?" Lilith asked him. "I'm trying. I want to make up for lost time when I was not here. I don't want to be a deadbeat dad or a lousy boyfriend," Dante told her. "Boyfriend? Not husband?" Lilith asked him. "She's with Vaggie and they seem happy together. I don't want to ruin their relationship," the demon hunter told the queen as she giggled. "Did I say something funny?" "No, it's just that polygamy is legal in hell," the Queen of Hell told him. "Do you mind if we step somewhere private to talk?" "I guess so," Dante said as he moved through the crowd of demons and went to an empty room. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" "It's something your daughter wanted. Eva told me what she really wanted for her birthday is for you and Charlie to get together again," Lilith told him. "She wants you, Charlie, and Vaggie to be together," she said. She then snapped her fingers and a small box appeared out of thin air. Inside was a gold ring that was in the shape of a serpent. "When you're ready, whether it be today or weeks from now, ask her." Dante took the box and looked at it. He had mixed feelings about this. He could get to marry Charlie, be with the kids, and have a family. But that meant he may put them in danger. He still had a job when it came to defending Earth from demons that escaped through. Then again, Nero was on Earth, and he proved he could take care of himself. After all, he did kick his old man's ass. A part of him wanted Charlie and the kids to move in with him and get a place of their own. But that would mean Charlie would have to get a job as well, and they'd still be living a harder life. Plus, it would be unfair to Vaggie, as it would feel like he was taking her away. He then thought if he should stay in hell, taking out any demons that got too powerful or disrupted the balance of order. The son of Sparta took out the ring and inspected it closely, feeling a smooth and scaly texture, as if he were touching an actual snake. "I'll ask her when I get the chance," he told her as he put it back in the box and into one of his jacket pockets. "I just need to think about it more." The Queen of Hell smiled as she put her hands on her soon-to-be son-in-law. "Just don't take too long. Now come on. It's a party, and nobody wants you to be a sourpuss. Also, I need to meet this brother of yours. The kids told me he's grumpier than Husk. Is it true?" "I'm afraid he is," Dante said as he led Lilith out of the room. The party was booming as the guests were enjoying themselves. The adults were chatting with one another, the kids were playing around, enjoying party games, or they were watching Fitzgerald do typical clown antics like juggling or making balloon animals. Dante looked around as he spotted his brother and waved him over. The black-coated half-demon with the katana at his side walked over to his younger twin. "Vergil, there's someone I'd like you to meet. The Queen of Hell, Lucifer's wife, Charlie's mother, and the best singer of Hell, Lilith Morningstar." "The pleasure is all mine, Your Highness," Vergil said politely as he offered his hand to the Queen. "I'm quite charmed to meet the older brother of my soon-to-be son-in-law, finally." Lilith offered her hand as Vergil brushed his lips on her gloved hand. "And no need for formalities. We're family, so to speak. Now what would that make you?" she asked as she pulled her hand away from the older son of Sparta. She tapped her chin as she thought, then snapped her fingers as she got it. "Oh yes, I know. You're my moody nephew who never got through his emo phase." Dante had a hold in a laugh as he heard Lilith call his brother a man-child who never grew out of being an emo teen. Vergil narrowed his eyes as he heard that. "Don't be offended. Charlie went through something similar." "Wait," Dante said as he kept failing to control his laughter. Lilith took out her phone and scrolled through her photos as she reached a particular one, and she showed it to the brothers. In the picture, it was Charlie, but she looked like a teenager, and the front of her hair was dyed black and covered half her face as she had braces on and a black dress that reminded the twins of Wednesday Addams. "Oh wow. I would have never guessed that someone so cheerful had a dark past at the time." Vergil looked at the photo before looking at his brother. "Pretty soon both Michael and Eva will go through that stage when they reach their teens. I just hope I can handle it," Dante muttered as he thought of his kids going through typical emo teen and goth phases. "Dante," Lucifer called the demon hunter as he approached the three. "What are you looking at?" he asked before Lilith showed him their daughter in their emo phase. "Oh, my dear dad. I remember those days. She was in a real mood back then. Anyway, there are some people I want you and your brother to meet." "I'll join you, dear," Lilith said as she walked alongside her husband as they led the sons of Sparta to a group of demons that looked to be very powerful beings. "Everyone, I want you to meet the sons of Sparta. Dante, the father of my grandchildren, and his brother, Vergil." The king of hell introduced the twins. "This gentleman over here is Zestial. He is the oldest overlord still active." Lucifer introduces the spider-themed demon. "'Tis a pleasure to meet you, sons of Sparta." Zestial bowed to the twins. Right next to him is Carmilla Carmine. She's an arms dealer that specializes in reforging weapons left behind during the exterminations, Lucifer said, pointing to the white-haired demon with knife-like ballet shoes. "So these are the infamous sons of Sparta. I must say, I'm impressed with how you did so much against powerful demons without angelic weapons," Camilla said as she looked at the brothers. "We have something with the same type of kick to it. Devil arms," Dante said as he summoned his sword out of nowhere. Vergil unsheathed his Yamato. "Impressive weaponry. May I?" Carmilla held out one of her hands. "Sure, I see why not." Dante held out his devil sword as Carmilla took the blade. "Impressive steel and craftsmanship. I can feel the dark energy pulsing through the weapon." Carmilla stroked the devil sword before handing it back to him and examining Yamato. "This one feels like the same as the other, but it has something different with it at the same time. Mainly because both swords are made from parts of our father's soul. They both have different purposes," Vergil explains as he took the Yamato back. Dante's former sword, Rebellion, made its purpose to bring the man and devil together, hence why his powers fused with our father's. While the Yamato has the ability to separate man from devil and can cut through dimensions, Dante added as he took Yamato, slashed the air to make a portal, and reached inside to grab a drink from a bar back on Earth. "Oop, almost forgot," Dante said before throwing $10 through the portal as started to close. "Beats an Asmodean crystal and is still capable of being used as a weapon," Carmilla says as she smirks. "I would like to have a further discussion with these devil arms in the future. Basically, if a demon has a powerful soul, it can manifest into powerful weapons, Like almost every demon I fought because he decided to summon the Tenemani Jiryu so he could get our dear old dad's power, Dante said as he pointed his thumb at Vergil. Must you tell everyone of that day? Vergil grumbled. Yes, because that's how I ended up getting my shop's name, Dante said. Let's just move on. Who else did Lucifer want us to meet? Vergil stated before trying to change the subject. Oh my stars, is that really Eva and Michael's father? A woman's voice said from behind the twins. The sons of Sparta turned to see Alastor accompanied by a tall and slender woman with a skeletal face, pitch-black eyes, and sharp teeth. She also wore a dress that looked as if it was high-class fashion in the Victorian era, complete with a large ornate sun hat. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Rosie, she said as she introduced herself. I run Cannibal Town, and I was invited by Alastor. He's an old friend, so I couldn't say no to him. It's just been ages since we had a nice time at a party together, even if for the kids of a friend. We're more acquaintances than friends. But Cannibal Town, huh? I guess that's one place to get some finger food, Dante said in a sarcastic manner that made the woman giggle. Oh, quite the charmer. I see why the Princess of Hell fell for quite a young fella, Rosie laughed. So you planning on getting back with her? One step at a time. This is mainly for my kids, Dante said. Speaking of, where are the little darlings? Auntie Rosie's got the cutest little gifts for them, Rosie said as she showed some keychains that she thought the young twins would enjoy. It better not be a severed head. I heard this one scared my niece and nephew one time. Vergil eyed Alastor as he gave the black-coated half-demon a slight glare while still keeping his smile. Luckily, he hasn't made such a move. Otherwise, I will gladly turn him into venison. $1 million if you do so right now. Lucifer shared his opinion as Lilith just shoved her elbow into her husband. Okay, fine, but if anything scares my grandkids, I'm letting the edge lord get to cutting. Does he always act like this? Rosie whispered to Dante as she eyed his brother. Most of my life. He probably didn't act like this when he got laid over 20 years ago, Dante whispered back. Ah, so he's single. Luckily, I'm a great matchmaker. I think I can get him a gal. He is like girls, right? Rosie questions. Me and him are straight, so I won't tease him about that, Dante said as the crowd suddenly talked less and were now facing in one direction. Oh, that must be Charlie wanting to make an announcement, Lilith said, leading her husband and the twins to the front where Charlie was at the bottom of the stairs. I would like to thank you all for attending this day for my son and daughter's birthday. I also want to thank the people who have set this all up. And I also want to thank their father, Dante, for doing most of the work and organizing this event with me, Charlie said as she pointed to Dante. The crowd clapped for him as he lifted his bottle of beer high as a salute. And now, the moment everyone's been waiting for. The cake. Sir Pentious, his egg bois, and Nifty came out of the kitchen carrying a triple-layered chocolate cake topped with fresh cream and strawberries. Once the cake was laid on the large table in front of Eva and Michael, Frank lit the 7 candles. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eva and Michael. Happy birthday to you. Once everyone sang, the twins blew out the candles and everyone clapped for the royal twins. Dante did the honors of cutting the cake into many evenly shaped pieces and everyone grabbed their share. Once the Morningstar twins finished eating their cake, they went to their presents. Hold on. I want you two to open these first, the demon hunter told them as he handed them 4 wrapped-up gifts. 2 of them were the same size, while the other 2 were different shapes. Michael and Eva opened the smaller gifts first. Whoa, cool, they exclaimed in unison as they saw Dante gave them leather jackets in their size. Eva's was a bright pink jacket, while Michael's was more of a maroon color. They both put on their jackets for everyone to see. Their next present were both long boxes, but Michael's box was a little wider. They opened it to see what they received. Eva's was a rapier with a skull for the pommel, a golden snake for the sweepings, and a hilt designed similar to a blooming rose. Michael's was a bit like a bastard sword of his height, and it reminded the others of rebellion, for those who saw it, except the skull had an eyeball in its jaws. Attached to the sword was a shield in the shape of the Morningstar family crest. Shaped like an apple with 6 wings, a snake coiled around with the inside of an apple core. Eva, your sword is called Faith, as it will hold the faith of me and your moms when you fight, Dante told his daughter as she held the sword in her hands. He then turned to Michael as the boys saw the shield doubled as a sheath for his sword. Michael, you were the man of the household when I wasn't here. Your sword is a copy of my old rebellion. Your sword is called Revolution. As for the shield, it's a symbol of you protecting your family. Right, he told his son. And now, your final gift from me. He put 2 identical necklaces around their necks. Your grandmother, Eva, gave me and your uncle similar necklaces. It held pieces of your grandfather's true power. I kept a look-alike for the sake of keeping her in my memories. He showed them their grandmother's picture in his locket. Now, your mother will be with you everywhere you go, he told them as inside their lockets was a picture of Charlie. The twins embraced their father on the gifts he had given them. Thanks, Dad. You're the best, Michael said to him. We love you, Daddy. Eva added as she hugged her father. Love you too, kids, Dante said, ruffling their hair as some demons awed at the touching moment. Some of them openly weep too, like Sir Pinchus crying with a smile on his face before Angel Dust gave the snake center tissue. The party continued as the kids opened more of their gifts, and Nifty quickly cleaned up the shredded wrapping paper. The twins received a pair of guitars from Verasica, robotic mini-fizzies from both Fizzorly and Ozzy, an endless supply of sweets from B, some literature from Zestial, and angelic steel gauntlets, and bladed ballet slippers from Carmilla. Once the party was over and all of the guests left for the day, Dante finished tucking both Eva and Michael to bed. As he was heading to his room, Charlie was in the hallway leaning on the wall. Hey Char, going to see the kids and kiss them goodnight? Nope, I did that earlier before you tucked them in bed, the Princess of Hell said, walking towards the demon hunter. I'm here to bring you back to my room, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck, looking into his eyes. Consider this your reward for being a good father. She leaned forward toward him and pecked his lips. Dante was stunned, but he returned the kiss as he wrapped his arms around the Princess of Hell's waist. The kiss was getting heated as they opened their mouth and swirled their tongue in each other's mouths as they enjoyed their French kiss. Once they pulled apart, with heavy breathing, Charlie gave the demon hunter a sly smile. You are now permitted into my room and my bed, she grinned, pulling him to their bedroom. I've waited 7 years, and I'm not waiting anymore. I love it when you get feisty, Dante told her as he carried her bridal style and headed to their room. As they walked past a window of the hotel, there was a small mechanical insect on the wall outside. It zipped its way into the hotel as it spied its way in. It looked around the hotel as it landed on the wall of Michael's room. Inside an unknown location in the Pride Ring, Agnes saw what the small drone was looking at on a screen. Dante has little ones. This will be great for my next experiment, the mad scientist said, clutching his hands as he gave a sinister laugh. A sample of their blood is enough to give me what I need. Suddenly, a ringing came from his phone as he answered. Hello. Agnes, do you have any updates? The voice said on the other end. Yes, I do. It seems that Dante and the princess have children. Agnes. What? The voice said, sounding furious. Those are his children. You seem very upset by this, Agnes said as he stuttered. Of course I'm upset. It was bad enough she married that moth chick, but now her kids are Sparta's blood. But this is a good thing. It means I get samples. I can create demons that are from Sparta and Lucifer's DNA. They will be invincible. Agnes said, they better be. I want to do this before another extermination happens. I don't want to deal with those exorcist fuckers before I can get what I want. They may say they won't go after Hellborn, but they're slaughtering whoever they want. What's keeping them from killing everyone? The voice said. I understand, Lord Dash. Get to work, the voice said before hanging up. I'll make sure your head is chopped from your head, Dante. Chapter 8. Mission 8, Dollhouse. Morning hit as the sun made its way into Charlie and Vaggie's room, where Dante was sleeping soundly after Charlie welcomed him back. The light hit the room as the son of Sparta slowly woke up. Ugh, what time is it? He asked himself as he tried to look for a clock and saw that it was 6. Too early to get up, he groaned before his head hit the pillow again. As he tried to sleep more, he felt a pair of arms snake their way around his torso and neck. He looked to his side as he saw Charlie let out a comfortable moan as she cuddled right up to him. The Princess of Hell was still asleep as she had a satisfied smile on her face. She pulled the demon hunter closer to her, and she started to kiss the side of his neck. Charlie is still out cold. I guess I'm going to be like this for another minute. Or an hour, he thought to himself as another pair of hands reached over to him. Cuddling next to him was Vaggie. Charlie, Vaggie moaned in her sleep as she wrapped her arms around the demon hunter's waist. Aunt, when have you been working out? She muttered in her sleep. She leaned her face in and let her lips touch Dante's abs, surprising him by the sudden act. After waking up from her slumber, Charlie rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and saw what she was seeing. The Princess of Hell let out a small gasp as her face went red and had both hands covering her mouth. Vaggie heard Charlie's gasp and wondered how she did that while she was kissing her. Vaggie opened her eye and was surprised she wasn't kissing Charlie. The Latina jumped out of bed and spat on the floor as he rubbed her mouth and cursed Spanish under her breath. Dios mío, I need to wash my mouth out with vodka. Vaggie, I think you're exaggerating, Dante told her. And it wasn't that bad. Wait, you were trying? Charlie asked the son of Sparta. No, but I mean she did put a lot of effort into that kiss. Dante told Charlie as Vaggie went to the bathroom, the noise of her brushing her teeth and gargled with a lot of alcoholic mouthwash. Anyway, you slept well, babe? Better with you by my side. Charlie giggled as she traced a circle on his bare chest. It was one of the best nights since me and Vaggie got married. Good to know, Dante said before he kissed her. He then remembered the ring that was still in his coat pocket. He needed to tell not only the princess about what he had to do, but also had to tell Vaggie. Luckily, polygamy was legal in hell, and he was on good terms with Vaggie. Well, Maybe not at this moment after she thought he was Charlie. Vaggie returned from the bathroom, seeing her wife making out with the demon hunter. "You two want to breathe in some air?" she asked. Both the demon hunter and the princess of hell separated at once. "Sorry, Vaggie." Charlie apologized as she figured her wife was not used to being shared with by the demon hunter. "It's fine, hun, but maybe you should shower first," Vaggie suggested to her wife. The princess of hell took a whiff of herself, and she did smell like sweat as well as some bodily fluids. "Ugh, yeah, I guess yesterday made me sweaty," she told herself as she gagged. Charlie got up from the bed, bare as the day she was born, and went to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Dante stretched out of the bed and got himself out of the bed. Vaggie saw him and quickly shielded her eye from his naked form. "Do you mind? It was bad enough that I accidentally kissed you." Dante used the bed sheets to cover himself like a toga. The son of Sparta took his coat and felt the box with the ring still inside of it. "Hey, Vags, mind if I ask you something personal?" "What?" Vaggie asked him with a tone with some annoyance in it. "I need to ask you something," Dante told the moth demoness. "More like I need to show you something," he said as Dante pulled the box out of his coat and showed her what was inside. Vaggie's eyes widened to the size of a dinner plate as she saw the ring that was inside the box. "How did you dash?" "Your mother-in-law. This is what Eva wanted, but I need your permission first," Dante told her. "Also, I'm conflicted about something as well." "You? Conflicted? Never thought I would see the day," Vaggie said as she crossed her arms and had a curious look. "I want to be with Charlie and the kids, but I also feel like Earth needs me in case someone like Mundus or Vergil attacks again," he told her. Vaggie saw why he was conflicted. Sparta was on Earth protecting humans before Dante pretty much took up that role. In his last major fight, he faced his brother from destroying the world from the forbidden tree that was planted. He saw Charlie for the first time in 7 years, and he found out he's also a father. I'm not gonna lie, that is a hard decision to make. Stay here in hell and be a decent husband and dad, or go back to Earth without knowing a decent way to come back. "I'll let you calling me a decent husband and dad slide," he dryly remarked. "But you see my dilemma?" "Yeah," Vaggie said to the demon hunter. He cared for Charlie, Michael, and Eva, but his duties as protecting Earth were something else. "Well, how did Sparta deal with it? I mean, he was there for you guys, right? Going to events, helping you and your brother out. I mean, yeah, Vergil is a piece of shit. No offense. None taken, he is one," Dante chuckled. "But what was your dad like at home?" Vaggie asked, getting back on topic. Dante thought about how Sparta was there for him and Vergil. He also remembered Sparta did love their mother very much. He would usually go out to face demons that threatened the world, but he did spend time with him and Vergil. And Dante spent every day with his kids since meeting them, and he wanted what was best for the two. "So, I have your approval." Vaggie smirks at the demon hunter. "Yeah, but that doesn't mean you and Charlie get to hog the bed all night. I'm still her wife and stepped up as the second mom." "Guess I'll just have to step up my game," he playfully countered. After hearing the shower turn off, Charlie wrapped a towel around herself and walked out of the shower, seeing Vaggie and Dante facing one another. "I hope you two weren't fighting while I was in the shower." "Nope, just having a little discussion," Dante assured her. He couldn't tell her about the proposal yet, so he had to come up with something. "I was just asking Vaggie if there's any place you wanted to go to." Nothing that comes off of my head at this moment," Charlie said as she dried herself. "But I was thinking that maybe we could do some trust exercises today. What do you think?" she asked them both as she put on her clothes. "Sounds like a good idea, babe," Dante told her. "Come up with a list of things to do while I take my shower," he said as he got out of bed and headed for the bathroom. After Dante, Charlie, and Vaggie were freshened up, they met the others for breakfast. "Morning, kids. Sleep well?" "Yes, Dad," Michael said as he had bacon and toast on his plate with pancakes. The young prince of hell was wearing the jacket Dante gave him. He had the sword and shield by his side. Eva was wearing her pink jacket as well, along with her rapier by her side. "Daddy, can I ask you something?" "Sure thing, Pumpkin. What's on your mind?" Dante asked as he took a seat by his kids. "Why were you giving Mommy a massage last night?" she asked, and the entire table froze. "A massage? What makes you think I was giving your mother a massage?" Dante asked his daughter. "Well, last night." Eva gave a small yawn as she left the bathroom, but as she was returning to bed, she heard something. Curious, she got closer to the source of the noise coming from her mother's bedroom. Oh fuck. Dante, oh right there. Dante, that feels so good. Oh, right there, fuck. Charlie moaned and screamed. Everyone at the table was looking at the princess of hell as she hid her face in embarrassment, ashamed of the fact her daughter heard her sexual moans last night. Angel Dust and a few other demons who were former porn stars smirked and gave a raised brow towards Charlie and Dante. Others were surprised by the princess of hell having a little bit of a wild side, but Husk and a few others didn't care and continued doing their daily duties or returned to their breakfast. Dante was partially thankful for his daughter's innocence. Playing along, he came up with a good excuse. "Well, Eva, She may not show it, but your mother gets exhausted from time to time, and I wanted to give her a nighttime massage. It helps her get to sleep. Why did she say fuck a lot? Eva asked. Language, Dante, Charlie, and Vaggie said in unison. But dash. I know, I used a bad word, and I'm sorry you heard that. And the reason why I said that word many times is because your father's massage was really good, Charlie told her. She hates lying to her daughter, but this was the best way to tell her until she's older and starts developing hormones. Angel Dust gave 4 thumbs up as he silently congratulated Charlie on her subtlety. He might have been a porn star and is still one of the most promiscuous tenants of the hotel, but he still knew where to draw the line when kids were involved. Are we going to train with our new swords? Michael asked his father and uncle. Indeed. It's important to teach you the basics and make sure you keep up your skills, Vergil said to his nephew. The son of Sparta got up from his seat and soon left the room with Dante and the kids. But before they could start training, a knock was heard on the door. Vergil went and opened the door to the front of the building and saw that no one was there. He looked around to see if anyone was around, but all he could see was an oddly shaped package wrapped up next to the door. What's this? He asked as he brought in the box. Dante helped bring the box in as it was wrapped up like a present. Could be something for the twins. A late birthday present. It says, to Eva, Vergil said as he read the label. I don't see an address or anything. Yay. Late birthday present. Eva cheered as she ran up to the gift and was about to open it, but both her father and her uncle stopped her. Sweetheart, as much as I love to see you excited, your uncle and I are a little concerned. It's a gift that showed up at the door, addressed to you with no name or return address. The demon hunter told his daughter. Well, can I open it while you, Uncle Vergil, and everyone else watch out for anything bad? Eva asked. Sighing, Dante allowed her to proceed, but both the brothers had their swords at the ready. Thinking that something was up, Huss prepared his cards while Angel and Pinchas had their guns ready. After Eva tore away at the paper with pretty quick speed, the package was revealed to be a large dollhouse. Wow, look at the size of this dollhouse. Eva smiled excitedly as she opened it up more. It even has dolls in it. Charlie and the others all looked to see a variety of dolls of all shapes and sizes in the dollhouse. I don't like this, Vergil said as he was suspicious of the surprise gift being dropped off. You're not the only one. Dante agreed with his twin as he didn't like the fact that it had no address. He wanted to do some investigating, but decided to focus on training Eva and Michael. You can play with your dolls when we get back from training, sweetheart. I'll just bring your new dollhouse to your room, Charlie told her as she and Vaggie lifted the huge playset and went up into Eva's bedroom. While the children of Sparta went out to begin training, Charlie and Vaggie placed the new toy set in the middle of Eva's room. Okay, that takes care of that. Now, let's get to the trust exercises, she said aloud as she went downstairs with Vaggie following after her. As the mothers went downstairs, one of the dolls that was resting against the window of the toy house fell over. Well, that was a workout, Dante said as Vergil and the twins approached the hotel after training. Great job, kids. Your quick studies. Someday, you two will surpass me and your uncle. What about Grandpa? Michael asked. If you mean your Grandpa Sparta? Well, I did manage to kill Mundus and Argosax. So yeah, I think you will surpass him, Dante said to them both. What about Grandpa Lucifer? Eve added to her brother's question. I can't say, but I'm not going to pick a fight with your Grandpa Lucy, Dante told the kids as he opened the door. As the 4 of them entered, many of the guests were yelling and screaming at one another. 2 dog sinners were growling and ready to snap at each other. Angel Dust and Ser Pinchas were arguing. A minotaur-like demon with huge muscles was holding back a squid-looking demon that wanted to crush its tentacles around Shark. Nifty was zooming around the hotel in a cleaning frenzy in case anyone was dripping blood or lost a tooth. Both the sons of Sparta and the kids saw that Charlie was trying to keep everyone under control, but was failing at it. Vaggie was doing the same thing, but she was being a bit more aggressive about the situation. Why is everyone fighting all of a sudden? Michael asked in general as he saw that some of the arguments started to get a little heated. I don't know, but I know how to handle it, Dante told his son as he took out one of his twin pistols and shot into the sky outside. This made everyone in the hotel jump and stop fighting among themselves. All right, that got everyone's attention. Now, what is going on here? Dante, first off, thank you for getting everyone's attention. Secondly, Vaggie and I were doing some trust exercises to help get things moving along with the rehabilitation. But things got a little out of hand, Charlie told her boyfriend. Yeah, this guy decided to put a pin in my, but when I was caught Husk, Angel Dust pointed his thumb towards Sir Pinchas. I told you, I did no such thing, Pinchas told the former porn star. Bullshit, Angel yells. That's enough, you too, Vaggie told them. That goes for everyone in this room. Tell that to this mutt. A Doberman hellhound pointed to one that resembled a Great Dane. You got a problem with me, Fleabag? The Great Dane growled and showed his teeth, getting in front of the Doberman. Don't make me shoot you too, because I will do it, Dante warned the two. It seems that there's been some sabotage going around. The spider was subjected to a childish prank and accused the snake, Vergil said with an icy cold stare. We have Namus, you know, Sir Pinchas said as he hissed at the older twin. Vergil ignored Pinchas' comment and stared at the hellhounds. And what were you two much fighting about? This asshole yanked at my tail, the Doberman said, pointing to the Great Dane. Only because you put this thing on my ass, the Great Dane growled as he showed the butt plug. Charlie's immediate action was to cover the eyes of her children. Wait a minute, that's mine. Angel Dust said as he recognized the toy. Where the fuck did you even get that? Did you sick fucks go to my room? Gross. I would never, the Doberman said as he looked grossed out. This jerk decided to do this, the shark said as he had a long cut across his back. I told you I did not. I don't have anything on me that long, said an octopus-headed sinner. Those nails look nice and pointy, the shark said, getting in his face again. Before they could lunge at each other, the Minotaur separated them again. Will you two knock it off? You're making things worse, the Minotaur sinner told them both. There's clearly something going on here, Vergil said as he looked around the lobby. Someone or something messing with everyone else, pinning the blame on innocent parties. I had that same feeling. Apparently whoever or whatever is behind this wants to create this chaos. I have my suspicions, but I need more evidence, Dante said as he walked up the stairs to his, Charlie's, and Vaggie's room. When he got there, he saw Kiki was hissing at the door, not taking her eye away from it. Dante noticed this and picked up the one-eyed cat. You sensed something, girl? Kiki's I didn't leave the door as her fur stood on end, still hissing in the direction of where she was looking. Without wasting much time, Dante put Kiki down and took out one of his twin pistols. He then kicked the door off his hinges, which triggered a booby trap as kitchen knives came flying toward him. Dante didn't bother dodging as about a dozen knives impaled him while the rest created an outline of his body against the wall. Saw that coming somehow, Dante said as he pulled out all the knives and dropped them on the floor. After he got the last one out of his shoulder, Kiki pounced at something in the corner of the room. The demonic cat let out a small hiss as she scratched whatever she caught. Dante approached her to get a better look at what Charlie's cat and the magic key to the hotel caught. Turns out, it was one of the dolls from Eva's new dollhouse. It looked like its face was cracked from where he kicked the door in and had a knife in its right hand. I knew it, he said aloud before the doll jumped him and cut at his cheek. With one of his pistols still in his hand, Dante shot the doll as it got destroyed. Running of footsteps was heard as Charlie, Vaggie, the kids, Vergil, and many others entered the room. What happened? Charlie asked as she noticed the knives on the wall and one of Eva's dolls broken. My dolly, Eva said, surprised that one of her dolls was broken and had some sort of weapon on it. Sorry, Pumpkin. Looks like your dolls are a problem. I think we should get you a new collection later, Dante said as he put away his pistol and got his devil sword Dante ready. Seems like we found our little problem. Whoever sent those dolls meant to kill or sabotage us. Whoever it is, they've got quite the technical mind, Pinchas noted as he examined the dolls and saw that they weren't sinners or even hellborn demons. The dolls are a type of mechanical creation that have very complex machinery on the inside. Wait, so those dolls are little robots? The Minotaur asked. Seems likely. And I know of one organization that was able to make man-made demons. Dante said as he was going to tell them who it was, but a wail came from a few doors down. Everyone rushed out of the room and saw that one of Pinchas's egg bois was stabbed, getting yolk all over the carpet. Oh my God, they killed Kenny, Frank said. Those bastards, one of the other egg bois said. We have names? Huh, asked another egg boy. They'll pay for killing one of my egg bois, Pinchas exclaimed as he took out his ray gun. Well, looks like you kids get to use your training sooner than I thought, Dante told the twins. Michael and Eva grinned as they got their weapons out. Okay, people, there is no better way to form a bond than to watch each other's back on the battlefield, Vaggie said strictly. Split up into groups of 2 to 4 and eliminate these defective toys. The main objective is to defend this hotel and trust in your group. Make sure that nobody dies in this hotel. Vamonos. After Vaggie gave the order, several demons split off into groups and went to search the hotel. Vaggie and Charlie soon went off. Not going with your soon-to-be wife? Vergil asked his younger brother. Nah, I'm not too worried. Vaggie's got her back. Besides, I want to see firsthand what the kids are capable of, Dante told his older twin as he followed Michael and Eva through the hotel. The four of them made their way through as the dolls attacked guests from the hotel. Some were cutting the guests in their rooms, some stabbed them in the guts, and others just slit their throats or behead them. Luckily, it's not a devil arm or a holy weapon. Otherwise, these sinners would be truly dead. Okay, kids, show me and your uncle what you learned. Both Eva and Michael attacked with their swords as the sons of Sparta watched them in action. Michael decapitated 2 of the dolls with Revolution and blocked the knife attack with Riot. He pushed them off him with a shield and cut their bodies in half. Eva thrust her weapon forward and stabbed at the dolls with Faith. She parried the dolls' knives and dodged them with ease as she swiped and stabbed them in the head or the chest, destroying as many as she could. "You're doing great, kids. Keep up the good work," Dante said as he watched his kids fight the dolls like a dad watching them play a soccer game. "You're going to let them fight this battle by themselves?" Vergil asked his younger brother as he watched closely. "What's the point of training if they don't get to fight something themselves?" Dante said, watching Michael and Eva destroy the dolls that were attacking the guests. "Besides, they can handle a few living toys," he said as he saw a doll come after him and cut it in half down the middle. Michael and Eva were working alongside one another when two dolls came from nowhere and stabbed them in the arm with syringes, injecting them with something. "Ow!" They both yelped before slicing the dolls with their weapons. "Focus, you two. You're doing great, but watch out for blind spots," Dante advised as Vergil sliced a doll as it got close to him. "They seem to be endless, Dante," Vergil said as he saw that there were more dolls than ordinary. "There's so many. Way more than there should be," Dante said as he noticed more doll parts than he remembered in the dollhouse. "I think I know where the source of these things is," he said as he saw Michael and Eva take down the last doll. "Come on, we have to go to Eva's room." "Why my room?" Eva asked, tilting her head in a confused manner. "Because, dummy, that's where the dollhouse is," Michael told her. "You're the dummy." Eva pouts with her cheeks puffed up. The four of them hurried to Eva's room where they saw an army of dolls. The dollhouse kept making whirring and clanking noises as new dolls were being made every few seconds, making it look like a factory churning out monsters for stop-motion animation. "I knew it," Dante, Vergil, Michael, and Eva said in unison as they hacked and slashed the dolls that attacked them. The four of them wasted no time as they stabbed, sliced, diced, slashed, and evaded the legion of dolls. Some of the dolls did give them cuts, and some injected them with needles, taking some blood when they did, but the four kin of Sparta destroyed them. In response, the windows on a wall of the dollhouse turned red, as if they were eyes going bloodshot with anger. Steam hissed from the playset before more doll parts came out, then started clumping together like some type of chimera. The doll that formed from all the pieces congregating together was an abomination of melting flesh-like plastic that surrounded the dollhouse to form a sort of armor or body. The doll monster had several sets of arms, 3 heads with one of them fully bald, and only one eye in its socket, and the legs were replaced with a melted pile of the same flesh-like plastic. The 3 heads all glared at the twins before a multitude of weapons emerged from the mouths in their hands. "You're ugly as fuck," Michael said while looking at the grotesque doll beast. "I'll let that one slide," Dante told him as he agreed with his son that the doll amalgamation was an ugly sight. The torso of the abomination opened up to reveal a mouth that vomited molten fleshy plastic, which began to reform into a new army of regular-sized dolls that charged past the twins and toward the sons of Sparta. "Looks like this thing's being smart," Dante said as he pulled out his guns and started firing at the plastic legion. "Remember what we taught you." Both Michael and Eva looked at the disfigured monstrosity that stood before them. "Ready to kick some ass, sis?" Michael asked as he had a tight grip on Revolution. "I'm sick of dolls now after today," Eva remarked as she took a stance, pointing faith at the disfigured being of plastic. Both of the Morningstar twins attacked the abomination of a doll that tried to strike at them. Michael blocked an axe with Riot and destroyed the weapon. The doll attacked him once again with a knife, but the young Prince of Hell repeated the process of block and attack. Eva, meanwhile, parried and dodged saw swings and evaded the melted plastic that it threw up on the floor. The young Princess of Hell stabbed at its arms and its torso. As she got close to one of its faces, she stabbed it in the eye as it screeched in pain. "Mikey, aim for its heads. It's their weak spot," Eva shouted to her brother as she evaded an attack. "Thanks." Michael smirked as he cut off one of its arms before rushing towards it. Before the doll could react, the son of Dante brought his shield to his back and two-handed his sword before he jumped into the air and decapitated one of its 3 heads. The doll gave a hideous screeching sound as one of its heads got severed from its body. With one of its heads no longer functioning, some of the dolls collapsed and lay motionless. Eva wasted no time on the abomination and stabbed at its second head. The doll screamed bloody murder as its head became limb and only one remained. "Ready, sis?" "You know it, bro," Eva said as the siblings prepared to finish the fight. Dante saw this and tossed his twin pistols towards them. The two jumped in the air and grabbed the pistols. Michael grabbed Ebony while Eva caught Ivory. The twins twirled the guns in their hands before handling the safeties, then said their father's favorite one-liner. "Jackpot!" they shouted in unison as they fired the twin pistols at the final head. The bullets flew through the air and pierced right through the eye of the doll abomination. When a monster fell limp, the dollhouse inside fell to the ground and shattered to pieces, making the dolls all around the hotel fall limp like puppet strings were cut suddenly. Dante and Vergil saw the dolls fall on the floor, motionless before they began to melt. Dante made sure to kick one of the dolls to make sure that it wouldn't attack again. He then turned to his kids and gave them a smirk. "Good job on your first major demon hunt, kids. You did great." I must say that you didn't disappoint, Vergil stated. I'll take it as a compliment. Uncle, Michael said as he handed Ebony back to his dad. Here you go, Daddy, Eva said as she handed Ivory back. Thanks, the demon hunter said as he twirled the guns in his hands and placed them in their holsters. Now, let's go and find your moms. Okay, Michael said as he and his sister walked alongside his dad and uncle. Since we beat a living abomination, does that mean me and Eva can go on your missions? Dante chuckled as he patted his son's head. Wait until you're older. Besides, your mother would kill me if I did that now. Or worse. Can we tell her about what happened? Eva asked. Might as well, Dante said as they headed through the halls of the hotel. As they did, nobody noticed a lack of the syringes that were used as weapons in the carnage of the battlefield. Wait, you two did what now? Charlie asked as they met up with the rest of the group. We killed a lot of dolls and destroyed the dollhouse when it turned into some kind of monster, Michael told his mother. And you didn't help them, Vaggie asked as she looked them with a narrow eye towards the sons of Sparta. Vags, if they were in any danger, I would step in no matter what. But I didn't because this was their big fight. I don't want to take something like that away from them. And there was a swarm of dolls keeping me and Vergil from helping immediately, Dante told Latina, as well as the Princess of Hell. Charlie looked skeptical at first, but ultimately she was glad they were both safe with little to no injuries. All right, I'm just glad they are okay. And as ironic as this seems, those dolls attacking the hotel brought everyone closer, she said as the group was at one another's throats, now laughing alongside each other. Man, I thought you were going to piss yourself when that doll nearly cut you. Angel Dust laughed. Yes, let's not talk about that ever again, Serpentius said, looking deadpan in the face. I loved it, Nifty said as she laughed. Her laughter began to become more sinister, creeping out the others. All in all, it was a good day's work, Charlie said aloud. We should keep doing more trust exercises. Maybe you should join in Vergil. I'd rather not, Vergil said as he ascended the stairs to his room. As he neared his room, his thoughts were on one thing. Who sent a deadly package to his niece? And on what purpose? In an unknown location in the Pride Ring. Agnes was smiling to himself as he held up a collection of vials. Finally, revenge will be mine. Suddenly, a call was made and the scientist answered the call via video conference. Agnes, your stupid dolls were utterly useless. My plan wasn't to kill the Sparta with simple dolls. They were more of a DD distraction, Agnes told the being. My real goal was to collect DNA from the two Spardas and the grandchildren of the devil, he said, holding out the vials of blood in front of the being. With this, I'll be able to make a powerful being. The being from the video stood in silence as he was impressed by the scientist's efforts. Looks like you gained a little respect for me, Agnes. I look forward to what you create. Thank you, Agnes said. I will not disappoint you. Lord Von Eldritch. Chapter 9. Mission 9. Roar of Thunder. A week had passed since the incident with the killer dolls. Charlie reported it to her parents about how a killer dollhouse was left at the hotel and it attacked everyone with an army of toys. Of course, Lucifer and Lilith were infuriated by the news and were just about ready to destroy the closest wall in anger. Luckily, Charlie calmed them down enough to tell them she and the kids were unharmed by the event and allowed them to examine some of the abandoned dolls. A private investigator the Morningstar family knew took the dolls to do some investigating to see where they came from. Ugh, this has been an exhausting week, Charlie sighed as she looked at the progress of the hotel. Since that week, a few more sinners were allowed into heaven. Dante and Vergil were helping take care of some of the worst demons that caused too much trouble while also spending time with Eva and Michael, whether it was training or just spending time with the twins. But she was a little on edge while handling her duties running the hotel. Dante was passing by as he had a pizza slice in his hand as he passed his girlfriend's office. Seeing her, the demon hunter shoved his slice in his mouth and swallowed it down as he approached her desk. Been busy with the redemption stuff? He asked. Charlie looked up at him from her paperwork. Yes, and other stuff on my mind, she said, looking at her notes for the success rates of her clients ascending into heaven. For the past week, I've gotten 1 in 10 sinners staying at the hotel redeemed and sent to heaven. But that's still nothing compared to the millions of sinners who want to be redeemed. And they keep coming because more people sin and come here than they do go to heaven. Not to mention the detective hasn't found out who sent those dolls to the hotel and nearly killed everyone, including our babies. They just knew how to be crafty at coving their tracks, she said as she pulled the eyelids under her eyes to show her stress. Seeing Charlie stressed was bothering the demon hunter, since this was the Princess of Hell and she was helping her people 110% and still had little effort. Babe, when was the last time you had a break? Dante asked her. What? The Princess of Hell looked at her lover in confusion when he said that. Charlie, you're overworking yourself. You're going to burn yourself out one of these days, he said with a hint of concern. I mean, I'm a demon hunter, but even if I know they're short-time jobs, I tend to not stress about it too much. Yeah, but you're not the Princess of Hell. Well, Prince of Hell in your case, Charlie said as she looked at him. Yeah, but we're rebuilding our relationship back up, the demon hunter countered as he got her off his chair. Tonight, Miyu and Vaggie should go out to dinner or something to clear your head. Hell, you might get an idea or two just from being out. I don't know, Charlie said as she looked at Dante and the paperwork in her office. Charlie thought about it, and it was true that she was working hard as of late. Maybe she didn't need a break. All right, we should get out of the building a bit. That's what I like to hear, Dante said as he wanted to spend some time with Charlie beside the bedroom. Plus, Vergil will be here if anything gets too out of hand. Okay, she said as she was convinced. Razzle and Dazzle can manage the hotel while we're gone for the day. Let me just get Vaggie and tell her. You go ahead and do that, Dante told her. Also, we're something nice, he said as she walked past him, and he gave her a light smack on her rear. Charlie let out a small yelp as she looked back at him. The Princess of Hell gave the demon hunter a playful glare as she looked at him. You're gonna get it later. I can't wait, Dante said, smirking back at her. After what felt like an hour, Charlie and Vaggie were dressed for the evening. Charlie wore a red dress over her ankles and closed-off heel shoes. Vaggie wore a dark blue dress with open heels. Dante changed into a button-up black dress shirt and black dress pants and wore his signature red coat over it. After seeing them, Eva's eyes sparkled as she looked at their parents. Wow, Mama Vaggie, you look great, Michael commented. You two look so pretty, Eva said as she turned to look at Dante. And Daddy looks handsome. Come here, Charlie said as Eva and Michael approached their mother. Now remember, your Uncle Vergil is in charge. Make sure you listen to him, Alastair, Angel, Pinchas, and Husk, she told the twins. Oh, and Terracotta too, she added, pointing to the 7-foot-tall Minotaur-like sinner that was standing next to a portrait of himself under a plaque labeled Best Progress So Far. Yes, Mom, both Michael and Eva said in unison. And none of you better be tearing this hotel to shreds when we are gone, Vaggie barked at the others. That includes you too, Vergil, Dante said playfully. As if I dare to be with scum, Vergil said, looking back at every sinner in the hotel. In response, all of them gave him the middle finger, except for Nifty, who just smiled at him creepily. Just don't tear anyone in the hotel to shreds. Intruders are just fine, Dante said to his twin. Don't get drunk on your way back here, Vergil told him as he escorted his brother, soon-to-be sister-in-law, and her wife to the white limo that Razzle and Dazzle were driving. And Dante, have fun, he said as if it was physically painful for him to say those words. Will do, Dante said with a smirk and acting cocky to his older twin as he let Charlie and Vaggie in first. After he stepped inside, the limo soon left with the princess and her dates. When the vehicle was out of sight, Vergil turned back to the hotel staff and selected clients. Let me set the ground rules, the son of Sparta said. If I'm reading, don't approach me. If I'm having tea, don't approach me. I don't give a damn what you do in your free time or your rooms. Fail to follow, I will decide on a punishment appropriate for you, he said, going to the library. The guests and hotel staff looked back at the son of Sparta, who was now the most intimidating person in the hotel. He's such a bad boy, Nifty said to break the silence, letting out a giggle. Nifty, I would advise you not to approach him, Sir Pinchas said to the tiny Cyclops. I agree with the snake. I'm used to punishments, but whatever he will have us do, I don't want any part of it, Angel Dust said. He looked at Eva and thought of an idea to keep him occupied. Eva, you want to do each other's nails? Yes. Eva cheered as she went with the spider demon to his room. Can you paint them pink for me? Sure. How about a hot pink? Angel suggested. Just like Verosica, she asked. Yeah, maybe add a little neon pink to glow in the dark, Angel added. Seeing this, Pinchas took this as a sign to get close to Dante and Charlie's son. Say, Michael, would you like to come on my airship and help me with a little project? Don't all your projects blow up in your face? Michael asked as this made the serpent sinner pout and feel sad. Seeing this, the son of Dante reconsidered. Okay, I'll take a look at them. Maybe I can lend a hand, he said, perking up Sir Pinchas before the two went to the snake sinner Zeppelin. Seeing that Angel and Pinchas would occupy both of the twins, Alastair decided this would be a good opportunity to learn more about the other son of Sparta. Humming a tune to himself, the radio demon decided to head to the library. As Razzle and Dazzle were driving the three somewhere, Dante sat to the right of Charlie while Vaggie occupied the princess left. So, are we heading anywhere special? He asked them both. I thought we could go to Uncle Ozzy's club for the night, Charlie told him. I mean, I know it's one of those places that's normally hard to get into, but since I am Princess of Hell, so I pulled a few strings. That's an illustring, right? Dante said as he remembered its ruler being the giant rooster-like being with two faces in his mane at Eva and Michael's party. Yep, Charlie said casually. The lust ring is, well, self-explanatory. Mainly the succubus and incubus are from that region. The place is basically a giant red light district with love shacks, sex shops, and other dirty stuff. Just don't cause a scene. This is Asmodeus' club, after all. He's one of the sins and is the ruler of the entire ring. Vaggie told the demon hunter. Vags, I thought you knew me better than that. Dante laughs as this just irritates the Latina more. I'm serious, Dante, Vaggie warned him. All right, but trouble tends to find me, Dante countered nonchalantly. Dread attacked us at Lulu World, Red Hawk attacked the hotel, we had those pirates out at sea, and Mundus sent his new army at us. Vaggie couldn't argue with those statements. Those incidents were because he had no choice but to fight. Other times, he needed to because some overlords or other rising demons were causing too much trouble. Can you at least try not to pick a fight? I make no guarantees about any fights, but I promise I won't start them, he told her. Charlie and Vaggie agreed, as he doesn't start fights unless they're needed. The car stops and Vaggie gets out of the car first, followed by Charlie as the moth demoness grabs her hand. Dante was the last to get out of the car as he saw the sky was dark blue with many neon lights shining, and in front of him was a large building with the words Aussies written right in the front with pink neon lights. So this is Aussies? Got to say, I'm impressed. Come on, let's get a seat, Charlie said as she grabbed Vaggie and Dante's hands and walked them to the front of the club, skipping the long line up. The bouncer at the front let Charlie and Vaggie through, but he halted Dante. Couples only, pal. I'm with Princess Charlie and her wife. I'm her boyfriend, Dante said in a casual and calm manner. Ask them yourselves. Charlie approached the bouncer and told him everything. Yeah, he's also my date, she said sheepishly. My apologies, Your Highness, Jesse, the bouncer, said to Charlie, then looked to Dante. Come right in, sir. I'm so sorry. I can't blame you. Just doing your job, Dante said as he patted the lust-born demon on the shoulder and gave him a few singles as a tip. For your hard work, he said as he walked into the building where they took a seat. The demon hunter looked around at the gig and saw that it was a very high-class restaurant with a large stage for performances. While the interior had an air of class, Dante noticed that several demons as the staff or customers were wearing very little or were getting frisky at the tables. Got to say, Char, your uncle knows how to run a club. This is his pride and joy in the ring, Charlie said as she looked over the menu. So what are we having? And don't say pizza. They don't make it here, Vaggie told the demon hunter as she looked at the menu. I'm aware of that. Don't be such a buzzkill, Dante told her as he looked through the menu. Soon enough, their waitress came over to take their order. She was a young-looking succubus that immediately gave the three a recent college graduate vibe. She had fuchsia skin with small horns poking out from her black hair with a bright blue streak. She had a very curvaceous hourglass figure with a D-cup rack and a plump rear, all of which was accentuated by the showgirl-like uniform she wore as part of the uniform. Can I get you 3 off? She asked, making all 3 of them raise their eyebrows. Realizing what she said, she let out an embarrassed laugh as she corrected herself. I mean, start you 3 off with some drinks. Sorry, I'm a new hire here. My name's Jay. It's all right, Jay. A bottle of champagne for the 3 of us, please, Charlie told the waitress. Also, I'll have some cod, lightly cooked, she said as she looked at Vaggie and Dante respectfully. Are you 2 ready? Or are you still looking? I'll have the avocado Caesar salad, Vaggie said to the waitress. Dressing? Jay asked. Balsamic vinaigrette, Vaggie told her as the waitress wrote it down. And what about you, handsome? Jay asked the demon hunter. I'll have filet mignon, medium well with a side of fries, Dante told the waitress. I'll be right back, Jay said to the group with a smile as she walked off to get their orders. The demon hunter laid back in his chair as he looked around the main decor of the place. Gotta say, your uncle knows how to entertain, Dante said looking around the foyer. Though to be honest, the setting is not ideal for the hotel. No shit, Sherlock. We're not going to add cage dancers if that's what you're thinking, Vaggie sighed as she figured that would be one of the first things he spotted about it. No, unless you're angel dust, Dante said as their waitress came by and handed them 3 glasses and a bottle of champagne. The demon hunter took a sip of his glass and enjoyed the drink. Usually he would have something a little stronger, but he decided to have something sweet instead. Luckily, this champagne had a kick of strawberries in it. But still, it's nice to relax once in a while. Stop it, all 3 of them heard Jay say as she was serving another demon. He was sitting at a table surrounded by other demons who all happened to be women. He was a tall guy with a mix of ram horns and bull horns on his head, forming what Dante thought was a mix of a helmet and a crown in appearance. He had the wings of an eagle on his back and black talons in his fingers. His body looked a mix of pudgy and fit, as he did look like he favored his chest over his gut, making him look less like a sculpted statue and more of a strongman. He wore what appeared to be a toga with a few metal decorations that resembled fruit of some kind. I already told you, no means no, Jay said as she tried to wrestle her arm free from the demon's grip. Come on, you know you want some of this, the ram demon said as his hand filled his hand with electricity and gave the waitress a good spank on her rear. Stop it, Jay shouted as she backed away, not feeling comfortable around this guy as she rubbed her rear. Maldito cerdo, fucking pig, Vaggie muttered under her breath as she got up and was ready to give the demon a piece of her mind. And here I was thinking we could have a nice evening, Dante said as he got up to join her. Charlie followed suit, as she didn't like how this guy treated Jay. Hey, shot jock, that's not how you treat a lady. The ram demon looked up from his chair and looked at the demon hunter, the princess of hell, and her wife. Who the fuck are you? And why should I listen to you? Though I have to admit, those two are fine-looking bitches. I don't swing that way, Vaggie said. Too bad. You're missing out on all this, the demon said as he spread his legs more to show what was under his toga. But as he did, Vaggie's angelic spear nearly grazed him. No one wants to see your creepy dick, Vaggie said as she took her spear pointing it at the goat demon. Now apologize to the lady. Do as she says, Charlie said as she was disgusted by this demon's behavior. And if I don't, the demon said as he gave off a cocky smirk. Then you can get the fuck out of my joint, a voice said behind the goat as he turned his head and saw the sin of lust himself standing behind him. The women that were surrounding the ram demon ran away when they saw the club's owner glaring at the creep. Asmodeus narrowed his gaze at the demon, looking ready to kill the man. You come in here acting like you own the place, harass one of my workers, talk smack to my niece, her wife, and her boyfriend. The sin of lust shouted as his mane and hands combusted into flames. I thought you were the embodiment of lust and all that. You should be into all that freaky shit, the goat demon said as he put a hand on his groin. Only if the other person actually wants it, Fizzaroli said as he appeared on the sin's shoulder like he was a pet snake. That's right, Ozzy said as he backslaps the goat demon towards the door. Now, I'm not going to repeat myself. Get the fuck out of my club. Filled with anger, the goat demon got up from the floor and transformed into a larger version as his toga was torn, only covering his lower half. I'm not fucking going anywhere, you big cock. I am Goro, the Thunderbringer. He yelled as his electricity sparked across his body. When it did, he unleashed a blast that zapped both Asmodeus and Fizzaroli into one of the poles for the club dancers, denting it severely. Well, looks like trouble finds me once again, Dante sighed as he summoned Balrog and cracked his knuckles. Let me join you in kicking this motherfucker's ass, Ozzy said as he stood behind the demon hunter. I appreciate the assistance, but I can take this guy alone, Dante said to the sin of lust. Trust me, I know, but this is still my club, and if this punk thinks he can disrespect my employees, he's got another thing coming, Ozzy said as he held a ball of fire in his hand. Playing Epic the Musical's Thunderbringer instrumental by Jason. All right, big man, Dante said as he got into a fighting position. Let's rock. The son of Sparta launched himself into the air before throwing a punch at the demon goat's jaw. Dante then followed the attack up with a flurry of punches and kicks to the ram's face. Goro covered his face as he stumbled back. Ozzy followed up the attack as he punched the ram in the gut, sending him flying backward and breaking through a wall. Goro got angry as he got up from his stupor. He then spread his wings as he stomped the ground, then charged at the sin of lust before they locked hands like a pair of brawlers trying to wrestle for dominance. Goro smirked as his horns charged up electricity. Then he headbutted the large cock in the face. Asmodeus stumbled back as he covered his face, feeling the electrical energy zap through his body. The sin of lust laughed as he recovered. Is that the best you got? I've seen an imp dominatrix hit harder than that. You won't be laughing any longer when I rip your head off and skull fuck you, Goro shouted as the sin of lust raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I'm honored, but I got one that's already fucking my skull, Asmodeus retorted. Oh, shut it, Goro said as he gave the sin of lust an electric punch. The ram demon continued the assault on the giant cock, while Ozzy returned the favor. Don't forget I'm here too, Dante said as he jumped in the air, bringing down a flying kick on the ram sinner's back. Goro let out a pain-filled yell before he swiped at Dante. The devil hunter landed right on a table, breaking it before he quickly recovered and started his assault on the giant ram demon. Dante threw a powerful punch at Goro's kneecaps before quickly switching to his Vulcan twin swords and using them both to get the ram on his knees as blood coated the floors. Goro screamed as his legs gave out and he was brought to his knees. You fucking bastard. Get fucked, hornhead, Ozzy said as he grabbed the ram by the horns and kneeled the demon in the crotch. Goro let out a painful moan as he collapsed and held his groin. Not cool, he squealed with his voice several octaves higher than earlier. Even more pissed off than before, he spread his wings and flew off the ground as his feet dangled and trickles of blood fell and hit some guests. Goro let out a war cry as he discharged an explosion of electricity around the club's interior, shorting out every light, shattering glass, and nearly slaughtering the guests. Thankfully, everyone ducked under the tables to avoid damage, but Dante and Asmodeus were both zapped enough to get their clothes burned. I just got this clean for tonight, Dante complained before he dodged several lightning bolt spears that Goro threw. Asmodeus took hits from the bolt spears as well, but he showed he was just as tough as Dante was when it came to taking pain. As the winged ram demon kept raging and using his electric powers, Charlie and Vaggie ducked out of the way from a bolt of lightning. I will make you feel my wrath, Goro shouted as he summoned a large array of lightning javelins and threw them at the Sin and the son of Sparta. Dante deflected the bolts of lightning with ease, but saw that one lightning spear was coming towards Charlie and Vaggie. No, Dante shouted as he dashed forward and took the hit for the girls. The bolt pierced his chest, and he felt the electricity stinging his body. This is nothing compared to the sword Alaster, he thought to himself as he remembered the sword that stabbed him and made it his own. He placed his hands on the bolt of lightning, ripped it out like it was a steel pike, and threw it back at the ram demon as his wounds healed up. The demon hunter glared at Goro. Going after me, I can understand, but attacking Charlie and her wife. Big mistake, Dante said as he summoned his devil sword out of thin air and jumped toward the demon. Goro was shocked. How could one demon match his power when he was able to bring one of the 7 deadly sins to his knees? Who is this demon? That is Dante the demon hunter, Ozzy smirked. The son of Sparta and Charlie's baby daddy. And you fucked up big time. Realizing his mistake, Goro tried to summon the biggest bolt of lightning he could throw at the demon hunter. But Dante proved his worth as he sliced up the bolt of lightning like papier-mâché and decapitated Goro. Song end. The demon hunter dismissed his sword and walked towards the sin of lust. Sorry about the mess. Most of it wasn't my fault since this ugly goat did most of the damage. Don't worry too much about it. I can easily fix this place up. And since you helped my niece and employee, dinner is on the house, Asmodeus told the demon hunter. Dante was ready to join back with the girls, but a flash of light was coming off of the winged goat. Never threw that perv was strong enough to be a devil arm, hopefully. This one won't be weird. He sighed as the ball of light came into his hand and transformed into a stone hammer with gold engravings on it with a symbol of a multi-horned ram in the middle. It had fine leather straps on it with some gold decoration. He took the hammer and swung it around the air as it created electricity. He slammed it on a broken table. It made a sonic boom and demolished the table, and the lights in the restaurant flickered. After that, the entire club began to shake before the damage from the battle began to spark with electricity. After another few seconds, every broken object in the area was repaired, and everyone was amazed. Not bad, he told himself as he sent the hammer away and pulled up a seat just as their food was brought to them. Let's dig in. Hours before the fight at Ozzy's, Vergil looked through the library as he looked through the variety of books. He was amazed that this hotel Charlotte Morningstar ran had a large collection of books. It took him a while, but he managed to find a particular tome he was searching for. Ah, here we are, he said to himself as he picked the book off its shelf and dusted it off, revealing it to be a collection of works by William Blake. The son of Sparta opened the book, leaned on the shelf, and began to read. The presence of a dark being soon interrupted his thoughts as he saw the radio demon enter the library. I thought I made it clear not to interrupt me when I have a book in my hand. I was aware, my dear fellow. I'm just here to pick out a cookbook for the many guests of this hotel. Alaster told the son of Sparta as he walked to a different shelf and pieced out a book from that shelf. But since you are not reading now, may I ask what you are reading? That's none of your concern, Vergil said as he tried to return to his book. Not even a hint. Alaster asked the son of Sparta as he glanced at the book's title. The tip of a phantom blade halted the radio demon. No need for violence, he said as he grabbed the sword's tip and moved it away from him. Do you take me for some kind of fool? Vergil asked coldly, summoning several more mirage blades at the radio demon. Maybe, Alaster said as he still wore his shit-eating grin. His choice of words was poor as a flurry of ghostly swords grazed past him, cutting his skin and knocking his monocle away from his eye. Even though the radio demon still wore a smile on his face, his eyes told a different emotion as he looked at Vergil. The last person who approached me intending to disrupt me in a library was killed by me and Dante, Vergil said sharply. Did this being happen to be named Arkham by any chance? Alaster asked, taking care of his cuts and placing his monocle back on. How do you know that clown? Vergil asked with narrowed eyes as he drew his katana. Yamato. 7 years ago, while your brother fought Mundus, I simply faced off with him, letting him save his energy, the radio demon commented. Although, he did taste a little funny, if I say so myself, he said as a laughter filter was heard from nowhere. I sure with your reputation, he must have, Vergil said, sheathing his sword, trimming the demon's hair, and leaving a cut on his forehead without the overlord noticing. Go back to that radio broadcasting station you love so much. Consider this a warning. One of Alaster's eyes twitched as he was going nowhere with this. He thought he could get some information from the other son of Sparta, but this one was harder to crack. Very well, I'll be on my way, he said, grabbing the cookbook before turning to shadows. Vergil returned to his reading as he silently read another poem by William Blake. The son of Sparta gazed off his book a few times to see if Alaster or another demon had come in to disturb him. I don't trust that dear. He calls himself an investor in the hotel, but I've seen he hardly does anything. I'm sure Dante sees this too. Whatever his true goal, he will face off against the blood of Sparta. Chapter 10. Mission 10. Ice Queen. After Dante returned from his date with Charlie and Vaggie, he showed off his newest devil arm to the kids and Vergil. He slammed the hammer down onto the floor, and it started to repair the remaining damage to the hotel's lobby easily. The guests and the employees were impressed by this new devil arms that turned out to be handy in a fight and with damage. But while everyone else was impressed, the ability of the new Dessel arm annoyed Alastair as the radio demon's eye twitched. Got a problem with my new weapon, Smiles? You can be honest here, Dante asked playfully as he held his hammer. Oh no, not at all, Alastair lied through his teeth. The devil arm did indeed bother the radio demon, as he felt that it was stealing away his job of repairing the hotel when needed. I like it, Michael said, liking the design as it reminded him of a certain Marvel Comics character. Can I have it for a minute, Dad? Sure, but just to hold it, that's all. Dante assured his son as Charlie was giving the demon hunter a knowing glare. Michael held onto the hammer, then struggled as he could hardly keep it up. Man, this is heavy. Dante couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he lifted the hammer. You'll get stronger when you're older and practice more. All right, Dad, Michael said to his father. Are you going to be busy? I don't think so. What's on your mind? Dante asked. This made Charlie curious. I was thinking maybe we can see a movie. The son of Dante asked sheepishly. Charlie stepped in as she looked her son in the eye. That's brilliant. We haven't had a movie night in a long time. Is there anything you want to see? I hope it's not a horror movie. I don't want you and Eva having nightmares. But Mom Dash. Don't you but Mom me, young man. I know we live in hell, but I don't want you to witness those kinds of films at your age, Charlie said in a strict, motherly tone. What about horror action like The Meg? Those cheesy Resident Evil movies, Jurassic Park, or even those Evil Dead films with Bruce Campbell? Damn, Bruce's chin is amazing, Angel Dust remarked, having seen the movies online recently. Dante shrugged. He thought that was okay, as long as the horror element was kept to a minimum. I think it's fine. Sighing, Charlie agreed. All right, but I get to pick the movie. Michael gave a deadpan look as his mother usually chooses musicals, but he decided to suck it up. All right, enjoy yourselves, Vergil said as he walked off. Uncle Vergil, where are you going? Michael asked him. I have some business to take care of, the black-coated son of Sparta said before he sliced the air with Yamato to create a portal to his location. After he had walked through, the rift closed behind him. What was that about? Vaggie asked out loud to no one in particular. No idea. But don't let Vergil's mood ruin movie night, Dante assured everyone in the hotel. Seeing no point in trying to understand the older Sparta, Vaggie prepared the hotel for movie night. Vergil decided to explore Pentagram City more at night. The son of Sparta walked the streets as many demons passed him. Those who knew him or knew about him hightailed it out of the streets. Those who didn't and picked a fight ended up in pieces. Vergil rolled his eyes as he swung the blood off his sword, then sheathed it before he overheard something nearby. This is an outrage, a sinner yelled at two girls who appear to be college-aged. Sir, this is what you ordered, the girl with glasses told the demon, who looked like a being with 6 pairs of eyes on his head and a forked tongue hanging out his mouth. So the amount is correct. This is no way I'm paying that much for some of Carmine's shit. Don't you talk about our mother that way, shitstain, the dark-skinned girl shouted as she was getting ready for a fight. So, you're that bitch's daughter. Now that I think about it, you two do look like the hoe. The many-eyed demon laughed as he got ready to fight the two sisters, only to be pierced in the shoulder by an arrow made of light. What the fuck? Holding his new bow devil arm, Vergil was revealed to be the one responsible. He dismissed his bow as he approached the multi-eyed sinner. The sinner looked at the white-haired man approaching him. Who the hell are you? That's none of your concern. Now, why are you giving these two young girls a hard time? Vergil asked calmly, yet with a hint of venom in his voice. These two are overcharging me for the items I bought, he exclaimed as he pointed a finger at the two women. We told you that this is what you paid for, so the amount is correct, the girl with glasses said to the demon. Let me see that paperwork, Vergil demanded as he looked at the equipment carefully and the pieces for each item. How much were you supposed to pay? 220 souls. They wanted me to pay 280, the sinner said as his many eyes locked on the girls. Vergil ignored the demon and continued to look it up. They're correct. You do owe them 280. What? He took the paper and looked it over, as it would seem the white-haired man was correct. Fuming with anger, the demon ripped the paper to shreds. Fuck this. I'm not paying. So you refuse to pay? Vergil said coldly. That's right, the demon's head was sliced right off of its head. His face showed an angry scowl as his body fell forward and hit the ground. Vergil wiped the blood off Yamato before sheathing it, glaring at the sinner he dealt with. Scum, he muttered as he was about to walk off. Wait, the girl with glasses said as the son of Sparta stopped and looked behind him. She saw the look in his eyes spelled death if she didn't speak carefully. We wanted to thank you for standing up to that demon. Isn't that right, Clara? She asked her sister, who was going through the dead demon's wallet. Clara, what are you doing? What? This son of a bitch was not going to pay us and insulted us and Mom, Clara said as she took a look in his wallet and saw the exact amount of money he was holding. The girl with glasses sighed as she rubbed her forehead. Sorry about that. She's unpredictable. I feel your pain, Vergil said, looking at the girl named Clara, who was pretty much like Dante. Now, if you will excuse me, I have someplace to go. Of course. May we at least know your name? Vergil, he told both girls. My name is Odette, and you know my sister, Clara, by now. The girl now known as Odette introduced herself. Pleasure, he said as he walked off to his destination. Industrial District, Carmine's office. Carmilla Carmine was in her office, filling out her paperwork, when a knock was heard on her door. Enter, she told them. When she sees it as Odette coming in with Clara, Carmilla finishes her current signature to speak with her daughters. How was your latest delivery, girls? Mother, we just want to let you know that we did get the payment from our delivery. But the client is dead. We took the weapons back with us, Clara finished for her sister. You got the payment, but you didn't properly deliver the weapons? Carmilla repeated her daughter's answer, getting up from her chair. Explain. We were delivering the weapons the client ordered, but he refused to pay because he thought we were in the wrong. Then this man in a black coat came and looked at it in our defense. The client still refused to pay, and the guy decapitated him, Odette told her. And I took the dead guy's wallet, Clara added, showing the exact money the guy was supposed to pay. Carmilla was silent as she looked at both of the girls and looked them over. You weren't hurt, were you? No, Mom. We barely lifted a finger, Clara told her. This man in the black coat, was his name Vergil by any chance? Carmilla asked. This shocked both Odette and Clara, as they didn't even mention his name. Yeah, how did you know? We met at the Hazbin Hotel when I attended the royal twins' birthday. Carmilla explained to them. He's a son of Sparta, the older twin of Dante. He's one of the sons of the Hell Knight, and the brother of the demon hunter, Odette asked, glad she or Clara hadn't messed with him. Luckily, I have to do something to do anyway. If I run into him, I will give him my thanks, Carmilla said to her daughters, walking out the door. Which way did he head off to? I believe he went east, near the border zone, Odette told her mother. Carmilla nodded to her daughter as her heels clanged on the floor as she walked away, reaching the elevator. Both of the sisters looked at one another. Odette, did Mom seem, I don't know, excited? I'm sure she just wanted to thank the son of Sparta, the demon in the white coat said to her sister. I think it's something else entirely, Clara smirked. What? Odette asked, a bit confused but soon caught on. No, I'm just saying. Mom has met him before and looked interested in meeting him again. Clara shrugged as she walked away. Odette did want to believe in her sister, but it would be nice to see a friendship between the two, just like Lord Zestial. Vergil was in his favorite cafe, enjoying a refreshing cup of blood orange tea while reading material. He was reading from the works of William Blake and never took his eyes off the book while also sipping some tea. The son of Sparta may have been deeply thinking about his book, but he did have a keen sense of his surroundings as he felt someone close to him. If you don't mind, I'm in the middle of reading. I just came to you in person to thank you for helping my daughters in person. Carmilla told the son of Sparta, for the first time in the past few minutes, looked away from his book as he saw the overlord who was an arms dealer standing in front of him. Carmilla looked at him and noticed the book he was reading. I figured you for the literary type, but I never thought I would see you with an actual book in your hand, she said as she looked closer at his book. William Blake, you like poetry? Is that a problem, Mrs. Carmine? Vergil asked the weapons dealer as he eyed the woman, and he closed the book. No, I admire William Blake's work, she said as she decided to sit down with him. Which one were you reading? The Poison Tree, Vergil said as he drank his tea. I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not, my wrath did grow. And I watered it in fears, night and morning with my tears. And I sunned it with smiles, and with soft, deceitful wiles. And it grew both day and night, till it bore an apple bright. And my foe beheld it shine, and he knew that it was mine, and into my garden stole, when the night had veiled the pole. In the morning glad I see, my foe outstretched beneath the tree. Carmilla quotes the entire poem by heart. The son of Sparta was intrigued by the fact that a demon knew the poem. And do you know what that interruption means? You take me for a fool? I thought you were smarter than that. Carmilla smirked as she figured this to be some challenge. Entertain me, he said, seeing if what she came up with was accurate. It is about the wrath, fear, and lies about the consequences of doing so, Carmilla said with pride as he looked unfazed. But the demoness saw the impressed look in his eyes. I have to commemorate you on your knowledge of poetry. Vergil sips his tea. I learned much literature from Zestial as he enjoys it as much as I do, Carmilla tells him. He does seem like the one who would read literature like this, Vergil told her. But you're not just here to thank me or talk literature with me, are you? You would be correct. You see, I came out here because business has been slow for me lately. I thought it was mainly a threat in my territory and came to investigate. But after hearing that you helped my daughters earlier, I thought it would be best to have you investigate something for me, Carmilla told him. Usually, Dante is the detective, but since I did one investigation myself, I might as well take your offer, Vergil said as he finished his tea and paid. Lead the way, Mrs. Carmine. Ms. Carmine. Carmilla corrected the son of Sparta. Or rather, Carmilla. Lady Carmine, then, Vergil stated as the two of them left together. Both Vergil and Carmilla walk around one of her factories that was attacked. The son of Sparta saw how business-oriented it was compared to the other parts of the city. What makes you think that an outside source is attacking your part of the pentagram? Once in a while, I summon the overlords to a meeting to discuss plans or concerns of our territories. And if new ones become disrespectful to the order, we show what we are made of, Carmilla told him. This also involves the extermination. I'm sure my brother broke that order countless times, yet no other overlords came to their aid when he slaughtered them 7 years ago, Vergil commented as he looked around to see one of Carmine's buildings destroyed from past attack. Dante did most of us a favor, especially killing Valentino and Vox. Those two were egotistical upstarts with no respect. Now, with Velvet running things alone, it balances out as she's become far more reasonable and learned respect, Carmilla told him as they looked around to find out who attacked the area. Vergil kept looking around the facility as something caught his eye. The black-coated half-demon looked to see that a particular part of the building was wet. This looks out of place, he thought to himself as he examined the wet floor. He looked around, but he didn't see any windows close to it or a pipeline that could cause a leak. He also saw that the ceiling was still intact. Water on the floor. No visible leaks. I don't even hear water dripping. He thought to himself as he bent over to examine the liquid, putting his hand in the water. Still cold. As if it was melted ice, he said to himself before seeing footprints. The prints had a particular pattern to them. I think I found something. Carmilla hears him and walks over to where he is. What did you find? She asked as she looked at the puddle of water. Is this a joke? I never joke. There are no leaks in the pipes to cause this, and the footprints match a certain pattern to a certain type of footwear. Geta, a type of Japanese sandal, Vergil said to the overlord. Wooden shoes? Carmilla asked as her eyes narrowed. So, you're saying it's someone who wears Geta? How is that helpful? When I felt the water, I noticed how cold it was. Something that doesn't feel right for a location like hell, Vergil told her. I only know of powerful Hellborn that are capable of ice magic, such as Qliphoth of the Ars Goetia, Carmilla told the white-haired man. Then, that is a good starting point, Vergil said to the overlord as he cut the air with Yamato and created a portal for both of them to go through. Once he and Carmilla went through the portal, the son of Sparta closed the portal behind him. The two saw that they were in an area covered in snow and ice. This seems to be the place. What gave it away? Carmilla asked sarcastically as she rolled her eyes and started to shake. ¿Qué carajo? What the fuck? How is it so cold? Is this the first time you've been in this area? Vergil asked her. Don't test me, Carmilla said to him with her sharp eyes as she looked around to see nothing but the blowing of snow. Suddenly, she caught a figure standing a few feet from where they were. This way, she said as she led the son of Sparta to where the figure was standing. As they both got closer, they saw that it was an imp that was frozen solid. Looking at the imp, Vergil saw a slash mark on his chest. This slash seems an immaculate cut, Vergil thought to himself. He examined the body more as he saw footprints of the same type from Carmilla's factory. This looks recent. We're on the right track, Carmilla said as she and Vergil followed the tracks. As they were following the trail, the duo saw that many hellhounds, incubi, imps, lone sharks, and sinners alike were sliced and are frozen. What is the meaning of these? She said as she looked around at the frozen bodies that were killed or frozen in place. I have a theory, Vergil said as they continued until the trail stopped dead. The trail stops here. Vergil then noticed that the storm had gotten worse and looked around to see only Carmilla. The black-coated half-demon carefully checked his surroundings and saw something that went straight for Carmilla. Vergil didn't give the overlord any type of warning as he swiftly pushed Carmilla aside and drew Yamato. What do you think you're doing? Carmilla asked angrily as she was pushed down into the snow, but her anger faded as she saw that Vergil was clashing blades with a woman. She had a slim figure, snow-white hair, icy blue eyes, and pale white skin. She wore a clean white and blue kimono with matching getas. In her hands, she wielded a naginata with a snowflake pattern along the pole. So you are the one who has been attacking Lady Carmine's factory, Vergil said to the woman in white as he pushed her back. The woman in white looked at the son of Sparta and pointed her naginata. She disappeared as she blended in with the storm. Both Vergil and Carmilla were back to back with one another, covering their sixes. Then, The woman in white appeared in front of Carmilla as she blew ice and snow in her face. Carmilla felt her face turn cold, but she tried not to be covered in cold. The weapon's overlord moved back and kicked the woman in white, sending her back as she disappeared into the storm. Damn, she disappeared into the storm again. Carmilla spat as she wished she could see her opponent. The overlord looked back at Vergil. Do you have any idea what we are facing? It seems like we are fighting a Yukiana, a Japanese snow witch, if it makes it easier to understand, Vergil told her as he summoned his bow. What are you planning to do with that? Carmilla asked him. Watch, he said as he pulled the string back and aimed it above him. An arrow started to form on the string. Once he released the string, the arrow multiplied into dozens that rained down upon the area. Vergil scanned the area before he noticed a spot where the arrows were being destroyed rather than hitting the ground. Over there, Vergil pointed as Carmilla saw where the deflection of arrows was coming from. The overlord gracefully danced her way around the battlefield as she dodged the arrows falling from the sky. When she was close to the white-haired woman, Carmilla jumped forward and kicked her, allowing Carmilla to land a hit and scrape her side with her angelic steel ballet slippers. The Yukiana let out a pain-filled scream when the kick slashed her, then felt arrows hit her in the shoulder and leg. It seems that this fight ended just as it started, Vergil stated as he walked over and pulled the string of his bow at the Yukiana. Now, why did you attack Lady Carmine's factories? The Yukiana did not answer him. She was silent and gave him a cold glare. But as Vergil was going to deliver the final blow, the white-haired man grunted in pain and coughed up blood. As it turned out, the Yukiana was actually focusing on impaling Vergil with icicles she summoned behind him, which went through his back and out of his chest. With the new opening, the Yukiana escaped and hid in the snowstorm like before. While she vanished, Vergil started to pull himself free of the ice that kept him pinned. Damn bitch got away again, Carmilla said before the Yukiana riddled her with small cuts from wave after wave of ice and snow condensing into razor-sharp blades. Carmilla grabbed and hissed at the injuries she was receiving, then realized the enemy planned to freeze her body from the inside out when the drops of blood going down her fingers began to ice over. Nomi vas a darabar tan facilment. You're not going to take me down that easily, she muttered as she blocked one of the Yukiana's attacks by kicking the weapon coming at her. Following through with a counterattack, Carmilla thrust her angelic steel shoe into the Yukiana with a toe kick, dealing a cut to the other demon's cheek as she tried to dodge it. The two continued to duel, slashing away and dodging each other with graceful dance-like movements in the snow. As Vergil managed to break away enough of the icicles, he couldn't help but compare the fight in front of him to a ballet. After blocking another swing of the Naginata, Carmilla kicked the Yukiana in the chest with the tips of her angelic steel shoes, piercing the ice witch in the chest. The Yukiana screeched as she backed off, clutching her chest as tiny droplets of blood stained her perfectly white kimono. The ice demon spun her weapon above her head as she summoned more icicles, then launched them all at Carmilla. She watched as the overlord dodged and blocked her attacks, but the frozen projectiles all missed. The closest to damage inflicted on that attack was the ribbon holding Carmilla's hair up was cut, releasing a white waterfall of hair down to the overlord's ankles. The Yukiana tried to attack her once more, but the new burst of ice was shattered by Vergil, who tore the last icicle from his back. Don't forget that I'm still here, he told the demon as he looked back at Carmilla and stared at her silently. What? Nothing, he said, looking focused on the ice demon in front of them. She seems weaker than the last one I fought. My angelic steel shoes did cut her and slowed down her healing, Carmilla told the white-haired man as they both took one side of the demon. The Yukiana blew snow towards Vergil to try and slow him down more, but he endured it as he fought off the cold and slashed at the snow witch. The snow witch blocked his attack, but Carmilla was able to strike from behind and kick the Yukiana again. With his opponent distracted, Vergil slashed at the demon, and things seemed quiet as he resheathed his sword. As soon as it clicked back into its scabbard, the Yukiana's chest was cut open and she fell onto the snow-covered ground, which quickly lost its pure white coloring. She was breathing heavily when she looked up at the red-covered sky above her. You are skilled, she spoke for the first time. So you do speak. And I thought you were mute, but instead, you gave us the silent treatment. Carmilla scoffs as she and Vergil stand above her. The arms dealer, Overlord, looked at the dying, which as she pointed a bladed shoe at her throat. Why did you attack my factories? The Yukiana looked at Carmilla with dread-filled eyes. You brought angelic weapons on us. Those same weapons killed my kind, she said, still looking at the sky. We go to Earth to lead people to their deaths in the freezing storms. We enjoyed freezing our victims in hell. We were powerful, as few sinners and hellborns could take us on. But thanks to that holy steel, weapons that you made, my kind were nearly wiped out. That explains why she attacked your factories, Vergil said as she looked at the Yukiana. You wanted to get revenge on the ones that hurt you most. The Snow Witch nodded and looked at the white-haired man. You You are powerful. I see a flame of vengeance in your eyes. Take my soul. I wish to fight alongside you, she said as her body gives off a glow and turns into a ball of light before swirling around Vergil as he holds out his hand, and the ball turns into a silvery white naginata with an icy blue blade. Vergil took the weapon in hand and gave a couple of swings, seeing that the weapon released a mist with each move. He began to test out the weapon with some slashes of the blade, thrusts of the pole's shaft, and finished his weapon test when he summoned forth a wave of ice. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen a devil arm formed in person, and I must say, I'm not disappointed. Carmilla approached the son of Sparta. You fought well. So did you, Vergil said as he briefly looked at her. You have been acting off and stopped looking at me. Is something wrong? Carmilla asked him. Vergil gripped the naginata in his hand as he turned back slightly to look at her. You look better with your hair down. It suits you nicely. You like my hair down? Carmilla asked him as she had never been complimented by anyone other than her late husband. Velvet usually insults her about her age, as she was an old hag compared to the fashionista. Is there anything else you like about me? She asked. Vergil was silent for a few seconds until he gave his answer. You are an amazing fighter. I see why you are an overlord, he said as he put away his new devil arm and held Yamato in his hands. With a clean slash, he created a portal in front of the two of them, and they returned to the cafe. I will say this has quite been an adventure, Carmilla said to the son of Sparta, who still had his back to her. Vergil. She said his name for the first time since they met. If you don't mind, maybe we can meet at this cafe again and talk about poetry. I would like that a lot. Carmilla, he told her as he called her by her first name. How about next Wednesday? That's fine by me, she said as she started to walk off as Vergil made another portal to the hotel. After he left, Carmilla couldn't help but give off a small smirk. She put her hands on her hair as she thought about how he liked it. She'll remember to leave it down for him when they cross paths again. Vergil went through the portal and entered the hotel. Uncla Vergil. You just missed the ending of the movie we were watching, Michael said to him. Did you enjoy your outing? Indeed, I did, Vergil said as he summoned his naginata to him. Nice. Goes well with my king Cerberus, Dante said as he looked at the new devil arm. Movie's over, kids. Time for bed, Charlie told the twins. Yes, Mom, Michael and Eva said in unison as they went to the bathroom before heading to bed. Too bad you missed movie night. It was a thriller. Dante patted his twin's shoulder before he got a whiff of something. Is that perfume? Must be you for being with Charlotte, Vergil said to his younger twin. Nah, I know Charlie's perfume. That's definitely from you with a girl, the demon hunter commented as he nosed the brand the princess wore. This one was very different. So, who's the lucky lady? None of your concern. Vergil frowned at him as he went up the stairs to his chambers. You know I'm going to find out sooner or later, especially if things get serious and Nero gets a new stepmom. Dante shouted up the stairs, but Vergil was already out of sight. What was that all about? Charlie asked. Looks like Vergil had a hot date, Dante told the Princess of Hell. Charlie gasped with excitement as she heard this. He went out with someone, she asked with a huge grin on her face. If so, maybe this will be the perfect opportunity for him to open up, she squealed with excitement. Whoa, calm down, babe. This is Vergil we're talking about, the demon hunter told his girlfriend. He's not the most pleasant guy to talk to. Besides, we don't even know who this mystery woman is. Well, you're the detective. I'm sure you can figure things out, Charlie said as she traced a finger on his shirt. But for now, let's go to bed. Smirking, Dante walked side by side and went into the room he, Charlie, and Vaggie shared. In an unknown location in the Pride Ring, Agnes was looking into a large tube with greenish liquid and a shadowy being inside it. It seems the signs are SDTT stable. No side effects so far. Systems are functioning normally. In just a few weeks, my friend, you will face off against your greatest foe yet. The only response Agnes got in the green tube was that a pair of eyes showed itself and glowed through the haze. Chapter 11. Mission 11. Taken. Agnes was working in his lab as he continued to experiment with making more creatures that looked like his basilisk demons when he was alive. His tweaking with the monsters began to show results as one shot out an ice head, another was a reptile with an eel-like head with an extendable reach, one was a sludge-like being that morphs and engulfs its prey whole, one was a serpent-like creature that could turn into a spear, and many others. Angus smiled as he wrote down on his clipboard, looking over each of his sinister experiments. These creatures are doing very well. Lord Von Eldritch will be PPP pleased, the Locust said as he wrote more on his clipboard. Suddenly, some noise was heard from the very back of his lab. Angus wondered what the noise was and went to investigate it. When he made his way into the back, he saw that the source of the noise was coming from a tube that contained his most prized experiment. The tube was filled with a cloudy green liquid that surrounded the creature inside, which began to bang against its container. This made the scientist jump as he went to examine the stabilizing machine attached to the tube. He checked everything over, and it seemed to work normally. Suddenly, The banging on the tube continued as the glass within began to crack. As the first crack appeared on the surface, red lights began to flash, and warning signs appeared on the screen. Angus began to panic as he saw this, then quickly accessed the system to increase the sedatives in the liquid. However, the cracks grew more and more as the creature impacted against the glass, shattering it and causing the green liquid to spill out and flood the lab. Angus looked at the damage done to his lab before witnessing the creature step forward. The being was approximately 8 feet tall, with an ash-gray face that had fanged canine teeth, dark gray armored plating covering its body, and heterochromatic eyes, with the left eye being red and the right eye being blue. The creature also had 2 dark red horns that looked like it was wearing a helmet and had 6 wings, with the right side having white feathered wings like an angel, while the left wings were all dark and leathery like a bat. Agnes steps forward to his creation and studies its features. It works. The blood of Sparta and the morning stars created the most perfect soldier, the scientist said aloud as the being looked towards him and charged at him. The being gripped Agnes by his throat and started to crush him in his grip. Agnes struggled to breathe as the locust was lifted off his feet and dangled in front of his creation. SSSS stop. I am your CCCC creator. Agnes gasped. It was hard for him to breathe. Luckily, he did have a contingency for his creation to obey. The locust demon pulled out a remote from his pocket and pressed the button. The being soon heard an unbearable noise inside its brain just before it let go of its creator. He was screaming in pain as he was brought to his knees, clutching his head in agony as an excruciating noise couldn't be blocked out. That is not the way you act towards someone who gave you life, Agnes said as he pressed the button again to make the demon scream in pain. Just to be sure you behave yourself, I installed a little insurance. The creature glared at his creator, seeing that there was no other choice in the matter. He had no choice but to obey the doctor. The being gave a simple nod as he understood. Excellent. Now, stay where you are. Angus threatened the being as he video calls Von Eldritch. He began to call the deep sea demon. The screen starts to function as a call to Von Eldritch, and a voice begins to come through. Agnes, this better be good. I don't feel like sitting here listening to one of your useless shit. Lord Von Eldritch, this time, I bring great news, Agnes told the aquatic demon. My experiment, the one with Sparta's DNA and the morning stars, has awakened, he announced, showing the demonic being on the screen. It had just awoken much earlier than expected. What? Already? Von Eldritch said, his green eyes widening. Let me see. Von Eldritch looked where the doctor pointed to the being that was standing a few feet behind the doctor. It's surprising that something that came from the DNA of those brats. Indeed, Agnes said as he showed off the demon like it was a new car or discovery. He has the same durability as the twin sons of Sparta, as well as their healing factor, he said as he cut the demon's hand with a scalpel and saw that he quickly healed himself. His DNA from the King of Hell will make things even harder for either of the Spartas to kill, thanks to his angelic DNA. So, he is pretty much invincible to anything that comes his way, Von Eldritch said as he grinned. Yes, but he is a bit stable, Agnes admitted. But a simple shock built within his skin will make him obey if he steps out of line. He pulls out the remote to show the sea demon. I'll send one to you right away. Very well. How many more can you make? Von Eldritch asked the scientist. Angus was surprised by what the Von Eldritch member was asking. How many more? Lord Von Eldritch, I worked very hard to get that blood for a single being. Making more seems impossible possible without more of that. Then I suggest you restock your supply and get a steady source of it, Von Eldritch suggested. Wait, you don't mean? Agnes said as he couldn't believe what Von Eldritch was suggesting. Do you want to get paid for your future experiments? Von Eldritch asked the scientist, who nodded. Then I suggest that you grab what you need and mass-produce my army. Understood, Agnes told him as he bowed. But I should warn you, this will cause quite the uproar. Do what you must. If anything, move the lab to my private estate. Von Eldritch said to the locust. But I can't go to the envy ring. I can't cross over out of the pride ring. The barrier won't let me, Agnes pointed out as he had to make it look less arguable. You can't, but I'm sure your new creature can, Von Eldritch points out to the scientist's newest creation. By the way, what do we call your abomination? The locust sinner looked at his newest creation as he examined it more closely. He designed the suits of armor by Sanctius in the order of the sword while he was alive, calling them Bianco and Alto Angelos, as they were made from fragments of Nello Angelo's armor. So it was fitting that this deserved Angelo in its name. I think I will call him Diablo Angelo. Then make sure Diablo Angelo knows who his foes are and gets the job done, Von Eldritch said before turning off communications. Agnes looked frightened and nervous, for if things went south. One son of Sparta was a real pain to begin with. 2 of them will be his eventual demise, but he had to do it for his research. At the Hazbin Hotel, Dante and Vergil returned to the hotel after a long mission in the Wrath Ring. "We're back," Dante announced as his voice echoed through the hotel. "Good to see you two still in one piece. Honestly, I would be surprised if anything actually happened to you," Husk said as he greeted both sons of Sparta, then offered the brother in red a glass of whiskey while he poured some iced tea for the other brother in black. The demon hunter took the drink from the bar and took a swig of the golden brown liquid, while Vergil took the tea and sipped it. "Daddy," Eva shouted excitedly. "Dad," Michael said as he ran to his father. "Hey, you two." Dante hugged both his daughter and son before laying his daughter on his lap and keeping his son close to him. "How's my favorite prince and princess?" "I've been a good girl. I helped Mommy and Mama Vaggie clean with Niffy," Eva told the demon hunter. "Oh, Mikey and I also helped do laundry. Also, I was helping the guests with their needs and helping in the kitchen," Michael added to his duties for the day. "Good to hear. Did you two get into any fights?" Dante asked in a serious tone. "No," the twins said in unison. "They behaved themselves," Vaggie said as she approached Dante. "They were a big help today." "That's good to hear," the demon hunter said as he ruffles his son's hair and pats his daughter on the head. "So, where is Charlie?" "In her office, after getting a few more souls into heaven," the one-eyed demonist told him. "Why?" "I'm taking her out tonight," the son of Sparta told her as the kids gave a poutful groan of disappointment. "But Daddy, you just got here. You're leaving again?" Eva asked as she puffed out her cheeks. "I thought we were going to learn some more sword fighting skills. Maybe even firing off your guns." Michael agreed with his sister. "No firearms. Me and your mother can agree with you two having swordplay, but we draw the line at firearms," Vaggie told the younger twins as she had to put her foot down on them shooting real guns. "For once, I have to agree with her," Vergil said as he sipped his tea. "Modern firearms are a coward's way of fighting. It's more civilized to use more traditional weaponry." "I disagree. Sometimes you've got to keep up with the times and make good use of it," Dante told his older twin. "Wonder what your mysterious lady friend will think." This made Vergil tense up as he was about to have another sip of his drink. "Would she agree with me?" "Maybe she would," Vergil said in a cool manner as he sipped his tea. "Gonna introduce her soon." Dante smirked as he wanted to tease his older brother more. "Do I have to make an example out of you?" Vergil asked his younger twin as he held Yamato in front of him with his thumb resting on the guard. "Maybe another time. I have some business to take care of," Dante told his older twin brother and headed to find Charlie. Before that, he gave Vaggie a certain look as this was a signal to her. The demon hunter found the princess of hell leaving one of her therapy sessions. The demon hunter approached her and lifted her by her hips before he spun her around. "Dante." Charlie laughed as the demon hunter spun her around. "You're in a good mood. What's the occasion?" "Nothing," the son of Sparta said as he hid his lie from her. In truth, Dante was going to take Charlie out tonight, but he was planning to propose to her. "I figure we could go out." "I don't know. I have a lot of client work to do, and a few more sinners need dash," Charlie said before the demon hunter hushed her. "You need a break. We'll be going out. Just the two of us," Dante told her. Vaggie knows this. She volunteered to watch over the hotel and the kids with everyone else. "Now come on. We're going out, just me and you." Seeing how he is pushing this, the princess of hell was not going to argue with the son of Sparta. Charlie sighed in defeat, and she went upstairs to their room to freshen up. She wanted to take a quick shower and didn't bother dressing up too much, as she wore a different red tux. She met up with Dante, and the two of them were ready to head out. The princess of hell looked at her children and approached them both. "Now remember, you two, listen to Mama Vaggie and the staff." "Yes, Mom/Mommy," Michael and Eva said in unison. "Good. That's what I want to hear," Charlie said, kissing their foreheads. Dante didn't say anything, but he approached his son and ruffled his hair in a good jest and hugged his daughter. He and Charlie approached the door and headed to their destination. Vergil got up from his chair after finishing his tea and created a portal in front of him. "Where the hell are you going?" Vaggie asked. "I have somewhere to be," Vergil said coldly before stepping into the portal and closing it behind him. $10, says he's getting laid." Angel smirked as he covered the twins' ears from his sex joke. "Bet you 20 he isn't," Husk replied with a grin as he made that bet. Vaggie groaned as she knew this was going to be one long night for her. Dante took Charlie to a nice pizza place since she wasn't fully dressed fancy, and the demon hunter was sure she was sick and tired of eating somewhere that was fancy all the time and settled for something decent. It wasn't a 5-star establishment, but it wasn't a shitty dive either. It was somewhere in between. The two of them ordered a pair of pies as they began to have small talk while waiting for their food. "So, the kids are going to school next week?" "Yes, they are. I wanted them to go to an elementary school and make their way through high school," Charlie told him. "If you're going to ask about their grades, they're doing well," she said, taking a sip of her beer. "Lucky them. My parents had to homeschool me and Vergil when we were young," Dante told her as he took a sip of his beer. "I had a feeling you and your brother were homeschooled. I bet your parents didn't want you to have much of social life," Charlie said as she frowned, knowing that it must have been hard for Dante and Vergil not to have much of social life. She couldn't blame Sparta and their mother. If they somehow transformed, it would be hard to explain to any human who lived on Earth. The Princess of Hell didn't want this conversation to be a hard one on his life, so she decided to change the subject. "Did you figure out who Vergil is seeing behind everyone's back?" she asked in a playful tone. Dante couldn't help but smirk at her, as he knew she was trying to change the subject for him. "Not really. I can never say who it is," he said as he folded his hands behind his head and leaned back on the chair to put his feet on the table. "As soon as I ask him, he just scoffs at me and says..." He pauses and pulls his hair back to match Vergil. "It's none of your business, Dante," he mocks in his twin's voice, making the Princess of Hell hold in a giggle. After that display, Dante put his feet back on the floor and had his hair back down to its regular style. "Even when I try to find a lead, he somehow leads me to a dead end. No clue, eh? And you're supposed to be an outstanding detective," Charlie said, slightly teasing the son of Sparta. "The one thing I do have as a clue is the perfume that is on Vergil," Dante told the Princess of Hell. "It smells so familiar to me, yet I can't put my finger on it," he said as he wondered where that scent came from. As he was in his train of thought, their pizzas arrived. Dante's was a deluxe, one with plenty of the usual toppings, but Charlie had herself a Hawaiian style with plenty of ham and pineapple. Before the waiter could leave, the demon hunter held onto his shirt. "There are olives on here," he said as he pointed out the small black circles that were on his pizza. "So?" the waiter asked nonchalantly. Instead of Dante about to kick his ass in it next week, Charlie stepped in and spoke up. "He specifically asked for no olives. You were supposed to follow those instructions. It's not that hard, unless you want to have a bad review given." "Bad review?" the waiter asked as he was both in shock and in fear. He took the pizza and ran it back to the kitchen. "Lorenzo, you fucking asshole, you put olives on this order when the customer said no olives." Dante smirked as he looked at the Princess of Hell. "You gained some confidence. I guess you rubbed some on me," Charlie said cheekily as she took a bite of her pineapple pizza. "Since your pizza is going to be remade, you want some of mine instead?" She offered a slice to him. The demon hunter looked at the slice the Princess of Hell was offering him. He didn't care too much for pineapples, so once people started putting them on pizza, he was surprised. He knew Charlie did like them when he met her, and he didn't try it. But he didn't know how long it would be till they remake his pizza. "I hope it's better than olives." He takes the slice and bites down on it. It was odd tasting, but it wasn't the worst thing he had tasted in his life. "It's better than olives." This earned a soft laugh from the Princess of Hell. "You really hate olives, don't you?" "It's something I don't enjoy, like how people don't like pickles or onions on their burgers," he told her as he gave an example. "You do have a point," Charlie agrees with him as Dante's new pizza came out without any olives on top. The two of them ate as they enjoyed their conversation and pizza. Once the last slice was eaten, Dante decided now was the time to ask the big question. "Hey, Charlie." "Yes, Dante," she asked. "I have something to ask for." "It's a big question," the demon hunter said as he digs one hand in his pocket and holds her hand in the other. "Charlie, will you dash?" The demon hunter was silenced as he heard a ringing as it was coming from the Princess of Hell's pocket. Charlie dug into her pockets and pulled out her phone. "It's Vaggie," she said as she got up from the table and walked away to talk to her wife. "Should have waited a little while longer, Vags," Dante thought to himself as he sighed, shoving a slice in his mouth. He heard Charlie yell, "What?" coming from the hall as he saw her walk right back in. Looking pissed off as her horns were showing, her eyes were red, and the seat she was in became scorched by flames that surrounded her. "We're going," she said as she paid the bill and walked out the door. Dante raised an eyebrow before he lifted himself off the chair and walked right behind her. "Charlie, what's going on?" he asked as the Princess of Hell was practically running right now. "We don't have time," Charlie said as she was running towards the hotel. Dante held her arm and made her stop as she was enraged and worried. "Charlie, what happened? Why are we going back to the hotel?" The Princess of Hell was in tears as she looked at the son of Sparta. "It's the kids. They've been taken.